make me a star if I just play the game. But that man doesn't know that I am bulletproof. Keep one foot on the sky and a foot on the road. I'm not doing this to try to make a name. I just like the way it feels on it, the way it looks on me. Still got the fire when you try to be a flood, 'cause I like the way it feels on it. That little rush, rush, rush of blood. I'll use it for good. Rush of blood. I'll use it for good. I'm not doing this to try to make a name. I just like the way it feels on me, the way it looks on me. Still got the fire when you try to be a flood, 'cause I like the way it feels on me. That little rush, rush, rush of blood.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to Alabama and the site of the 2022 Malibu Open. We're coming to you live from Lyman Land, USA, which is just a little way south of Tuscaloosa in Alabama, and we got a whole slew of top tournament waterski action to come at you very, very soon. We've got tricks, we've got slalom, and we've got jump taking place during the course of today. There you see the schedule up on your screen. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and it's an honor to be here at Lyman Land for the very first time, presiding over this event. And as we get ready for the first event, let me tell you a little bit about that schedule again. We're going to start with tricks. We've got 4 trickers on the list about to take to the water. Then we've got the first rounds of slalom, starting with women, and then working our way into open men, and then another round of women to determine the 6 finalists from that particular division. And then we'll go on a little bit later on with the jump event, where we'll see the women jump and the open men event. Yes, it's a 3-star Waterski Pro Tour event, and it's stop number 12 on that worldwide tour. So the steam coming off the water a little bit here. The water is about 27 degrees Celsius. The surrounding air is about 10. So there's the obvious disparity there so far as the temperatures are concerned. And I mean, it's great conditions. The sky is blue, and we're just waiting on the skiers and the officials to get into their respective positions. And each of the events towed behind the Malibu Response TXI. So for those of you that are just tuning in for the first time, welcome. Hopefully you'll stay for the entirety of the day and here on on TWBC. And we'll be back right after this. So just enough time for you to grab your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage, and get ready to kick back and watch the 2022 Malibu Open. And we'll be back right after these.
Hey guys, my name is Wade Cox, and I am super excited to be here on the dock as usual. And I've actually got some interesting history with the Malibu Open. I skied in the very first one. I am almost positive it was in the year 2000. So maybe somebody out there can shoot us a message if otherwise. But yeah, I skied in quite a few out in Sacramento. And then in 2008, the Malibu Open was reinvented and won, I think, 14 years in a row. So, I mean, you can see the blue metal flake sitting on the dock there. The tournament boat is making its down and back pass. We call it the simulation pass. And, yeah, I'm going to be coming from you all weekend. So I'm super excited. Back to you, Tony.
Well, thank you there, Wade. And Wade Cox, a member of the Waterski Hall of Fame, actually celebrating his 10th year anniversary since his induction into that Augusta chamber of top-class waterski athletes. He was inducted in 2012, so congratulations to him on celebrating his 10th year anniversary since his induction. All right, then. So, the Malibu Open 2022, what have we got? We got tricks going on first. We got 4 competitors getting set to go for that event. Skiers that have that range from Chile all the way through to the Czech Republic and then everywhere in between. So we'll see that list coming up very, very soon. After that, we've got the Open Women's Slalom. First of 2 Open Women's Slalom rounds today, but first of all, we're having a look at the trick starting order. We're going to start with Felipe Miranda, who's back into overall championship form, followed by the Czech Republic's Martin Coleman, then Jake Abelson, the young tricker from the United States. He'll be third out, and our last skier out will be Joel Poland from Great Britain. So those are your 4 competitors in the men's tricks event. We'll have a second round of that event starting off around about the same time tomorrow morning. But for now, we're going to start off with open men's tricks. Then we'll follow on with the first of 2 rounds of women's slalom for today. The format of this event is the best score out of 2 rounds. So if any of our female competitors in the Open Women's Slalom competition come up a little bit short and ski less than what they typically do, it's not all over. They still got a second round to go a little bit later on this afternoon to try and make up any deficit that they may have suffered in round 1. And with that format, the best of 2 rounds, the top 6, when you factor all of that in, move through to the women's slalom finals, which will take place as the 3rd event out tomorrow. So, and slotted in between those 2 rounds of open women's slalom, we've got the open men. The top 8 go through to the finals, same format, best of 2 rounds. And looking out at the water, out towards the dock, we'll check out Felipe Miranda as we look out at the towboat. There's Tommy Harrington at the helm of that Malibu Response TXI, getting everything set for the simulation passes, 1 up and 1 back. And then we'll send out our first competitor in the tricks event, right here at the 2022 Malibu Open here at Lyman Land, USA, just a little ways south of Tuscaloosa in Alabama. As a matter of fact, I'm not even too sure Felipe Miranda is actually on site, but the person I am quite sure of is on site is Luke Outram, who I believe will be our first competitor out, and he comes to us from Great Britain. But just looking over towards the dock, Felipe Miranda does appear to be there. So looks like we're adding one more to the running order in the form of Luke Outram. So things are just slowly getting into gear here at the 2022 Malibu Open, the tricks event. Not an event that typically starts most Pro Tour events around the world, but we're certainly grateful to our competitors for being bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at this early hour of the morning as we get ready for the Open Men's Trick Round 1. So getting ready. And we're heading to dockside with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Martin Coleman, correct? And tell us about, first of all, the event and the sponsorship that you guys are involved with, and then we'll go to the ski.
Yeah, so we're very thankful for Good putting up money for a trick event. It's to promote our trick skis production. We have two models. We have the MK1, which I started with Dave, and then we have the Avalon, which is the new trick ski that Jake Abelson, Richard, and Jimmy Seamers came up with.
So super exciting to have Good skis involved with the Malibu Open, but this special event, first time, right, for the men's trick skiers?
Yes. So it's first time we're at Malibu Open as a trick event.
So good stuff. You guys watch. This is going to be some super, super exciting stuff. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Interesting to note as that interview is taking place that our last skier out, Joel Poland, is trying to run the sub 4 minute mile. Is about a minute behind, but there you go. That's one way of getting warmed up, I suppose. Roll back Roger Bannister, I guess. All right, then. So that was the MK1 illustrated by Martin Coleman. And we're going to check out dockside once again with Wade.
Hey, guys, I'm standing here with Pipe Miranda. First off the dock, so it'll be quick, but tell us about your ski.
Oh, I'm loving it. It's been great since I got on it. I'm so light on my skis. It's way easier to flip, actually, because my hardest part always was get that air, get that pop, and with this ski I get that pop. And it also helps for my ski lines, that it turns quicker, I get my ski lines going. So actually I'm loving my ski.
All right, and we're going to love watching him ride in just a minute. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So, yeah, that was the MK1 once again. Pipe Miranda will be out on that ski. Martin Coleman, naturally, will also be competing on that trick ski as well. Although I suspect that we might have to delay one competitor and put him in a little bit later because he is going to be riding in the boat whilst Felipe skis. And the other ski that was alluded to in the good range of trick skis is the Avalon, which is a slightly narrower trick ski, and it's got an enhanced tip which allows the trick skier to get more pop and more edge off the top of the wake. And a brand new ski that was launched at the Waterski National Championships just a few weekends ago in Mays, Kansas. And so good to see that coming from Good, not one but two different trick ski models. So, taking a look around our official area, but we'll come back in a few moments right after this. This is the 2022 Malibu Open right here at Lyman Land, USA in Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
All right then, folks, we are at 7:59 and a few seconds away before we start off the first event in the 2022 Malibu Open. It's the men's tricks event. We originally had a list of 4 competitors. That's been expanded to 5, it looks like, with the addition of Luke Outram. And just getting ready for the green flag to be waved by our officials to signify that the boat is clear to go for the first competitor, who is Chile's Felipe Miranda. So, it's a little bit chilly, a little bit cold outside. It's about not too sure what it is. It's probably about 41 degrees, maybe a tad warmer. The water is definitely warmer. 46 46 degrees Fahrenheit is the current temperature right now, and it's the water temperature is significantly warmer than that. Water always takes a little bit of a while to release any kind of warmth that's still in there. But as you can see, there is a discernible difference between the air and the water temperature, and that's why you see the steam and condensation coming off the surface of the water. That won't be the case for too much longer as the sun comes out and starts to warm the surrounding air and makes that temperature gap a little bit narrower. But we're getting ready for our first competitor to go. It should be Felipe Miranda within the next few moments. We're just waiting on the clear signal from our officials before we send skier number 1 out. Felipe Miranda, former world overall champion, many times Pan American champion, Pan American Games champion a while ago. And certainly one of the finest overall talents that Latin America has ever produced, and looking to try and get back into serious competitive action after an 18-month break to recuperate, having trying to rehabilitate from an injury. We saw him back to tournament action last week at the pro event on Lake Guru in Polk County. Good to see him out there, and he was very bullish about his chances about being competitive in the jump event. But he certainly came through with some decent jumps and showed that he is still very much a force to be reckoned with. But we're in the tricks event, the part of the tournament water skiing trifecta of slalom, trick, and jump. Let's see what he can produce with the 2 20-second passes that each skier has. And with this tricks event, we'll be premiering a brand new innovation to trick skiing, and more details of that in just a few moments. Yes, that water feels warm, but as soon as he gets out, different story. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel to be informed as to the next live events whenever you hit the bell icon. And by subscribing, you put yourself in a position to be able to comment live on the action that you see out there on the water. So, all right there, this is Felipe Miranda coming in, pass number 1. Let's see what he's got. Again, a little bit silhouetted out against the sun, but you should be able to still have a very clear view of what he's going to do. And here he comes with the opening pass. All right, he turns backwards. Here he goes for the mode back-to-back. Nails that one. But to the back again, there's the mode back-to-back reverse. A little bit sketchy with the first few tricks. He's gone through the 5th flip. Now he goes in for the 6th one. He's expended all of the flips and falls on the flip twist back to front. There you see on the left-hand side of your screen is the new innovation that we've alluded to. It's called Eye Trick. It comes to you from the producers of Splash Eye, Donald Conley coming through clutch with this new innovation, and with that we can say that that his points total is being processed right now. We haven't committed to a final score on pass number 1 quite yet, but when it does, it should be around about 2,670 points for pass number 1. This new innovation called iTrick certainly working very, very well at this point in the proceedings, and all in an effort to make sure that the tricking scores are published accurately, first of all, and quickly, secondly of all. Okay, and so we do have the committed score of 2,670. 2,670 is the committed score. And let's check in dockside with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Luke Outram, and Luke, part of the Raging Cajun national champs, right?
Yeah, we're just actually gearing up for the national. My team is at regionals this weekend. I'm sadly missing regionals to be here, but my rest of the team's at regionals, and we have nationals in 2 weeks, so they're all gearing up for that, and I'm just hanging out here with you guys for this weekend.
So we're going to let him get busy because we're going to see him doing some rip and flipping out here. It's going to be awesome. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So that's Luke Outram, and he's going to be getting ready to trick very, very soon, probably with a handle pass first and then maybe with toes. But we definitely know that having gone through and expended the tricks on his handle pass, toe tricks is going to come up next. However, there has been a shifting trend away from toe tricks towards compound passes that involve passes that start off with toe tricks and move on to hands and vis-a-vis, and even some passes that. 2 complete passes of hand tricks, considering that the flips do tend to score a little bit more than the rest of the hands. But if you have a whole slew of hand tricks to choose from that can fill 2 passes, why not? But for the most part, Felipe Miranda goes with toe tricks for his second and final pass. And as I said, he's just getting back into some serious tournament action.
Yeah, you're going to be freezing, man.
And just trying to get back after being injured for the best part of 18 months. So, still got some folks that are live chatting in, especially those that are spending the afternoon in Europe. 1 or 2 from Montana, out west. And thanks a lot for commenting. Even a viewer out in Dubai, yes, and all the way out there in the United Arab Emirates, where it's the early part of the evening right now. So good to have you folks out there, and be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel in order to chat live with the coverage that is taking place right here at Lyman Land, USA, the home of the 2022 Malibu Open. All right, looks like he's getting set for toe tricks, and it looks like it's a toe 7 front that's going to come our way. Only two tricks essentially can emanate from that wrap: the toe wake 5 back, or the toe surface back, toe 5 back, or this trick, the toe 7 front. A little bit of a hitch somewhere in the middle. The judges will probably take a very dim view of that one. Toe wake back to backs, toe surface back to backs, toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in. The eye trick working alongside us with the right hand side of the screen, totting up all of these points. Toe wake line back to back, stands up all the way through on his toe pads and doing a pretty good job with that one. So probably suggesting to Martin, who's in the boat, that maybe that pass could have done with a little bit more speed, but for all intents and purposes, he's done out there, and we're trying to get the point scores are coming through on the left-hand side of the screen. It already tricked about 2670. And on the left-hand side, you're looking at iTrick, and if you do see a status next to the trick, it does that says judging, They're reviewing a particular trick to make sure that it's scored correctly, and all in an effort to try and speed up the scoring of tricks and also the publication of them, ideally before the next trick skier gets out onto the water, so they know exactly what they need to do by the time they leave the dock. All right, then. So we just seen Felipe Miranda just slowly but surely getting back into to top tournament action, and we certainly wish him the best of luck going forward as he gets ready for the Chilean summer, which I'm sure will be on its way very, very soon. As a matter of fact, TWBC will be traveling to Chile come around about the time of Thanksgiving in November to broadcast to you exclusively live the Pan America Waterski Championships. And coming soon in January, we'll also have exclusively live the World Junior Waterski Championships coming to you from Lago Los Moros in Santiago de Chile. That comes to you in January. But we are here. All right then. So continuing on, and we've got Luke Outram about to take to water here at the Malibu Open 2022. We thank Malibu Boats once again for their generous support of this event, and also to our local dealer of Malibu Boats, that is Rambo Marine. We thank those entities very, very much indeed, as well as the whole slew of sponsors that we have contributing to the running of this event. So just waiting on the officials to give Luke Outram the green light before we head out onto the water with him. Luke Outram from Great Britain, coming to us out of Lincolnshire. All right then. So as we continue on, there's an opportunity for you to win a ski of your choice. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for more information and to put yourself in with the opportunity of winning yourself a brand new ski. For accurately predicting the podiums in the men's and women's slalom competitions. That interactive competition, you can enter right now, but top tip for you, make sure that you enter a little bit closer towards tomorrow, because the cutoff time for entries into that audience prize competition is the start of round 2 tomorrow for both the women's and the men's events. Okay, so we do have a committed score. 59.30, 5,930 points, 5,930 points. All right there. So Luke Outram from Great Britain is in the water. Now getting ready for pass number 1. We'll see how he gets along. So the score that we have for Felipe Miranda, just a few points shy of 6K. Let's see what Luke Outram can do with his first of 2 22nd passes. There we go. There's the eye trick on the right hand side. Okay, looks like he's going to do the same first trick. That's the mode back to back. Lands that one well. There we go. The flip twist front. Regular back flips, nicely done. I think he's got 1 or 2 he can do. More than that, there we go, beautifully executed. Now he goes in for the ski lines, and a little off axis there with the ski line as we continue to score the tricks that he's produced up to that point. But the flips looked pretty decent, looked very much in time there. As Luke Outram gets ready for pass number 2, we'll see if we can check in on pass number 1 again to find out how many of these tricks that he produced and scored. Looks like we've got a provisional score right now of 39.10, yet to be committed to that score as of yet. But once we get that information, we will pass that on to you as quickly as possible. The first few flips looked very, very much on task there. And just looking at some of the moves that he produced at the end, which included the flip twist back, and then he went 180 to the front. Tried the ski line O, but just couldn't get the ski over the line effectively. And with that, let's check in with Wade.
Here we come. Hey guys, I'm here with 14-year-old phenom Jake Abelson. And Jake, tell us about your new trick ski.
My new trick ski was developed by Richard Abelson, my dad, and Jimmy Seamers earlier this year, and it was released this year in August. It has a pin, tip, and tail, which allows it to stay in the water longer and keep grip, which makes it so you can go faster from trick to trick and makes it so you can get more tricks in your run in time.
Well, 14 years old and he's pulling off interviews with technical skills like that. I think he's going to do good in life. We're going to watch him do good on the water. Back to you guys. Awesome.
All right. Thanks a lot, Wade, and thanks a lot there, Jake, with the brand new trick ski, the Avalon by Good. We'll look forward to seeing him produce some fantastic tricking with that in just a few minutes. Here at the Malibu Open 2022, we're just dropping Luke Outram into the water right at the end of this facility here at Lyman Land, USA. Just to tell you about our sponsors, we got Malibu Boats and their dealer in this area, Rambo Marine. Thank those guys very much indeed for their support, alongside Vulcan Materials Company and Good Waterskis. Big shout out to those entities, along with Andrew Sports Medicine, Acme Propellers, Babes Boat Care Products. We're also with Outer Armor Doozies, boat lifts 0 off, Louis Restaurant and Bar, the Red Bar, along with Grunt and the official tow line of the Malibu Open 2022. It is Masterline. Here we are with the Tricks event, the Malibu Open Tricks Edition, sponsored by Good Skis, and we'll look out and see Luke Outram approach the course for his second and final 22nd pass. Looks like it's going to be a toe 7 wrap. Just waiting on the boat speed to get settled, and his first trick should be a toe 7 front. Yes, indeed it is. Good consistent rotation, that's what the judges are looking for with the toe 7 front. If it is a genuine 720 degree front turn, toe 0 into wrap, toe 0 out, and look at these tricks, toe wake line back to back, and leaning a little bit away, and unfortunately unable to ride that one out. Luke Outram with pass number 2. I suspect this point total is going to be a little bit better than Felipe Miranda's when you calculate in the tricks that he produced on pass number 1 and total that with pass number 2. But not looking too bad there, keeping the toe foot close to the standing knee. And our eye trick working our way through each of these moves, getting them scored, getting them credit, and getting the total points. So we work our way through. There's the toe wake O, and then the toe wake line back. Towards the end of the instant replay, toe wake line back to back. I'm not even too sure whether the ski actually made it up and over the line. That's why he got caught out there towards the end. Looks like we got a provisional score for Luke Outram. It's provisional at 32.30 on pass number 2. That's and we're committed to that score on pass number 2, so we should have a total The total coming up we're just working on that total coming up for Luke Outram as we get ready for Martin Coleman.
Toes, no positional.
So Martin making his intentions very clear towards the towboat. Don't try that at home, folks. The tow hold, the dock start. Right, and getting his boat speed set, that's Martin Coleman. We should have the point score for Luke Outram in just a few moments, but we're working on getting that out to you. In the meantime, Martin Coleman taking a slightly different approach to his tricking. Martin Coleman from the Czech Republic, toe 7 front. It's going to be his first trick. He's going to go with toe tricks first. There we go, toe 7 front, nicely done. Toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back, and it's reverse. Surface toe back to back, toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, launches himself for the toe wake-o, toe wake line O towards the end, toe wake line back and goes to the front, toe wake line 5 back, nails that one shut too with the toe wake line back to back. Beautifully executed run there from Martin Coleman, absolutely on point with all those tricks, and that's probably going to be the largest scoring toe pass. Let's check in with Wade.
Oh, quick. Hey, guys, I'm here with Joel Poland, world overall champion. So, obviously, you're a very decent trick skier. So, sort of, what is your thought process warming up?
Honestly, like, the first thing is just get my body sort of moving, get it pumping. It's, like, kind of early, so we're just trying to wake up a little bit. And then after that, just don't think about it too much and have fun out there, really.
Did you have any jam on this morning on the ride out?
Yeah, nothing in particular. I was just listening to the radio on the way here, but no song like grabbed my attention. I'm still a little bit asleep trying to get through the first coffee, but I'm awake now.
Well, the first flip will do that, right?
Oh, yeah, that'll wake me up. Luckily, I'm doing a toe run first to really wake me up before flips.
All right, we're going to have fun watching. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then, right you are. That's Luke. That is Joel Poland, and actually, as a matter of fact, speaking of Joel Poland, the latest edition of the TWBC podcast features both him and Freddie Winter on the same podcast, and that was produced yesterday. It's available right now on Spotify and also on Google Podcasts and also Apple Podcasts and wherever you choose to listen to your favorite podcast. That's the TWBC podcast, the latest edition featuring Joel Poland and Freddie Winter. Just having a quick look at the latest innovation in tricking. That is the eye trick, and looking at the instant replay for Martin Coleman. Good high tempo start, certainly with the toe stem in front. It's a little bit hit and miss so far as getting the right amount of speed and the right amount of turn and fluidity to make that a high tempo start. A lot of trick skiers have actually foregone the toe 7 front because of the relatively slow tempo that trick produces right from the start. But for those skiers that have been doing it for a long time, it's hard to shake a habit of doing away with the toe 7 front, even though the toe 5 back, which is the alternate toe trick so far as gaining more tempo is concerned, is used. So we got Jake Abelson on dockside getting ready for his turn. Getting his hard shell boot on and everything that's associated with it, and getting ready to trick in just a few moments. But we've still got some business to attend to with Martin Coleman from the Czech Republic, and down there at the opposite end of the lake. And there we go, Tommy Harrington at the helm of that Malibu Response TXI, getting everything situated. So now setting up the boat speed should be considerably higher than it was with the toe pass. Generally, you tend to have the boat speed either the same as the handle paths or a little bit slower with toes. Here we got hands. There we go. We got the mode back to back. There's its reverse. Slaps that one down. Front flip, beautifully executed. There's the flip twist to the back. Flip twist to the back, reverse. It should be the flip twist to the front. There we go. 6 flips all expended. A ski line 5 back, and unfortunately going down on that particular move. So there we go. That is Martin Coleman. A little frustrated with that performance, considering that he aced out on the tricks that contributed to his score on the toe pass, but certainly a decent array of handle moves, starting off with the mode back to back and then straight into its reverse. No worries there, and then went straight into the front flip, using that MK1 to full effect as a trick ski of his personal design, and available through good Waterski technologies. In this competition, the men's tricks event, and just not getting the rotation quickly enough done with the ski line of 5 back, and thus landing a little bit short on that move. So we're working on getting the tricks, the scores coming to you. We got a score for Luke Outram, I believe. We've also got the score for Felipe Miranda, so we'll try and get those scores and also intermediate scores using the eye trick as well. So we've got one more skier to go after the person to take to the water. The temperature here in Tuscaloosa, air temperature 50 Fahrenheit. The lake temperature 20 degrees warmer at 70. So it is getting a little bit warmer. It may not feel like it for some of our folks along the shoreline, but trust me, it is getting warm, and it should be pretty balmy by the time mid-morning comes around, and certainly by the time midday comes around. So we got Jake Abelson about to take to the water, and getting set on
Ready.
9,400 points. 9,400 points for Martin Coleman. Okay, so we got 2-point scores. We've got 9,400 points for Martin Coleman. We got Luke Outram with 7,140. And Felipe Miranda, I believe, with 59.70. Here we go. Coming in, opening pass, toe tricks, there we go. Reverse toe back, toe wake back to back, toe wake back to back, reverse. Surface toe back to backs. Toe 5 front, a little bit short on that one. Toe O out, toe O straight back in. Toe wake O, toe wake line O. There he goes. He's working his way towards the end. Toe wake line back. Toe wake line 5 back, nails that one shut 2. There we go. Toe wake line back to back and falls in towards the end. A high tempo run, foregoing actually the toe 5 back in favor of actually doing just a straight up simple reverse toe back to try and get into the meat of his pass a little bit earlier in. Starting off rather unusually, reverse toe back, and then goes with the toe wake back to back and its reverse. Looking at the eye trick, totting up all of the points and all of the tricks that he produced. We got a provisional score of 36.10. That is a provisional score. When the officials have finished crossing the I's, crossing the T's and dotting the I's and all of that, so far as their scoring is concerned, then we'll just hit the commit button, and that will make that score official. And then towards the end, we just saw there Jake Abelson with the toe wake line back to back towards the end, getting a little bit rushed there, and with a sketchy landing with the toe wake line 5 back. Okay, so pass number 1. Looks like we've got a committed score on that one. 36.10. 36.10 for Jake Abelson. And yes, it is that quick.
How?
All right then. So working our way through the system, the new eye trick innovation from Splash Eye. We're pleased to have Donald Connolly from Ireland here on site and overseeing the operation of this new innovation in tournament water ski tricks, in an effort to make skiing to make trick scoring fairer, more transparent, and most of all, quicker. Yep, and we've picked up 1 degree in the last minute and a half, I guess. 51 degrees Fahrenheit. Water temperature actually picked up a little bit, 1 degree warmer as well. So there's still about a 20 degree difference in Fahrenheit between the water and the surrounding air. We're looking at the starting dock and seeing a Joel Poland.
Yeah.
And once again, part of the latest podcast on TWBC you can find on Spotify and Google Podcasts and Apple Podcasts, and it was quite a spicy episode. We can promise you that. Here we go. We've got Jake Abelson. There we go. There's the mode back to back. He's going for the second of his front flips. He's got 2 more that he can use. The flip twist back. Here goes with the half jack to the front. Looking good there. Ski line 5 back. Ski line back to back. Does he continue on? Yes. Ski line O to the back. Ski line 5 front. Nails that one shot. Good knee bend towards the end to lift that ski just enough to get over the line to secure that trick. And wonderful skiing there on that brand new good Avalon trick ski. And there we go. Oh, and he tries the full jack, which is the backward starting front flip and going from back to back. So you saw the half jack a little bit earlier on in his pass. There you saw the full jack, or the complete jack, or whatever kind of jack it is. But a fantastic effort there from Jake Abelson. And just looking at some of these tricks, they're absolutely out of this world. He's totally on fire with these, and certainly knows how to use his knees and ankles, especially towards the end as we look for some of the more intricate stuff. Right there, just squashes down the landing after that ski line 5 front, and just absolutely crushes it out there. All right then, folks, now we're down to our final tricking competitor as we continue to tot up the points for Jake Abelson. I'm sure it's going to be in the region of about 10,000 points, probably closer to 11. There's some good skiing out there from him.
28.7.
All right then, so setting up the boat speed and making sure everything is situated. This is going to be Joel Poland, the current world men's overall champion from last year. Make sure you check it with bplayfuel.com. bplayfuel.com to vote now for your latest matches. Yes, bplayfuel.com. Check it out. And also check out the ski challenge that is on that site as well at bplayfuel.com. Check out the ski challenge and register for your chance to win.
Hit it.
All right then. All right then, here we go, our final tricking competitor. It's Joel Poland, just A little bit of a splash there coming into the course to try and wake himself up a little bit. I know it's about 8:30 in the morning, but he still needs that little bit of boost going in. It looks like it's going to be a toe 7 front. No, it's a toe wake 5 back. Yes, indeed. Now toe wake front, reverse toe back to back, toe wake back to back, reverse, surface toe back to back, toe 5 front. Now go straight into the wake without the toe O's. There we go, the toe wake line O, the toe wake line back to the front, toe wake line 5 back. Nicely done, toe wake line back to back. A little bit skittish towards the end, but he nails that pass shut. And a fantastic effort there from Joel Poland. Solid looking opening pass of tricks as we continue to work our way through this the scoring for pass number 1. Solid effort there from Joel Poland, our last skier out. Toe wake 5 back, and then the toe wake front, then a reverse toe back, toe wake back to back, and it's reverse. And then working through the more intricate tricks that form part of his pass. Doesn't do toe O's in the middle of the run, goes straight for the wake instead to save time. We've got a provisional score on pass number 1 of 33.10. That's the provisional score. We haven't committed. We haven't committed to that score. We're still judging 1 or 2 tricks. It looks like a fairly stout-looking opening pass there. That's 33.10. Oh, looks like we've got a revision on that score. It's 45.70. The new score for pass number 1. Once we hit the button to confirm that, then that will be the official score on pass number 1. So still working on one or two tricks. We've got a review on a couple of them, and once that review is done, then we'll add those points and make that pass official, so to speak. A boat crew featuring Tommy Harrington. We've got Connor Pauley there with the camera. So we're just waiting on the word from our officials, and then we'll be clear to proceed for pass number 2. Little chilly here in Tuscaloosa this morning. That's probably putting it mildly, but it will heat up a little bit. Trust me on that one. Okay, so looks like we're committed on 45.70 on pass number 1, 4,570 on pass number 1. Yet to get the full score for Jake Abelson, and once that point score has been released, then we'll flash that to you on the left-hand side of your screen as you're watching us on the webcast. All right, then. So here we go. This is Joel Poland, pass number 2. Let's see what he's got on that Graviton trick ski. There we go. There's the flip twist back to back, and it's reverse. 2 mopes to start off with. There's the front flip. Here's the second front flip. 2 flips he can do from here on out. Flip twist back, flip twist. Oh, that is the super mope. Brilliantly executed. Look at this, ski lines. Ski line back to back, nicely done. Great effort there from Joel Poland, just really ripping that pass apart, and even had time for another modification to that mobe right towards the end there. So good skiing there from Joel Poland, who I suspect will probably take the lead. And looks like we've got a provisional score of 71.50 on pass number 2. Added to pass number 1, it should put him very, very close to 12,000. But just look at some of these flips. Very aggressive, very, very intricate moves there from one trick to the next. There we go, super mobe there. Starting backwards, turning 540 degrees, and with that ski going over the line in mid-rotation as well. Ski line 5 back towards the end. Ski line back to back, and just working his way, and just cheekily puts in a couple of side slides just to cap that off, and some great skiing all around. So we got a committed score on pass number 2 of 71.50, 71.50. And looks like we got a score of 11,720 points, 11,720. And that should put him ahead of the remainder of the pack. Once we get all the scores in, we'll put it up on the leaderboard. And now that will...
Do I have to start doing it? No, you told me 0.3. I thought I had to.
So just waiting on the point scores, and then we're going to go into the slalom event very, very soon for the women's opening round of a slalom here at the Malibu Open 2022. So glad you could join us right here. We're about shade under 5 minutes away from beginning the first of our slalom events, and we're right here at Lyman Land, USA, just outside Tuscaloosa in Alabama. So while we try and get the okay, so let's have a look at the start list before we take a little bit of a breather. We got Emma Goldstein out first, followed by Hannah Streltsova, then Brianne Dodd, Anna Gay, Alicia Bagnoli, Beatricia Yanni, Sasha Denyorskaya, Karen Truelove, Chelsea Mills, Ali Nicholson, Jamie Ball, Whitney McClintock, and finally Regina Jaquist. So we've got 13 skiers in this event. And we'll bring out the first of them, which is Emma Goldstein, in just a few minutes. Right after this. This is the 2022 Malibu Open right here at Lyman Land, USA. We'll be back right after this.
Right here in Birmingham, Alabama.
We are here treating patients from every generation
across the United States
and from around the world.
As respected industry leaders,
we are here
working hard for you
in an effort to provide you with
excellence in sports medicine,
excellence in research and education,
and excellence in sports injury prevention.
We are here for you, aggressively pursuing victory over injury. All right, then, welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2022
Malibu Open right here at Lyman Land, USA. Thanks a lot for tuning in. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and alongside Wade Cox on dockside, we've got a coverage of the Open Women's Slalom Round 1. We're going to have Emma Goldstein take to the water first in just a few moments' time, and then we'll follow on with Hanna Streltsova. And then the remainder of the list goes on from there with the welcome return of Breanne Dodd. Then we'll have Anna Gay out on the water as well, and then we'll work our way towards the usual suspects, which will consist of Alicia Bagnoli, then Beatricia Yanni, Sasha Denyaskaya, Karen Trulove, Chelsea Mills, Ali Nicholson, Jamie Ball, Whitney McClintock, and Regina Jaquist. And with that in mind, let's check in dockside with Wade.
4 syllables. Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Hanna Streltsova, and you were chatting with your coach Jay Bennett. Maybe what were you discussing?
Not much, just to get out there, slalom. This is my first pro tournament in slalom, and just to have fun on the water.
So, very first slalom event, but you're quite the accomplished jumper. We'll see you out this afternoon as well, right?
Yeah, I'll jump as well.
So we'll let her get back to business. We're going to see you on the water soon. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Thank you very much. And we've got Emma Goldstein about to take to the water in just a few moments. All right, so, and standing next to me, the man, the myth, the legend, in every sense of the word, Mr. Joel Poland. How are you doing, sir?
Pretty good. Blood's pumping.
Yes, I'm sure that it is this early on in the morning. So how do you reckon that you tricked out there?
That was exactly what I was trying to do. I think I tricked 11.7, and I had the goal in my head to trick 11.6 and just get a comfy round in. So, yeah, good. Happy with it. There's more.
Well, that's good. There's more where that came from, I guess.
Exactly.
All right, then. So we're about to go into the women's slalom event. We'll just hold you for a little bit before you get towed off, and then eventually you got to go into town to actually pick up Freddie Winter so that he can slalom alongside you, which is
he was a little lazy this morning. Didn't want to get out of bed. Nah, I'm kidding. He was up before me.
Oh, he was. Okay, well, he's actually commented here already, I guess.
He's watching.
Yeah.
Go, Fred. He's such a trick ski geek. Like, I'm sure as we were all tricking, he's sitting in bed, jumping up and down, freaking out over it.
All right, then. So we're into women's slalom. Emma Goldstein, have you heard of what she's done in the past or anything like that?
Unfamiliar with Emma, but excited to see what she can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Our very first skier out, and believe that the opening pass minimum starting line length is going to be 14.25 meters, and we'll look to get a confirmation of that. Here is Emma. Quick leaderboard so far as the tricks are concerned. 11.720. You're in the lead. There we go. We've got Jake Abelson with 10.480, Martin Coleman with 9,400, Luke Outram 7,140, and Pipe Miranda with a shade over 5,900 points. Here we go. Emma Goldstein on 14.25 meters opening pass. Ooh, looking a little bit sketchy with the first half of this pass.
A little wobbly around too, but she looks like she's on it. Just a little wobble. It's pretty early, so understandable.
There you go. Probably not used to starting on a 14.25 meters, which obviously makes the nerves jangle a little bit.
Yeah, it can almost be a little daunting skiing in a pro tournament as it is, let alone if you could start on a slightly harder pass.
Yeah.
At 8 a.m.
Indeed.
Throw you off a little bit.
Yeah, it does. It does.
But she cruised through that. She looked pretty comfortable there.
Yeah. Okay. So, what kind of changes do you reckon she will need to incorporate to do the same thing on 13?
She looks like she's just going to find her rhythm. Like, pass one, she was just a little wobbly at sort of 2-ball, but she looked good towards the end of the pass. It's just kind of setting that rhythm from the beginning. Because you know how it is, as the line gets shorter, you can't get away with a wobble at 2. You've got to be on it from the beginning. So I'm sure she's just going to be looking for a better start here and probably do her thing.
Mm-hmm. All right then. So just waiting for her to come back into the course. No, and you trick right foot forward, don't you? Just want to make sure.
Yep, I'm a righty.
Yep, you're a righty, which means right foot forward. Well, hang on a second. The pendant that you're wearing is like a left foot forward tricker.
Well, that's me, isn't it? Majority of the time, I'm backwards on a trick ski, so I end up left foot forward.
All right, there. We've got 30 meters. Now she's starting to pile on the aggression. Looking in good shape. Getting all the way through that particular run. So no worries there for her at all. So that is Emma Goldstein. So through the first 2 passes, probably much to her surprise as anyone, really, I guess.
Yeah, you know, it happens though. The first person out, setting a big score, that tends to be a common thing in pro tournaments these days. Everyone out here has the potential to ski well, and she's looking good on that second pass. She's coming back now at 35, I believe. So yeah, she's going to be looking for a good start, I reckon, and she's looking good. I can see it happening.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see if we can follow her continuing adventure out there on 12 meters or 35 off. All right, so it's Emma Goldstein, and looking out towards the lake in the foreground there is Hanna Straltsova. We'll look forward to seeing her take to the water very, very soon as the Malibu Response TXI accelerates up to speed. 55 kilometers an hour or 34 miles an hour. This is 12 meters. Round buoy number 1. Crushes that turn on number 1. Goes in a little bit deep on number 2. Round number 3. She's still holding on to it. Look at her go. Does she try to throw the ski out? Not quite, but it's 4 buoys on 12.
It looked like she was just a touch narrow on that gate, which I think is what's messing up her too. Well, she's a touch narrow and drifting back. And
gets in real deep.
You know, she's coming into her offside. She's a left, or her onside. She's a lefty, and she's looking good out of 1 there. And then she's just having a little bit of trouble in 2-4 today. Falling over there, but she's in it. Like,
yeah, the ski got angle though.
Yeah, she's a little dropped over, but she got a pretty good release out of 2 ball. And yeah, just back foot at 4 and maybe a little down course.
All right then. So I mean, I get the feeling that Emma Goldstein still has a lot left in her, but I mean, it's not a bad performance to open up with. I mean, and you know, you just never know. Emma Goldstein could be one of those dark horses, so to speak.
100%. I'm not sure how old she is, but I know she's one of the younger girls in the field, and you know, she only missed this by a hair, really. Like, if she had come out of 2 or even 4 just a little bit better, I'm pretty sure she would have ran that, because her 1:35 is looking pretty solid.
All right, so yeah, just getting a little bit broken over off 2-4, but that's something that she can work on, and once she gets that one settled, you know, then some of the deeper line length shortening passes, you know, could definitely be within her skill set. So, all right then. So, who do we have next? We got Hanna Straltsova.
Another overall skier, actually.
Yes, indeed. Yeah,
she's not tricking this weekend, but she is slaloming and jumping.
And certainly one of the finest overall skiers that you'll find, not only in tournament but also on cable as well.
Really, I did not know that.
Yes, indeed. She holds the world trick record on cable. She was the silver medalist in cable jumping last year at the World Championships, and she won the slalom. So she is the world's best women's overall cable
Let's
skier.
give that a bit of slalom trivia. It's something you learn every day, huh?
Yep. And Hanna Straltsova is also the silver medalist in the World Women's Overall Championship last season at the World Championships.
She's looking solid.
Yeah, very good.
Really nice opening
Now,
pass here.
just has to play this cagely here. I mean, good load behind the boat, but she doesn't want to put too much beef behind that for starters. And with that, let's check in with Wade's World.
Here with Miss Brienne Dodd, Canadian champion. It's been a while though, right?
Oh yeah, I've had a couple summers off watching from the sidelines, so it's good to be back.
Well, we are super happy to see that smile back, and we're going to see her in the water really soon. Back to you guys.
All right, good stuff there, and looking forward to seeing Brienne take to the water once again. It's been a while, but we'll see if she can slice it and dice it with the best of them when she hits the water very, very soon. But in the meantime, we've got Hanna Straltsova, who's gone through the opening pass of 14.25 meters and getting ready for the 13-meter line here at the Malibu Open, which is brought to you by Malibu Boats and Rambo Marine. We thank those folks very much indeed, alongside Vulcan Materials Company and Good Waterskis. We'll tell you about our other good supporters along the way. Oh, Hanna almost getting a little bit lean locked into number 2, but managing to continue on. Good attacking posture behind the boat. And not leaving too much to chance out there. There we go. That is Hanna Straltsova on pass number 2, which is 30 meters. And we're checking dockside with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Miss Anna Gay. You've been Masters trick champion, world trick champion, but you've got this cool Alabama fan club, right? Part of the Roll Tide crew?
Yeah, it's awesome to see our team out here. I'm super excited to be competing at our home site, so this is an awesome experience.
And college Nats in 2 weeks, right?
Yep, in San Marcos.
So I already heard the Bama Roll Tide when Miss Emma left, and you guys are here it again soon. College Nats, one of the best events in the world. Back to you guys.
Excellent stuff there. We wait for Anna Gay to make her appearance out there as Hanna Straltsova gets ready for the 12-meter run. Started on 14, ran that, and came back on 13, ran that as well. 12 meters. Let's see what kind of start she can get. Certainly the gate shot is going to be ever more critical as the line gets ever and ever shorter. Here we go. This is Hanna Straltsova, 12 meters. Oh, good balance off number 1. Continuing on with number 2. Almost fumbling the handle off number 2, but managing to still stay strong. Good lead into number 5. Now relaxes on 5, lets the ski roll and gets around buoy number 6. That's Hanna Straltsova, a 6 buoy count on 12 meters. We'll see how far she can get down the run on 11.25 meters, which is going to be the next pass coming up. Now the gate shot looked pretty good with good angle off that turn and a good extension off buoy number 1, and then really got to work into number 2. Got a little bit behind the 8 ball there on number 2, but managing to continue using her strength and using her technique to affect a good looking run there for Hanna Straltsova, who by the sheer fact of running that pass has taken the lead. That puts her ahead of Emma Goldstein, who scored 4 on that same pass on 12 meters, and now Hanna Straltsova. Let's see how far she can get down this run and maybe put a little bit of heat on the skiers to come ahead. We're only on skier number 2 of 13. We'll see how things work out for Hanna Straltsova out of Zachary, Louisiana, where she trains alongside Jay Bennett at Bennett's Water Ski School. Certainly one of the finest facilities in all of the world in that regard. 11.25 meters. This is Hanna Straltsova almost getting pitched out the front, and just a little spook there into number 2 and gets around it and not much beyond it. So it's going to be a 2 buoy count for Hanna Straltsova. Skis into the shore, but looking at the instant replay, just a little bit off balance into number 1, just a little bit overly aggressive with the edge change into number 1, and just took in way too much speed and tried to bleed it down. But it's going to be a 2 buoy count, and that is Hanna Straltsova. But it is 2 buoys that represents the lead, and we'll see how well that holds up. There you see, coming into number 1, just trying her best to bleed that speed off and losing her balance as a consequence. All right there, now next gear up, also starting in on 14.25 meters, the welcome return of Canadian slalom skier Bree-Ann Dodd. Continuing on at this tournament, which is also brought to you by Andrew Sports Medicine alongside Acme Propellers and Bates Boat Care Products. This is the Malibu Open 2022. Coming in, opening pass, this is Brianne Dodd. Good attacking posture into number 1, settles in well on buoy number 2. Just trying to find a rhythm and stick with it here at Lyman Land. Looking in good shape and round all 6 buoys. No worries there. So good effort there for Brianne Dodd. As we take a look at the instant replay and just trying to find her rhythm. All right, so looking at Brianne Dodd and just, like I say, just finding a rhythm, and looks like she found it pretty early on 14.25 meters, a pass that she's run on so many occasions in the past, and was actually a feature of the World Championship Women's Slalom final as far back as 2009, but hasn't really skied much in tournaments within the last 2 to 3 seasons, but like I said, a welcome return for her in this competitive field. It's going to be a 13-meter second run. It's looking good. It's looking strong so far. 2/3 of the way down the course, a little bit strung out into number 5, but managing to hold enough of it together to just casually coast away through the remaining 2 buoys on that particular run. As we see Lyman Hardy at the helm of that Response TXI. We see Connor Pollard there with the camera as they get ready to transition the rope from being the 13-meter line to 12 meters, or 35 off the standard 75-foot line. Continuing to rock our way through this event, this is the Malibu Open 2022, brought to you also by Outer Armor, Doozies Boat Lifts, along with Zero Off, Louis Restaurant and Bar, the Red Bar, Grunt, and also the official tow line of the Malibu Open 2022. It is Masterline.
You might be a jumper then if you're going to fly.
All right, so
I'm not a flyer. Not much of anything, but.
okay, so as we work our way through all right, so here we go. This is 12 meters for Brianne Dodd. And doesn't appear to have lost a beat at all out there on the slalom course. That is 12 meters, a little bit narrow on 5, but still able to make her way through that run without too much in the way of problems at all. So Brianne Dodd settling into the water and getting ready for 11.25 meters, which is the vast which currently contains the lead score of 2 by Hannah Strotsova. Just letting herself go down course a little bit off number 2, and almost getting broken over and losing her balance into number 3, but managing to get back into a default position very, very quickly, and thus enabling her to run that pass. Almost overturns number 5, as a matter of fact. So dockside, looking at Anna Gay, and not too far away from her is Sean Hunter. Just trying to offer some guidance for her performance out there. Here we go. This is Brianne Dodd Entrance gates, number 1. Takes a good half snap off number 1. Round number 2. Can she make a play on number 2 to get her outside number 3? Not quite, but it is going to be a 1 1/2 buoy score. 1.5 at 11.25 meters. And that represents the second place score with 1 1/2. So still looking to get back into full form. That is Bree-Ann Dodd. And our next competitor to take to the water will be Anna Gay. So just looking at the instant replay one again for Bree-Ann Dodd, just getting pitched into number 2 and turning into slack and wasn't prepared to hold that much. So let's check in with Wade's World.
Guys, I'm here with Italian champion Miss Alice Bagnoli. A lot warmer now than when we arrived this morning, right?
Yeah, definitely. When I got here this morning, I was like, oh, I don't really want to get in the water, but now it feels much warmer. The temperature got up, and the wind actually got down, so it feels conditions are great, and I'm going to try my best to do what I can.
We're going to see your big scores next. Back to you guys.
All right, then, coming in on pass number 1, it is going to be Anna Gay. Settling in on 14.25 meters. Good strike on number 1. Gets a good hard snap off that turn. Allowing that ski to fully rotate and then getting behind the boat. And then just firming up on that line. And going from one end of the course to the next. And skiing on that master line. And checking in with Wade.
I'm here with Miss Regina Jaquison. If you can tell, we're in the Andrews Sports Medicine tent, one of our sponsors. Thank you guys so much. And I'm rocking the new hat. And so what are we doing here?
Well, I'm getting ready to go slalom, and thanks to Andrews Institute, I am able to continue this sport because about 15 and a half months ago, I tore my ACL, and their facility got me back in 4 months, and Malibu Open was actually my first tournament back. So here we are again, and they're on site. They're a major sponsor. We got Dr. Kohlberg here. Do you want to say anything? Put you on the spot.
Yeah, Regina has been great. She's certainly a role model of hard work and resilience to get back into the sport. So we're really proud of her.
Well, thank you guys so much for your sponsorship and for your work on her knee. We're going to see her out there soon. We'll let them get back to work. Back to you guys.
All right, excellent stuff there. And Andrew Sports Medicine, known worldwide for its expertise in helping athletes rehab back to full health. You can basically ask any NFL agent who they have on their speed dial, and it's Andrew Sports Medicine, because when one of their players goes down, they're already on a flight to Birmingham, Alabama. All right, then, here we go. That is Anna Gay on that second pass of 13 meters, looking very strong and looking quite aggressive out there. Using some of the balance and that she incorporates into her trick skiing, very much into a slalom in. Anna Gay, the current world champion in women's tricks. And coming up soon, there is going to be a podcast episode with Anna Gay on the TWBC podcast. Check that out. It should be dropping tomorrow. The TWBC podcast available on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and Google Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite podcast. All right there, Anna Gay getting ready for pass number 3. It is going to be the 12-meter line, an ever-critical line length for our female competitors. We're seeing on dockside getting ready for her turn is Alicia Bagnoli. Looking for some points on the Waterski Pro Tour list. And here is Anna Gay. Getting halfway down the course on 12 meters. Things are starting to get a little bit tense out there for her. Round number 5, round number 6. some of the earlier technique that she used to actually run the opening 2 passes is going a little bit by the wayside, but managing to get all the way through on pass number 3. This is Anna Gay on 12 meters. Just a little bit disconnected from the boat on buoy number 1, which kind of set a chain reaction for the remainder of the run, and needing to really dig deep and conjure up something magical to make it through 12 meters. But on the whole, it didn't look at all bad, having gotten round number 6 and to the wakes. And a fantastic effort there. That is Anna Gay. All right, anything more than 2 on the next pass will allow her to take the lead. And just a reminder that the format of this competition, it's a 2-round slalom tournament for the Open women, and the best score from either of those 2 rounds, as long as it puts you in the top 6, you make it through to the final. Top 6 women advance through to the final based upon their best score out of 2 rounds. Here we go. This is Anna Gay. Let's see what she can do. She's round buoy number 1. Takes a good hard snap on buoy number 1. Good deceleration to buoy number 2. She's round number 2, and she will get a score that will represent the new lead at 2.5 at 11.25 meters. That is Anna Gay. Good, solid effort there, especially with a gate approach into number 1. Left foot forward, which means that she has an easier time turning number 1 than she does on number 2. And then tried to make a good play on number 3, but unfortunately the ski over-rotated, too much weight on the tip, and down she went, but not before she takes the lead with a score of 2.5 at 38 off 11.25 meters. So looking at this once again, just taking in a little bit too much slack line at the end of number 3, and unfortunately unable to get to the wakes to score that singular buoy. But she scores just enough to take the lead away from Hanna Streltsova. All right, moving from the United States to Italia for our next competitor, coming to us out of Milan and Rome, and trains at a variety of different locales, including the national training site of the Italian Waterski and Wakeboard Federation in Rocchetto, and also at Swiss Ski School in Central Florida. This is Alice Bagnoli. So, Alice Bagnoli coming into the course, the bronze medalist in the recent European Waterski Championships held on her home side of Rocchetto. Currently 9th on the Pro Tour standings. The best score of the season is about a 4.5 on 11.25 meters. Would definitely would love to try and get a little deeper on that particular run, because she has run 11.25 meters in the past. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with our other Italian in the field, Miss Bea Aiani. So get in tight on this, Jeremy. I absolutely love this. Don't worry, ski happy. Where'd this come from?
It's from my home place in Sperlonga, Waterski Sperlonga, and it's I think like it's been probably 20 years that we do have these stickers, and it's, and you have to be happy while you're skiing and have fun. I think that's the point.
Don't worry, ski happy like Bea. Back to you guys.
Yes, indeed. Continuing right along, we've got Alice Bagnoli on the opposite end of the course, getting ready for her next run, which is going to be 13 meters. And as I was alluding to just a few moments ago, Alice Bagnoli has run through 11.25 meters. Did so at the World Championships last season, and getting rather close to ascend in the ladder in the women's slalom final. Here we go. This is Alicia Bagnoli from Italia. This now is on 13 meters. Powerful style, especially behind the boat, loading up well. And a good extension around buoy number 6 to seal the deal. That was on 13 meters, now getting ready for 12, Alicia Bagnoli. Not much wrong with that particular effort for Alice, as we look at Beatrizia Yanni in the foreground. They travel together extensively through various tournaments around the world, especially across Europe. So always a good supported system for each other. And actually last year at the European Waterski Championships, they both placed on the podium in Greece. Not quite the same situation this time around, though, but supportive of each other to the last. So, Alicia Bagnoli getting ready to get up behind that Malibu Response TXI. Certainly plenty of grunt there in that tournament towboat. And definitely ticks all the boxes in terms of performance and precision. Here we go. This here now is Alicia Bagnoli. 12 meters. Let's see how she gets along. Oh, a little bit behind the rope there on number 2. Had to kind of stand up and wait for the line to tighten before she went across course. But she still has enough room to spare. And gets round that pass of 12 meters. So 12 meters, the line length for Alicia Bagnoli. Half a meter to spare on each of these turns. As the line gets shorter, it gets more and more difficult for the skier to make a play on each buoy, because you just don't have that much room to work with whenever it's stretched from the middle of the course out perpendicular to buoy's width. But now we are on 11.25 meters for the next run, so she's going to have to make up a deficit of a quarter of a meter on each turn in order to stay with the run. All right, so as Bea looks out towards the slalom course and surveys the situation that will be coming to her next, let's see what Alicia Bagnoli can do. 11.25 meters. Her best score this season is 4.5. Gets the turn on buoy number 1. Gets a good strike into number 2. Handle up a little bit high. She can ski for the wakes. That's going to be a new lead score. She gets round number 4. S turns. She has the lead. That is Alicia Bagnoli with 4 at 11.25 meters. The question is, will that lead stay intact for long enough to maybe make an impression upon the finalist? That we won't know for a good while yet. But so far as Alicia Bagnoli is concerned, a little bit on the tail of the ski, trying to wash down some speed coming up at the end and allow the ski to fully rotate. And the same was the case around number 2. Handle up a little bit high off number 3. At this point, she knew she had the lead, but she didn't quite have the early aggressive approach that she typically musters on 11.25 meters, and has to make do with 4. But 4 buoys is the lead, and that is Alicia Bagnoli of Italia with that score. So far as the leaderboard is concerned, we have Alicia Bagnoli with 4. We have Anna Gay with 2.5. We've got Hannah Stroltsova on 2. Brianne Dodd with 1.5. And then Emma Goldstein with 4 on the 12-meter line. So, just looking at this instant replay again, and just Just trying to make sure she gets a good baseline score, because every single one of our female skiers actually gets a second round to go. And from there, we will determine the top 6 who would advance through to the next round of the competition, the finals. This is Beatricia Yanni, whose best score this season is 2 at 10.75 meters. Beatricia, who, as you probably noticed, skis right foot forward. She also skis right hand up. And we'll explain a little bit more about that right after we check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Italian Alice Bagnoli, and 4-11, you maybe wanted more, but at least it's a lead, right?
We can say I'm consistent, that's for sure. Yeah, my 35 was horrible. Honestly, I'm not happy how I ran it. I feel I got picked up a little late, so I wasn't used to that slack after the buoy. At 11, my mind was just going for it, so I wasn't really thinking much, so I guess I skied a little bit better, but late at 4 zigzag.
Conditions good, though?
Yeah, conditions are great. Water feels good, really nice.
All right, we needed to hear that. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Wade, as we get set to bring in Beatricia Yanni back into the course, a skier out of Scinaltico Spirlonga, which is not too far away from the Italian nation's capital of Rome. There we see the current leaderboard, Alicia Bagnoli in the lead with 4 at 10.75 meters. Now attacking that lead is Beatricia. Not looking too bad. This is a second pass. It is 13 meters. Looking in good shape for the most part, and will make it through that pass without too much in the way of problems. Looking good here, and has looked pretty consistent throughout the summer of tournaments. Explains why she has a pretty high standing right now on the Waterski Pro Tour. And let's check in with on dockside with Wade's World.
So Karen Truelove, after a good weekend last week and made the finals, got some family here, huh? Right? Making it fun?
Yep. The in-laws got obviously my immediate family and the dog. And then Freddie's parents came, so that's awesome. Always nice to have them here.
Always love the Truelove family affair. Yeah, so we're enjoying it. We're going to see her on the water really soon. Back to you guys.
All right, excellent stuff as we look out towards the dock and see Sasha Denierskaya getting ready for her turn and getting ready for her pass, which is going to be 12 meters next, is Beatricia Yanni, who is currently lying in 6th place right now on the Waterski Pro Tour standings on 153 points, and looking to try and boost up her point total a little bit further, provided that she can get through 12 meters and maybe have a good stab at 11.25 meters. This is Beatricia, looking good, looking strong, skiing beautifully out there with one buoy to the next, and getting ready for 11.25 meters. Now, I alluded to this a little bit earlier on, that Beatricia skis right foot forward, which she always has done, but she skis right hand up. And the reason why she has the handle inverted is because she did suffer an elbow and a shoulder injury about a decade or so ago, and actually took a hiatus away from the sport for a while because it became too painful for her to ski. But then she realized that maybe if she changed her handle grip to be inverted, that might actually lengthen her involvement in the sport, which it has done. It's meant that she had to make some adjustments to her technique and so on and so forth, but it's enabled her to continue on skiing and also continue on skiing to this high level. So now it's going to be 12 meters there for Beatricia Yanni, and the lead skier Alicia Bagnoli are watching and just keeping keeping a watch and see if her position at the moment is going to be challenged in any way, shape or form. The lead score is 4:11.25 meters. A good hard stab into buoy number 1. She's right foot forward, which means a 135 side is not going to be as aggressively turned compared to her opposite side, which is 246. It is a 3 buoy count, which currently puts Patrizia Yanni in second place right now. So Italian skiers currently in P1 and P2 right now with Alicia Bagnoli in the lead with 4 and Patrizia Yanni on 3. So, and as I mentioned before, some good baseline, a good baseline score for Alicia Bagnoli on 3 and Patrizia Yanni on 3. My mistake. Alicia Bagnoli was on 4 on 11.25 meters, but they've got some good scores to work from, and round number 2 a little bit later on this afternoon will determine whether they'll have a chance of making it through to the next round of the competition. In between those 2 rounds of women's slalom, we also have men's slalom, where 6 will advance through to the next round based upon the best score from 2 rounds of skiing. And here we go. Next skier to take to water, coming to us out of Winter Garden in Central Florida. This is Sasha Denierskaya, who is the current world women's overall champion. Part of being a good overall skier is being evenly matched on all 3 events. And she is looking good out there on the slalom course. All right, then, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Brianne Dodd, and even though she skied in tournaments forever, you took this little break, and so were you nervous?
Yes, definitely. I've had, like I said, 2 summers off, so it's been a long time coming, and standing on that starting dock again, I definitely had the nerves.
And then what about the nerves going around the island, sort of coming up on the pre-gates?
No, once I hit the water, I was good. Just the starting dock, I was like, oh gosh, this is what it feels like to compete again. But once I was on the water, I mean, I'm here to have fun. It's great to have my kids watch me and cheer me on. But I mean, when I was done skiing, I was happy.
We're happy too, and it's over with, right? Yay! Woo! Okay, back to you guys.
All right then. So let's look out and see Sasha Denierskaya. This is going to be the 13-meter run. Minimum starting line length for all of our female competitors is 14.25 meters. Not looking too bad. In great form, as a matter of fact. Good aggressive stance. And a fantastic looking pass there all the way throughout for Sasha Denierskaya. And here we are at the Malibu Open, brought to you by Malibu Boats and their local dealership in Alabama, Rambo Marine. We thank those folks very much indeed for their continuing support. Also, we thank the support of Vulcan Materials Company alongside Good Waterskis. Thank those folks a lot as well. And we'll continue to highlight some of our other supporters of this event, without which we would not have an event. So checking in on one of our competitors, getting limbered up, getting stretched out and ready to go. It's Regina Jaquist. And Regina Jaquist trying to make an impact upon the Waterski Pro Tour women's standings. There you see the schedule on our left-hand side, 2 rounds of women's slalom skiing. In between those 2 rounds, we've got the men's slalom round 1, and we'll also have the jump event in the women's and men's competition a little bit later on this afternoon. All right, here we go. This now is Sasha Denierskaya. This is 12 meters. very, very quick with the turn for the gates. On 12 meters, getting a little down course off number 2, but and getting even further down course on number 3, and she tried to turn a little harder to get back into the game, and unfortunately unable to stay on top of the water as a result. So that is going to be on 12 meters, which means that she's going to have to play a serious game of catch-up come round 2 to put herself in a position where she could be slaloming in the women's final. It's going to be 2.5 on 12 meters, and that is Sasha Denierskaya, which leaves us with 6 skiers remaining on this list, and that should give you a pretty darn good idea of where our what score is going to be necessary in order for any of our 6 skiers, top 6 skiers, to advance. Currently, we have Alicia Bagnoli on 4 and 11.25 meters. That is the bubble score. But do remember that we do have a second round of women's slalom competition, so it's not all cut and dry yet. We still got those performances to factor into the equation. But for now, the current bubble score, which is the lead, is held by Alicia Bagnoli with 4 and 11.25 meters, with 6 skiers remaining in this opening round of women's slalom skiing. With that in mind, we've got our next skier to take to the water, coming to us out of Windermere in Florida, and originally out of the city of Fuquay-Varina in North Carolina. It is Karen Truelove. All right, Karen Truelove approaching the course right here and now. Hasn't skied at too many events this summer, but she is currently lying in 13th spot and on 30 points in the Waterski Pro Tour standings, and eager to try and boost that up a little bit more. Current best score this season is 2 at 10.75 meters for Karen Truelove. And certainly one of the finest slalom skiers you will ever see out there in the water from the technical aspect. And just taking a look at our exclusive TWBC buoy cam, and just showing us the style and the grace and the aggression that went into the successful completer. The successful completion of 14.25 meters. Let's check in on dockside.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Chelsea Mills and our former San Gervasio Pro-Am champion. So you loose and ready to go?
I am. I have a couple of little nagging injuries. I took a hit last week sometime, and so my wrist is kind of bothering me and my shoulder. But I'm going to try to put that out of my mind and just go and feel it out today.
She's strong in the mind. That's what she does. Back to you guys.
Yes, indeed. Chelsea Mills getting ready for her turn out there on the starting dock, and we'll see how things pan out, not only for her but also for Karen Truelove, who is currently out in the water and getting ready to come back into the course on the 13-meter line. No one has taken the bold step of going in on 13 meters for starters, although that could well change with the skiers that will be coming up next, who are well experienced at going in on that particular line. So it shouldn't be too much of a surprise if they do. For Karen Truelove's part, this is 30 meters on pass number 2, and not looking too bad as she makes a turn around buoy number 6. So, as Karen Truelove gets. As Karen Truelove secures a 30-meter run, let's welcome in Alicia Bagnoli. How are you doing there?
Hey everyone, how you doing? Good, I'm good. Just finished skiing, so quite happy about it.
Good. So you had a pretty decent score, a 4 on 11.25 meters. Your best score of the season is 4.5, so it's not too far away from that. But you know, I get a sense that there's a little bit of frustration there, a little bit, because you scored it through 11.25 meters last year at the World Championships, and I think you scored that at another tournament there last season. So it's just the consistency point of view that is the issue, right?
So as you know, usually I kind of get in shape, my best shape at the end of the summer. This season, I actually have been not running 38s as much as last year, so kind of holding back a little bit my skiing technique this summer. But that's the goal. I'm kind of frustrated. 4:11 is a great score, and I always get it, but it's kind of frustrating to just not move on from that.
Okay, well, hopefully you'll turn that around in round number 2. I'm sure that you've got your phone out at some stage and want to review
watching and rewatching my skiing.
Exactly.
And now we're watching Karen going through 35 off, 12-meter line. She's such a strong skier, since a long time. She just gets strong position behind the boat and just reaching just to get the ski out of the buoy enough, and then getting the light tight. Yeah, she's such an experienced skier, so she knows what to do in case something happens, or even if she's in great shape, how to keep moving.
Yes, multiple-time national champion, and certainly one of the best skiers you'll ever see out there on the water. And just a reminder about the format: the top 6 advance out of the best scorer from either of the 2 rounds. So just trying to establish a good baseline here, Karen Trulove, and is certainly a competitor that's capable of running through 11.25 meters.
Yeah, and as a skier, you kind of want to try to do your best in the first round in case something happened in the second round. Try to go for it, but this Malibu Open, we're going to have 2 rounds, so she's got 2 tries in order to try to run 38 and keep moving at 39. So that's a good format for all the people, kind of in the bubble. There's you're not surely in the top 3, so you're in the bubble every time. So 2 rounds is definitely helping for that.
And just getting that good solid baseline score. It's good. It's a good security blanket, but that you have to bring it come round 2.
Sure.
All right, then, here we go. This is Karen Trulove coming into the course right here, right now.
On score 4:38, so she needs to go and keep moving. Let's see her gate.
There we go. A little bit behind the rope on number 1. And even worse on buoy number 2, which gives her a score that's actually ties her with Brianne Dodd on 1.5 on 11.25 meters, which means that with 5 skiers remaining in round number 1, Alice, you're still in the lead.
Yeah, let's just wait and see. But I think Karen here, this side is a great side. The water is kind of cold, so it's a little faster. But as a skier, I felt it's really fast through the wakes, but in the pull out in the gate, it's kind of actually slow. So I think that's what happened here for Karen. She pulled out kind of a little bit on the slow side. She had to turn because the gate was coming, but didn't really manage to get wide enough at 1 and be on the central part of the ski.
Just didn't get locked in on the entrance gates into buoy number 1, I feel. She sent all of that speed at the buoy rather than outside.
Right, and she's usually a skier that pulls really strong through the wakes, but then kind of head change really quick, and here at 2 balls she just pulled that a little bit too long and then just fell on her back foot.
All right, then. So, next competitor up, Chelsea Mills, who's definitely been making a name for herself in the last 2 to 3 seasons, and good to have her back in tournament form. And this summer has been a little bit of an unusual one for Chelsea Mills, not doing as many tournaments this time around, spending a bit of time up north of the border, and also helping to care for her mother right now, who's currently trying to recuperate from cancer treatments right now. So there's that to factor in, which all must weigh on the mind a little bit. But once the line goes tight and you make the deep water starts, then it's down to business.
Yeah, I was talking to Chelsea, actually Swiss. I think it was Swiss Pro, and she told me she was going to go to Canada a little bit just to take some time off, not just from skiing, but from tournaments. We have a lot of tournaments, which is great every year, more tournaments every year, but that plays an important role in your mind, so some time off is definitely helping for the season.
All right, then, with that, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Allie Nicholson, and sign of a true slalom skier, her dog is on the dock with her.
Always. Yeah, he doesn't go too far. So try to get him to go with my parents here in a few minutes.
So she's keeping it loose. Obviously, back to you guys. We're enjoying.
We just saw Allie on the dock. She has her 2 dogs right here, so they look beautiful. They're just the same kind of dogs, so it's kind of confusing for someone who doesn't know them, but they're so beautiful dogs, always hanging around her on the dock. That's some great support right there.
Yes, absolutely. Any kind of companion you can bring along, that just makes the whole deal a little bit more relaxing, is definitely beneficial. So here we go. Coming in on pass number 2, this is Chelsea Mills, and employs a rather unusual style. I mean, into number 1, you expect that kind of turn, but a little bit of counter rotation comes into play on buoy number 2, and that's been the hallmark of her technique. Something like that into number 4. Nice, smooth and aggressive strike on number 5. Around number 6, a mere formality there for her.
Yeah, Chelsea has definitely her own style, but if you can see, like, when she skis, her control of the rope is just incredible. She's really central on the ski, and then just before the buoy, she keeps that line tight and that handle moving all the time, so that she knows that when the ski is going to turn, she has a rope right there, and she can just keep moving and going to the next buoy.
All right, then. So Chelsea Mills, who currently lies in 8th place on the Waterski Pro Tour standings, actually just above you, Alice. She is on 78 points and looking to try and gain a few more points to maybe vault her above the likes of Paige Reaney, and if she can get towards the very top, then she could put herself in a top 6 position above Betrizia Yanni on the Waterski Pro Tour list.
Yeah, she's definitely a consistent skier. We're going to see what she does in this tournament, but that I was talking about that line type, that makes her being so consistent at 38 and running them no matter what. Like last weekend we saw her, she was quite late, but she managed to get that line and read it again.
And so far as all of the weapons in her arsenal are concerned, not only does she have the strength and the fitness, but she also has the psychological edge as well in most aspects, because she works as a sports psychologist for winning mindset. Let's see if she can apply all of that into this run. This is 12 meters, a little bit down course, but managing to get on the gas almost immediately upon realizing that, and gets around all 6 buoys on 12.
The mind plays an important role while skiing, and as you said, she helps a lot of other skiers and all of other athletes to get their mindset strong, to be on the water in this case. So it's actually I want to see how it plays in her role, as a skier, but she's also she should know what to do and what to expect as a teacher for mindset, but let's see how she can control that on herself.
All right, a little bit on the tail of the ski going into number 1, but that's very rarely a problem for Chelsea Mills, approaching her onside turn, and anything that she loses on the gate shot, she can more than compensate for with an immediate turn there. Then just a little bit down course off number 4, but managing to take the snap of the line and then get round 5 and number 6. Yeah, just absolutely wonderful looking pass on 12 meters. All right, then. So what changes between 12 and 11.25 meters, Alice?
12, 35 off. You're just let's just watch Chelsea here coming at 38. Let's see her gate. Wide enough in the gate, pulling out for 1. Good one, but broken over at 1, pulling out at 2. She had that line tie, so she kept moving, and unfortunately she falls at 3 ball.
So with 2.5 at 38 off, 11.25 meters, that puts her in the same position as Anna Gay, who we saw earlier on with 2.5 at 11.25 meters, and with 4 skiers to go, Alice, you're still in the lead.
Yeah, quite impressed right now.
Okay.
But, as you asked me before, what changed between 35 and 38? There's not much of a change. Just the timing it's a little different, 35 off, you got more room in case something happened. And the 38 off, you just need to make sure you're up in the boat and the gate. Otherwise, the boat is just going to pull you in right away at 1, and then you got no space at 2. Just like this, I think she was just a little bit narrow at her pullout. And the angle, she just didn't get wide enough before 1, and then the angle just kept going over and over and being later when she moved on to 2 and 3.
All right, let's check in dockside with Wade.
You guys here with Miss Jamie Bull. Jamie, tell us how your week was.
A little hectic, trying to get away from the storm, so plans changed a bit, canceled some flights, got in a car, drove up here, so happy to be here and thinking about everybody in Florida who's struggling, so.
Yeah, that's life as a water skier in Florida. We're always running from hurricanes, so we're going to watch her run some buoys next. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then, approaching the course right here and now. Originally out of Gallatin in Tennessee, but now residing in Central Florida, where her occupation is a traveling nurse. This is Allie Nicholson.
Watching her coming in 28 off, going around 4 balls. She's got a strong position, really strong through the wakes, and be patient at around the buoy. And here she runs the 28 off, easy peasy.
Yes, indeed, and you can't help but be impressed with her aggression right at the end of the turn. She doesn't put too much beef in the turn itself or tries to whip the ski around too much. She's patient enough to allow that ski to fully rotate, and then when that ski comes round, then it's definitely off to the races.
Yeah, she's definitely like a light skier also on the water. She's really light, so the ski has more ability to turn and hold on to it because she just lighter and the ski just turns and she just hang on to the handle and the ski moves really fast through the wakes and get to the other buoy quicker.
Now, Allie Nicholson, who was actually in the lead on the Waterski Pro Tour for a while, is actually on 250 points right now and is currently in second place on the Waterski Pro Tour. That currently puts her at about, 74 points adrift from Jamie Bull right now, who currently leads the Pro Tour standings.
If I'm not mistaken, Allie had a really busy summer and season. She did every pro tournament there was. She flew over to Europe. She did every stop there, and now back in the U.S. to finish the season with the last 3 stops of the Pro Tour.
She definitely segued that into a nice little vacation, and rather successfully as well. This is Allie Nicholson. This is 30 meters.
So usually Allie she's a skier that usually starts at 32 off. Heavy in the second round, mandatory start at 32 off. I think she just wanted to take the first round starting at 28 off to maybe see the conditions both ways at 38 off, for a possible final.
All right, then, let's check in dockside with Wade.
Hey, guys, here with Miss Whitney McClintock-Rini, and Jamie Bull just spoke of it. A little hectic this week. Hurricane coming in, and event was over, and we're trying to get up here.
Yeah, as soon as that other event was over, we had a couple days of training at home, and then really last minute we decided to drive up instead of fly up on Thursday, which wasn't going to happen. So we got up here a little early, was able to get a practice ride, which I think was able to kind of settle some of our minds. I feel like yesterday was pretty high stress, just like, everyone's here at practice, which is busier than they were anticipating, I think, too. But we're here, and home is okay, so we have somewhere to go home to.
No, that was my next question. So after the weekend, at least Homestead is safe, so we're going to sit on the water next. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So continuing right along, obviously alluding to Hurricane Ian, which has ravaged the coastlines in a number of different countries. Cuba's power grid all was completely destroyed, and a lot of communities and across the Sunshine State of Florida also got decimated as well. So obviously our thoughts are with those people as they try to get back into gear. As we look at Allie Nicholson, not the easiest 12-meter pass that we've ever seen her run.
Yeah, a little bit got broken over at 2, pull out a little flat and long at 3, but 35 off for her is still a training pass. So even though she got a little slack out of 2 ball, she still managed to get back at it and finish in a good shape.
And she is a lefty, don't forget. I mean, so she has better turns on 135. So number 2, look at that. Oh, she completely overturned.
She does turn 135 really good, but also her offside, they're amazing. Like, she just waits for a handle low a little bit, hits to the handle right away, and she usually turns. She has a great offside as well.
Now, she definitely, she was definitely thinking on her feet a little bit there, because I mean the turn on number 2 was almost completely overturned, and she didn't want to produce that same kind of turn again on number 4, so she backed away from it and almost kind of safety checked herself.
Yeah, she just stayed patient. She knows if something goes wrong to just stay patient, wait for the line, get 2 hands on the handle, and just move to the next buoy.
All right there. So we're looking at Jamie Bull on the dockside, the current leader in the Pro Tour standings.
Ellie coming back 38 off, 11 meters.
Indeed, 11.25 meters. Now let's see what kind of start she gets. Very aggressive start into buoy number 1. And off number 1. Settling in on buoy number 2, keeping the ski out ahead of her. She's on buoy number 3, and she is inside buoy number 4. Wow. Do you have a horseshoe there somewhere, Alice?
I'm not sure what happened here. She had a little bit of slack out of 2 ball, but having that strong position, she still managed to get, of course, on the other side of the buoy and keep moving out of 3, and then she kind of crushed again out of 3. I think, her pull out, she stands up really tall with her hands, with the handle really close to her body. I think she just got a little bit open up to the boat, and the ski didn't manage to turn and get wide enough out of 1.
All right, so Alice still in the lead with 4 on 11.25 meters. Beatricia Yanni and Ali Nicholson currently tied on 3. For a 2-way tie for second place right now. 3 skiers remain.
But this having this format, having 2 rounds, this is setting the pace. But they still have a whole second round to just get a better score if they can, and just move on into the final.
Okay, so how does that kind of work a little bit in your mind right now? I mean, obviously everyone has a second chance,
right?
But you're in a pretty darn good position right now.
Right. So having, as I said before, going as best as you can in the first round is a better approach in case also of a backup. So there is a whole second round, so they can better their score and ski much better. But at the same time, the first round counts if the 2 rounds are tied for the last part in the final, so it's always good to have a first round as well.
All right then, now our next competitor on the water, and our first competitor to go in on 30 meters. Continuing to rock and roll. There we go. 13 meters, no worries there for Jamie Bull. And we'll see her pull out to shorten for the next line length, which is going to be the 12-meter line. So, all right, let's check in dockside with Wade.
Guys, it's Ali Nicholson again, and tell us the conditions look really good, but no one's run the 11-meter pass yet. So, anything curious? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What was your final score then?
3 at 10.7, 3 at 39.
Oh. 3 at 10.7. Sorry about my confusion. We were just talking about how we missed so much of the event when we're busy like this. So tell me then how the conditions were.
No, it feels great out there. I kind of have a hard time getting wide on the far gate. So just kind of getting settled. I switched skis this week. I'm really liking it. I mean, kind of feel like I'm always in it. So not the best 38 I've ever run, but, 6 in the books. So kind of needed that to get under my belt. Feeling good for the rest of the tournament.
So you mentioned having a little trouble on the other end. Well, every lake we ski at, there's always differences. This end good from the start? You like this?
Yeah, I like this end. I mean, I don't know what I did practice yesterday, and I kind of had the same thing. My passes this way were I just felt a little narrow at the gate. Something to prepare for next round. See if I can dial it in and get ready and hopefully be in the finals.
All right, back to you guys.
All right, then. Apologies right from the get-go. We didn't realize that Ali Nicholson started in on 13 meters, but then in retrospect, probably not all that surprising considering that she has done that on a number of occasions throughout the season. So that score of 3 at what we believe to be 11.25 meters ends up being 3 at 10.75 meters.
Now we just saw Jamie coming back at 12:35 off. You know, I spent the last couple of days jumping at Jax, and I saw Jamie and Ellie skiing there with all the HO team. They're just skiing there every day, being consistent, trying to get their technique dialed in, and see what they can do better in every set they do, you know.
Yes, and there's a great skiing there from Jamie Ball, the current world champion from last season at that very site that you alluded to, Alice. And some great skiing there. Seems very, very comfortable, and has an extremely comfortable position in the Waterski Pro Tour standings. Currently on 324 points, the leader ahead of Ali Nicholson. And currently in a two-way tie for third on 214 points is Whitney McClintock and Regina Jaquist. And Whitney McClintock is the very next skier to take to the water.
Yeah, we'll fight for that more spot in the Pro Tour leaderboard.
Indeed. All right, there, here we go. Selecting A2, which based upon our statistics that were gathered last week, seems to be favored by 7 out of 10 skiers on average.
Jamie coming into 5 ball at 38 off.
Yeah, there you go.
Smooth as it gets. Getting her ski around the buoy, getting the hands to the handle quick. No problem for Jamie.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems very, very light on the ski, and riding her own signature model, which has been released within the last few weeks. But a bit of an aerial edge change into buoy number 1, a little bit of ski release there, which is like an explosive release of load coming off the wakes. Not so much there into number 3. She manages to settle down and get back into her default rhythm. And like you say, I mean, Alice, this is about as good as it gets, really.
As good as it gets, yes. I know Jamie, she had a great season last year, of course. This season, she didn't start as well as she wanted to, but she's kind of getting back to it now. The last tournament, she's running 39 off. So she can definitely put a good score here.
And she also took an extensive leave of absence in Canada, you know, her native land. You know, she comes to us from North Bay in Ontario, you know, so, you know, she's kind of the outdoorsy type as well. I mean, aside from skiing, you know, she rock climbing and backcountry skiing and all of that.
Kind of sport outdoor, especially in Canada with that fresh, good weather, hanging out with her brother as well. So I know she loves that. But she still needs to spend the last few tournaments in Florida, and then I think she's going to go back again.
All right, then, here we go. This is 10.75 meters, and this is Jamie Ball, the current world champion. Oh, very hard strike into buoy number. Look at that. Good turn off number 1. She's round number 2. Look at this. Round number 3. She's in it. Look at this. She's round number 4. A little bit of a safety check up on 4. Oh, and she's loose into 5. Oh, and she is inside number 6. But there is your leader. That is Jamie Ball with 5 at 10.75 meters.
She was really going really strong, and she had a great turn until 3, and then 4 turned really well as well. She just paused a little bit at 5, you know, safety turn, and then didn't turn quite as she wanted, and then pulled to 6 and didn't manage to reach it. She was really strong out of 1. Look how that ski turned right nice well. Pulling to 2, managed that handle control right there. Getting a great strong pull out of 3. You see how she turns her shoulders also already to the next buoy. That managed to get a really cross-course alignment that works really well for her.
And then off number 5 into number 6.
Just paused just a tiny bit, that didn't manage to get around 6 then.
Yeah. But there you go. She's a new leader with 5 at 10.75 meters. That is Jamie Ball, which leaves us with 2 skiers on the dock ready to go. We have Regina Jaquist coming up in a few minutes. But before Regina, we have former world women's slalom champion Whitney McClintock.
Yeah, Jamie definitely put a good score up there for Whitney and Regina to follow or better. So it's always kind of the top 3, the last 3 skiers that always getting dialed in at at that end of the pass at 39 off. So now coming back, Whitney McClintock Rini at 32 off. She always started 32 off. She's getting comfortable now with that line length. 28 off is just too long for her. It would mess, the pass, the rope length is just too different from 28 to 32. So she just started 32.
Yep, just trying to get the heart rate up and keep it at a pretty decent level. That is Whitney McClintock Rini doing a fine job there. And now let's check in dockside with Wade.
So, guys, I'm with Miss Jamie Bull, and I apologize for my error with Miss Allie. I've got race radio, though, so we are sure you ran 11 meters. And tell us about your 39.
Yeah, my start at 39 was pretty solid. Struggling with the gates here a little bit, so it was like kind of late on my gate, but came out of 1 really well, moved through kind of 2 through 4 well, kind of lost where I was into 5 a little bit, and ended up coming in with quite a bit of speed. And I mean, it's prelims round and wasn't looking to do anything too crazy when I didn't know where I was, so ended up with 5, but feeling good about that start.
Well, she's obviously set the mark, so we'll let her go towel off. We'll see her again. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So Whitney McClintock Rini out there on the water. We just heard from Regina Jaquist and Wade. And continuing on with our analysis, we've got Alicia Bagnoli and to my opposite side, Beatrizia Yanni. So how are you doing?
Good. How are you, Tony?
Yes, indeed. I feel blessed. I'm surrounded by Italian beauty. What can I say?
Back to Italy.
Yes. All right, then. Here we go. We have got Whitney McClintock Rini, 30 meters.
That's 35 off, 12 meters.
Oh, yeah, 12 meters. Yeah, I was almost going with the previous schedule, but yeah, 12 meters. No worries
with
there.
A strong pass, easy for her as well. She has a great control of the line as well. She's just standing a little bit backwards on her ski, but that's how she skis, and she managed to get a great strong pull in the wakes.
Yeah. What do you say there, Beatrizia?
Well, yeah, she just keep moving with her body and have control with the ski, a little bit on the back at first and then keep going forward on it just to increase and then decelerate just before the buoy. So yeah, that was a very nice pass.
Just trying to maintain that direction across the back of the boat and trying not to let that ski tip move towards the buoy too early, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, just by standing a little bit backwards, she managed to get her, as you said, the tip of the ski getting wider just before the buoy and getting enough width to then crank that buoy up.
All right, then. So as we wait for the towboat to bring Whitney McClintock, let me tell you about Outer Armour, one of our great sponsors, along with Doozy's Boat Lift, Zero Off, Louis Restaurant Bar, the Red Bar, Grunt, and Masterline. We thank those guys very much indeed for their continuing and generous support. As we have a look and see Whitney McClintock Rini, this is now, what is it, 11.25 meters. Look at this, handle up a little bit high, but still able to conquer that pass. No worries there.
In her 38 off, they're always nice. Also because she doesn't panic at all. So if she sees that she's a little late, the good thing that works for her also is that she just waits a little longer and turn the buoy a little later. Just waiting for that line. You don't have to turn the buoy right next to you. You just can wait a little longer, waiting for that line tight, and then turn it and get a good angle for the next buoy.
It's just that difference, what that experience makes, because I mean, with a lot of skiers, when they get to this position and they're a little bit down course, they're like going into full on panic mode, like, oh no, but with Whitney McClintock Rini, she says, okay, I've still got this.
Locks her arms. You know,
a lot of people want to just run the pass at one single buoy. Well, you just need to keep it moving, as Bea said. Just keep the line tight, keep it moving with your body. You don't have to be as early as you want. You just need to finish run 6 buoys.
Absolutely. All right, there we go. Regina Jaquist getting ready to take to the water in just a few minutes. Here, this is Tony Lightfoot, and on my left and to the right on your screen whenever we see them, Alicia Bagnoli. On my right and to the left on your screen, we'll have Beatrice Yanni.
Right, Whitney coming back at 39 off. Jamie Bull has the lead as of now. Let's see what she can do, pulling out for the gate.
Here she comes, round, a little tail heavy on 1, but she's still there on 2. She's still getting the ski angled away. Oh, look at that. Round number 3, and tries to make a play on 4, but ends up skiing to the shore. So what is that? That's going to be 3 at 10.75 meters.
Yeah, let's see what the judges call it. She had a good start, but 39 is a hard pass. So once you have a slack out of 1 buoy, it's just hard to get better at it. She tried to turn 2 ball, but unfortunately had a slack again at 3 ball. Tried to pull for 4, but didn't reach it.
All right, so here we go. Let's have a look at this one again, Bea.
It was nice gate, but then she had a little bit. Probably she was too much on her back before getting the
I think in
the rope.
she squatted down a little bit.
Yeah, and that's how you don't want to have your ski, because then if you squat down a bit, then you can't reach the speed that you want. You
can't get any traction off the ski going from one side to the other.
Right, going straight to the next buoy. So
the gate approach didn't look too bad into her onside, but then that ski just kind of jumped up at her and refused to do anything more.
It wasn't bad, but at the end, at 39 off, you need any inch you can get. So I think she didn't just get wide enough at one.
All right, great stuff. That is Whitney McClintock reading with 3 at 10.75. Still in the lead, Jamie Ball with 5 on that same line length. Also, Ali Nicholson got 3 at 10.75 as well, so she's actually tied in second with Whitney McClintock reading. All right, then, here we go. Multiple-time world slalom champion, multiple-time world record holder, one of the best to ever do it. This is Regina Jaquist.
Yeah, Regina and Whitney still fighting for that spot on the Pro Tour leaderboard. They're as of now tied in 3rd place. So any more buoy they can get from the other girl, it's just going to make them advance and get more points and hopefully get a 2nd place from now.
Yes, indeed, because they are on 214 points apiece, and they are about 36 points adrift from 2nd place, which is held by Ali Nicholson. Still in the lead in the Pro Tour standings on 324 is Jamie Bull. So we see there Lyman Hardy at the helm of that that Malibu towboat, and
so Whitney's final score
is 3 1/4. The judges reviewed the video.
Oh, it's 3 1/4. Yeah. So she did make a play on number 4. Okay, so there we go.
She just hold on long enough and then let go of the handle, but the ski was already around a quarter of a buoy. So final score 3 1/4 for Whitney.
And those quarter
in 2nd place.
Those quarter of a buoys can make a difference. Just ask Freddie Winter.
Yeah, exactly. As I said before, it's always good to have a better backup score in case something happened in the 2nd round. So you always have that quarter of a buoy more for that final spot in the final.
All right, here we go. Regina Jaquist coming into the course, finished 3rd in the previous Pro Tour event, which took place last week on Lake Crew.
I know Regina is working really hard for this event. All the background of this event is also made by her help, and now she's slaloming in this tournament and also jumping. So she said she hasn't jumped much, but she's going to start jumping again.
Yeah, I saw her actually practice jump the other day, and she was taking some good hits on the jump there in single cuts, and the last 3/4 cut, would have rivaled most of our jumpers here. But she's been pragmatic. She's been very practical about her chances in the jump event.
She knows what she can and cannot do. So
exactly.
If she has to take the jump, she will take it. But if she doesn't have to, that her position maybe is not perfectly aligned, she's just going to pass.
But let's have a look at her slalom skiing, Bea.
I mean, Regina is incredible on the ski. She has a great style, very strong style. You can see that everything is locked right after the buoy.
We all look up to Regina's style.
Yeah.
Now, and that's a thing. I mean, obviously there are a lot of skiers that that look towards others, for inspiration, for a little bit of guidance, and like picking little bits and pieces out. Now, what could I incorporate? Now, I'm gonna ask you two basically the same question. What have you seen from someone from the likes of Regina that you've incorporated into your own skiing?
That's a hard question. I mean, there is a lot of things that I'm kind of trying to do the same as she does. Her style is just a little bit different. So being as strong and as aligned, you see that body alignment after the buoy, you just get the handle and just perfectly aligned, and that's really gets the width out of the buoy for that ski.
Now, so far as you, Bayer, is concerned, you ride on ski from the same ski company. Good.
Yeah, good.
So this is probably going to be a slightly easier question to answer. But have you picked anything from what Regina does that you've incorporated into your own?
Well, as Alicia says, that we all have different styles and things, but like the most thing that I'm working about is to be strong, like behind the boat, and to lock those arms on my body, and that's what I think Regina does. She just really strong behind the boat and feeling the arms and the core at the same time, like really strong. Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm working about now.
That makes your head change also be much quicker, so you get to the buoy like a little earlier.
Yeah.
Well, all right then. So let's have a quick look at the leaderboard. We've still got Regina Jaquist out there on the water. You see Jamie Ball there with the current lead score of 5 at 10.75. Currently in second, Whitney McClintock-Rini with 3 1/4 at 10.75. Then you see Ali Nicholson, the likes of Ali Nicholson on 3, and that's where it looks like from there. So here we go, Regina Jaquist. What is this? This is 10.75.
10.75, sorry.
Ooh, horrid start off number 1.
Stop out of 1, but then she cranks out of 2, and she's back in the game, pulling out 4.
Oh, and goes down on 3 1/2.
Did not expect that. How she turned 4. 1 was the best one, but then 2 and 3, they were just back in the game, and then.
Yeah. But I think that's what Tony was saying earlier, that the rope wasn't there. She was turning really hard, and the boat got her.
Yeah. Well, certainly line management is part and parcel of high-level slalom skiing, and Regina Jaquist does it as well as anybody. But sometimes you just have an offset, it doesn't quite work out for you. And
as I say, 39 off, it's a hard pass. So if you're slightly not in the best position or the position you want, it's just hard to recover.
Indeed. I mean, and that number 1, certainly not the best, but she recovered enough off number 2 that might have suggested that she would have made it through this pass. But things slowly but surely, I mean, they got rushed and got very, very quick towards the end there. She took a very, very vicious hit off number 4. Yeah. She might need the assistance of Andrew Sports Medicine to try and get ready for the next round. But let's check the leaderboard. Jamie Ball on 5 and 10.75 meters. Regina Jaquist in outright second with 3 1/2. Just a quarter of a buoy more than Whitney McClintock-Rini with 3 1/4. Ali Nicholson with 3 and 10.75. Alicia Bagnoli with 4 at 11.25 meters. And Beatrice Iani, you're still very much in the game here as well, with 3 at 11.25 meters. You see the remaining skiers. That concludes round 1 of the women. We're going to go into the men's competition. I thank Beatrice Iani
Thank you, Tony,
for being here on that side, and Alicia Bagnoli on this side. We're bringing Italy to Alabama here. And we'll bring you more great skiing as part of the 2022 Malibu Open right here at Lyman Land, USA in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. We'll be back right after these.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right then, so we now move on to the men's slalom competition. There's your list. Greg Terry, who takes the water first, followed by Sean Hunter, Daniel Ordavaco, Felipe Miranda, and the rest. So here we go, Greg Terry. All right, so here we go. Opening pass, 30-meter minimum starting line length. All right, so as he makes his way through the opening pass. All right, then. So, continuing on with the men's slalom, we've got our first skier out, Greg Terry, and joining me here in the announcer spot, Ali Nicholson. How you doing?
Doing well, Tony. Doing well. Pretty
Good.
happy. First round in the books.
No worries, no worries. It's been a while.
It has, yeah. Best score for me since Hilltop, so a little bit of a relief.
Indeed, indeed. So, let's continue right along. We've got Greg Terry. Minimum starting line length, as I mentioned, was 13 meters. And not looking too bad. I believe this is 12. We'll try and get confirmation of that. And
that looks like 13, yeah.
Yeah, that would be consistent with 13. So Greg Terry getting through the opening two passes. And trying to stay hydrated is the other member of the announcing crew right here, the one, the only, Freddie Krueger.
Hey guys, good to be here. Learning about the technology. Here's the on-off button.
Okay.
That's just what happens when you let jumpers announce for slalom. But very excited to be here. We had a good start to the morning.
Absolutely. Some great skiing. Certainly leaves the way open for a number of competitors to maybe make their mark in the second round of the women's competition, which will take place upon the immediate conclusion of this one. So from that point of view, Ali, I mean, how do you rate your prospects going forward?
I like to think I have a pretty good chance. I mean, there's definitely several people out there capable. Right now, I'm sitting tied for third, I think. So I feel pretty good about making it into the top six, but there's definitely another round. A lot can happen, so we'll see.
All right, then. We'll keep an eye on that. And as we look at Greg Terry coming in now on 12 meters, having run through 14 and 13, a little bit slipping out towards the back on some of these turns and leaving him exposed into number 4. And if he runs this, it will be a miracle.
Quite the recovery there for sure.
What do you reckon to that one, Freddie?
He was on the edge there for sure, and that was one of those. Even letting go wasn't going to be a good option, right? Like he's hanging on because that was actually the best option. But looks like he's having a little trouble getting his traction, I guess I would say. And I felt like I saw that a little bit in the women's event. Some of the water's cooled off a little bit, shallower lake. it can make the ski ride a little high, and it'll actually end up feeling a little slippery. We've also got dyed water here, which tends to I don't know that I can say it makes the ski ride higher, but I do feel pretty confident in my years of training at Jay Bennett's and going around the world on different dyed lakes. You end up with a little slipperier feel to the water. And just looks like he's skating around a little bit there, did a great job of hanging on and getting through that pass.
So, I mean, what you're saying is like the dye that you put in the lakes kind of like increases the saline of...
I don't know that I want to go into organic chemistry on it, but, in layman's terms, dyed water tends to feel a little slipperier. And, I think if you talk to race car drivers, they'll talk about tracks heating up and cooling down to, hey, we've got good grip. We end up feeling that a little bit in skiing as well. So, as the day goes on.
Oh! He almost did it again there.
Yeah, he leans into that offside shoulder, doesn't he?
Certainly does. And it's going to be 1 1/2 at 11.25 meters to get things up and running. But, much like Molly Hatchett, is flirting with disaster on this one.
Yeah, a little loose line in his first movement over to that 2-ball rather than being able to move with his hips and knees. He's leading with that shoulder and just got him a little bit out of sorts, but he'll work on that. I'm not sure what Greg's normal or average score would be.
No, I'm not sure.
New to us here on the Pro Tour, so awesome to see him get out there and run those first 3 passes and get a start here. And he's got a second round. As mentioned before, it's best of 2 rounds, so he's got another shot at it. So he'll come in and kind of, I'm going to guess he'll go pull up the webcast, rewind it, have a look at it, and kind of see what he can improve.
All right, then. So our next competitor to take Tour of Water, coming to us originally from Great Britain, but a representative of the Raging Cajun Waterski team from Louisiana Lafayette, where he makes his temporary home these days. This is Luke Outram. So, getting ready for his opening pass. I believe it's going to be 14.25 meters, unless he feels...
Looks like 13, yeah.
Okay, so it's going to be a 13-meter opening pass. Not looking too bad out there, Ali.
Yeah, no, looks good. I don't know Luke very well, so I haven't really watched him ski very much, but I think he looks great here on this opening pass. Nice and smooth.
All right, then. So going through pass number 1, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, guys, super fun spot to be. Always the sort of the transition between events. Lady Slalom was over, and then there's that sort of calm before the storm. And, yeah, what a spot to be in. So far, just a slight tailwind off the dock. So the skiers will be getting that 4th pass, which for the big boys will be their 10-7, I'm sure. So, perfect conditions. Exactly what we sort of wanted for Lyman Land. And they're saying the boat's running sweet, so we're loving it. Going to see some big scores today. Back to you guys.
All right, you are, Wade, and we've got Luke Outram getting ready to transition from 13 meters to 12. I'm here with Ali Nicholson and Freddie Kruger, and we'll probably end up talking a little bit towards the end about the men's jumping event, which you'll most certainly be part of, Freddie.
Yep.
Yeah.
Towards the end, you said, right?
Yeah, towards the end.
I won't drag us into it now.
No, not that. Not in any way, shape, or form. All right, there. So here we go. We have got Luke Outram. All right, so let's see how he fares out there. Good line control off number 1 there, Ali.
It's hitting back a little bit there at 2. Overall, just getting that. He's got a strange 2-4 side there. Kind of did the same thing there at 2 as he did at 4. It just kind of looks like he's dropping his hips at the back of the turn. But no problem there at 12 meter. We'll see if he can clean it up a little bit moving forward, though.
Yep, so a decent looking run there. He like skis to the handle, kind of meets up with it, and just stays in whatever position he can carry off the turn, Freddie.
Yeah, I think you made the comment about the good line control out of one ball there, and he did. And I think sometimes when you have that, you get excited and you want to, drop a bomb on 2 and really get ahead of the course. And, he got. It's funny because you can almost spot an English slalom skier, right? Tell me I'm wrong. You can see it because of that 2-4 side, especially with your righties. They want to, and I think this goes all the way back to probably the great Andy Mapple. They tend to come to that side and they push that handle down and in front, and that's an amazing position to get into if you can come out of it with your hips through the turn. We saw there at 4-ball, Luke got the handle low but didn't get the hips in, and so now then the handle's actually dunking down into the water, and it's a little bit troublesome.
You could have been describing Mike Hazelwood's slalom in technique as well
Sure.
with that, but here we go. Let's have a look and see what Luke Outram's got. This is now 11.25 meters. Good strike off number 1. Oh, almost overloaded off number 2, and he sent way too much speed into number 3 for intercontrol. So, Ali, what do you reckon on that one?
I mean, I like his gait. I think he had a nice start there, good 1-ball. The same thing happened there at 2. I mean, I think he might just be rushing and kind of dropping his hip back a little bit there at the backside of 2, and he's rocking to the back of the ski. And I think he just got kind of slung there into 3 a little bit.
And he didn't look too bad. I mean, that ski made contact. I think that ski actually hit the line a little bit, and he recovered well enough, but not enough to get a decent turn off number 3, Freddie.
Yeah, again, deep and out of 2, and that's it's one of the hardest things to do is, you can't let up because then you're going to lose your angle to the buoy. And I think what you'll see here is he's going to get in deep, and as he comes to the wakes, he ends up getting stood up right there, and that when he changed edges, the ski kind of shot towards the buoy. So now your attack angle is very direct at the buoy, and that's a lot of pressure on that fin to stay in.
Indeed it is, as we get ready to bring Sean Hunter out onto the water, a skier that has certainly been for at least as far as I can remember over the last 2, 3, maybe 4 years, has certainly been an up and coming slalomer. But other priorities have definitely been a bit of a distraction there for Sean Hunter in recent times. But it is good to see him out there and skiing there. Ali.
Yeah, it's good to see him back. We haven't seen much of Sean this summer, so it's nice to see him here this weekend and kind of in his hometown here for backyards, the University of Alabama. But yeah, hope to see a big score from him today.
Yes, and has been working a little bit with one of our sponsors, Masterline, in recent times. So he's been front and center with what's going on there. So he spent a bit of time in Central Florida, but. Yep, he's definitely an Alabama boy through and through, coming to us out of Dothan in Alabama. This is Sean Hunter. Let's see what he's got on the opening run. This should be 13 meters. And he is the epitome of the limp shoulder technique.
I mean, looking like the traditional Sean here, nice and laid back on this first pass. I think he looks pretty good. Just getting warmed up, getting started for the day.
All right, then. Before we catch some analysis from Freddie, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Daniel Erdvarko, and Daniel, had the practice go yesterday?
Oh, the practice was great yesterday. The side feels amazing. The boats dialed in, so we're really looking forward to this round right now.
We're really looking forward to watching him rip. He's up next. Back to you guys.
Excellent stuff. So Freddie, I mean, you've seen Sean Hunter ski on a number of occasions over the last few seasons. When you saw him ski for the first time, which I'm sure is like years and years ago, what were your first impressions?
Well, I think he's, I think the neat thing about slalom is there's, a million ways to do it, right? So, avoiding the cat analogy there. So, the thing with Sean is, you refer to it as the limp shoulder, but he's on his 1-3-5 side. You'll actually see that his right arm actually stays on what I'm going to call the inside of his body. He doesn't swing it out, so he's getting no momentum or additional rotation from there. But the flip side of that is he's incredibly still, right? So he's not putting extra sudden forces on the ski, and that's what he's been able to make work for himself. And I don't think you can knock it. I mean, he's put up incredible scores over the last couple of years, and he's been consistent. So I know that's his goal here today is to. I mean, we haven't discussed it yet, but I'm assuming it's going to take halfway down 39 would be the expectation here minimum to get into that final 8. And in fact, I would argue I would expect it to be closer to 4 or 5 at 39, probably being that cut. So, he's going to feel that pressure, I think, to get through 39, get in a couple at 41 to feel comfortable going into the second round.
All right, then, with that in mind, let's check in with Dockside with Wade.
Hey, guys, I'm here with two-time world champion Felipe Miranda from Chile. We've already seen him on the water for tricks this morning. Ready for slalom?
Yeah, I'm pretty ready. I'm excited to be here, excited to be competing in the Malibu Open again. It's great to be back. It's been a year off because of injuries, and be back here at Lyman's, pretty nice place, like pretty amazing. Like everything looks great, boats are great, so I hope I can do good.
And we'll see you in the jump event this afternoon?
Of course, I'll be ready for jump too. So I'm one event at a time, and let's go for slalom now.
Adrenaline junkie coming up this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right, then, getting rocked. Let's have a look at Sean Hunter coming in on this next pass. This is 11.25 meters. Take it away, Ali.
All right, so I don't think we've seen anybody run this pass. This is normally a pretty easy pass for Sean, so hopefully we're going to see him get 6 here. I think he's looking pretty good. Doesn't look any different than his first 2 passes, in my opinion. So nice, easy 6 at 11 for him there.
And focusing a little bit away from how he reaches, especially into his 2-4-6 side turn. Let's focus a little bit when we get to see him next on his take change and how he uses his knees and his ankles to actually manipulate that ski and have it take a wide tack into the buoy there, Freddie.
Well, I mean, again, I think if you ask me what Sean's greatest strength is, it's his line control and how he's actually handling the movement of the handle up on the side of the boat as his body's moving away. And here in a 4-ball, I think you might actually get a good view here. You'll see the handle actually moves away from him. Oh, the graphic went over him. The handle moves away from him, and he absorbs it up through his, as you're mentioning, kind of through his knees and his hips as he rotates the ski out. You'll see right here, the handle moves away, hips move out, and that keeps that line tight on the front side of the buoy. And again, if he wasn't able to do that, then the stillness and I think that right arm being on the inside of his rotation would cause more trouble. Now, the interesting thing for Sean, and the question here is as the line gets shorter and shorter and shorter and that reach gets harder and harder to do that way, does it get him in a bind or can he work through it?
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll find out the answer to that question. At 10.75 meters. Now he is the lead skier at this time. Look at him go around buoy number 1, getting broken over a little bit into number 2. He's still there, up until about buoy number 3. So it's going to be a 2 buoy count. 2 at 10.75 meters. What was your assessment on that one?
I mean, I think he had an okay start there. I mean, he just got kind of pulled out there at 2, lost his butt a little bit and just wasn't able to get the good pull in the swing into 3. We can watch it again here.
Yeah, so things got pear-shaped in a hurry there off buoy number 1.
Yeah, lost the line a little bit there at 1. I kind of thought he was okay. Yeah, it just kind of looks like he crushed a little bit there behind the boat.
Well, this is the first round of 2, so I mean it's not all lost yet. I mean he's gotten himself a third the way through 10.75 meters, and I mean from our perspective, we reckon it's probably going to take somewhere but at least halfway down or 2/3 the way down that same pass to make an impression upon the top 8 going through to the next round. So, I mean, how does that work so far as your inner thoughts going in?
Well, I think as far as tactics for these guys, the first round is go be aggressive. Don't go try to get as far down the course as you can. If something goes wrong, you've got the backup try. But everybody wants to get out there and throw a big score. And I think Sean's going to be a little disappointed with that. He's as we mentioned before, he's familiar with the place. as we see a man who's not familiar with the place. This is probably Daniel's first time ever here at Lyman Land, so he's getting out there, going to get a feel, and I think, again, the best way to be successful today is going to be aggressive.
All right, then, and when we come back, we'll find out a little bit more about Daniel Odvarko, but in the meantime, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Cade Stockstill, a junior at the University of Alabama, so I had to trade in your bib. So I overheard you saying the site's a little different. This is your home site. It's all decorated up, right?
Oh, yeah, it's a little different from all the other buoys out there, but we practiced with them and didn't notice anything different. So
you hear a little Texas accent, and Texas to Alabama. It's going to be fun. Back to you guys.
Yep, that is just Southern style right there.
Man, I love to hear it.
Yes, indeed. All right, there. Here we are at the 2022 Malibu Open, brought to you by Andrew Sports Medicine, Acme Propellers, and Babes Boat Care Products. We thank those folks very much indeed, alongside Outer Armor, Doozie's Boat Lifts, Zero Off Louie Louie's Restaurant and Bar, The Red Bar, Grunt, and Master Line. All right, then. So here we go. Coming into the course, this is Daniel Odvarko, originally out of the Czech Republic, but now making his residence in Santiago de Chile. And we don't see him too often these days, as he is on that side of the world most of the time.
Yeah, he's been keeping busy. Every time I see him this weekend, too, he's had the kids with him. Little hand drag there at 6, adding some style points.
A little bit of cable ski styly there towards the end there. Now, I don't know whether you advocate doing anything like that, but you know, a little bit of style doesn't hurt from time to time, and we'll get the answer to that right after we check in with Wade.
Hey guys, got another Bama graduate now. So first pro event back in a bit. How was it out there?
It felt great. I didn't really hit the score I wanted to at all. I just went a little too hard in my gate at 39, had a good bit of slack out of 1, and I just needed to calm down and focus on what I need to focus on instead of trying to overski everything.
Anybody you want to say hi to?
Everybody that's watching on webcast, if anybody at work's watching, thanks for tuning in. Probably my family and friends, anybody watching.
All right, well, he's kind of ditching work today, but he's working. So back to you guys.
All right, then. So with that, a little bit of a hand drag at the end for Daniel Odvarko. What do you reckon?
Oh, I think it's good for the crowd. I've seen some guys get bitten by it in the past, and but it's like when Joel Poland goes out on his jumpers and he's doing side slides going down the lake. I'm his biggest fan. I think it's awesome, but you couldn't pay me to try it in a tournament.
Well, I've done that once, and I've kind of got bitten, so you can add me to that list. Anyway. This is Daniel Odvarko. So, 2013 European men's slalom champion, and he's certainly has had some good form in recent seasons. Although we haven't seen him ski much in the last 2 to 3. But Ali, I mean, what do you see here?
Yeah, nice tight line there at 1. I think he's looking good, nice and calm here. This is the 11.25 meter pass. Keeping the line nice and tight. Hopefully he can continue to keep that rhythm and stay nice and early and hopefully run the 10.75 pass.
Yeah, and certainly one or two things I noticed so far is whenever he extends and reaches a little bit, he really does, I mean, kind of overextend himself a little bit in places on 11.25 meters.
Daniel is good friends with Adam Settlemeyer, who was a training partner of ours for a while, so got to know him a little bit through that. And he's a very technical guy. He's very aware of what his ski is doing, tuning and going through different skis, really trying to match that equipment. I would say if there's any one thing that gets Daniel in trouble, it's he is, again, extremely technical, but he's going to tend to ski a little bit further back on the boat. So that overextension that you're talking about is he's needing that extension because he's not quite getting the swing up on the side of the boat that he needs to drop back in on the buoys. And we'll see if he can correct that here at 39. He's going to need it.
Certainly.
He has a very interesting gait approach. If you notice when he stands, he has his handle very high.
But look at this, though. He's still there at and it's going to be a 4-buoy count there. It was pretty much in it, approaching number 2, but things just got completely out of line there by the time he got to number 4.
Yeah, honestly, I was a little surprised with that. I feel, you can see him here in the water smiling. Here's a look at that gate that Ali was talking about. Handle goes a little bit high, but he gets it down. I thought he came off 1 nice. He's got good direction. Swings over to 2. Again, maybe a little narrow there at 2. That messes with your direction into 3. You could argue, maybe you could say he's a little down course coming into 4 here, but not. I mean, I've seen Daniel Edvarco turn that, 10,000 times, and I'm sure that's the conversation that he's having in his head right now. Is, hey, what just went left there?
All right, there. Just looking at Daniel Edvarco one more time before we bring out our next competitor, who is Felipe Miranda, who both train at the same site at Lago Los Moros, which will actually be host to the Pan American Championships and the
Brother balls, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, brother balls.
Yeah, indeed. All right, here we go. This is Felipe Miranda. We saw a trick a little bit earlier on this morning. Now he's been off the water for about 18 months, trying to recuperate from injury, and we saw him jump, and we're now seeing him complete the overall package with tricks and slalom, and we'll talk a little bit about that after we check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with John Travers, former Masters champ, and here at the Andrews Sports Medicine tent, getting a little work done this morning, right?
Yeah, when you have the best of the best on site, it's always good to get looked at. My wife actually had surgery from these guys way back, so it's kind of cool to see them again and, just kind of get the little tweaks out.
Build that trust factor. We see William Asher on the table getting a little adjustment. How was your week? Everything good in Florida?
Yeah, it was good. We had that hurricane. We got very lucky. There's a lot of people out there in Florida that did not get so lucky, so prayers out to them and their families, and hopefully down the west side of Florida can get back to where it was. It's a beautiful place, and I just feel hurt for those guys because the shorelines down there don't look the same.
No, we're thinking about them a bunch. It was sort of a awkward drive up and leaving sort of the chaos behind. So we'll see chaos when we see him on the water soon. Back to you guys.
All right, Freddie, are you good for a while? I need an adjustment.
Yeah, go for it. Ali and I got this.
All right, then, here we go. We got Felipe Miranda. Excellent stuff. First third of the course. All right.
Getting a little more settled here. I thought his first pass, he kind of had a weird bobble. I believe it was coming into 5 ball, but looking more settled there, kind of finding his groove and his rhythm.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't see much of anything wrong out there, but obviously the time that it takes to actually be a competitor, not in just one but in all 3 events, I mean, it can't be understated how difficult and how time consuming that is, Freddie.
Well, and those hours are put in when you're younger, and he's finding himself at a point in life now with kids and spending time between Chile and the United States, where time is getting time on the water gets shorter and shorter. So then the quality of those sets becomes even more important. And he's at this point in time, the idea of learning another 1,500 points in tricks or whatever, right? It's almost unbearable to think that I'm going to have the time to figure that stuff out. And he's competing against young guys like Joel Poland and that who are still in that point in their life where they're putting all that time on. So, he's when he's putting time on the water, it is absolutely concentrated on, that moment in time. He can't have the distraction, because he doesn't have as much time as he once did.
All right, then, with that in mind, let's have a look at Felipe Miranda. This is 11.25 meters, Ali.
Yeah, he's getting a little shoulder heavy to the inside on that 2-4 side, especially. But making good work of it and getting through it. but looked like he kind of dumped it there a little bit at 2 and again at 4, but was able to recover and make it through just fine.
Well, and I think those, I mean, again, kind of what I was referring a little bit with Daniel, skiing the course to a certain width, right? Like they're skiing it to the width of the rope line. I think as we go a little further down the seating order here, we'll start to see guys that are skiing the course, even at these earlier passes, with a wider vantage point, both on the course and then when we refer to wider on the boat, meaning further up on the side of the boat, right? Which gives you that extra width in the course. And when you start seeing guys getting shoulder heavy, they're trying to create a little more load and release to get that little extra up on the side of the boat. And the issue with that is the load is great. It's going to get me there, but it's going to get me there late and it's going to get me there fast. And now my attack angle on the buoy is more at the buoy than falling back down on the buoy. And, it starts to, you start seeing them walk further and further down the course.
All right, so we've got on the water right now, approaching the course. This is Felipe Miranda. It's 39.5 off 10.75 meet. And if he can get more than 4, then he will take the lead. And he has been known to run 10.75 meters. But I tell you what, look at this. He's tries to make a play on 3. I'm not too sure whether he makes the turn. But I tell you what, to 2 at 10.75 meters isn't so bad right now.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that and see his 3 ball. It definitely got stalled up a little bit there at 2 and made a play for 3. I don't know that he got outside it, but we'll take a look and see it.
All right, so we're looking at the instant replay here, Freddie, and obviously looking at this from the point of view of technical analysis, but also whether he actually made it outside number 3. Well, we know he's made it round the first 2.
Yes.
Yeah, he makes it outside, so it's going to be 3 buoys.
Yeah, I thought we were looking at it live. I thought he did, but it was a little hard to see there. But again, watching from the boat angle here we go. Good. So watching from the boat angle, we can look at this and say, wow, he gets off 1 ball nice. But when we look over at 2, we'll see he just doesn't have much space coming into it. So then the speed through the turn there, you can see the skis just carrying a tremendous amount of speed. Again, shallow lake, right? So these guys are going to be a little nervous to drive the front of the ski into the water, which they need to do to slow it down because they'll feel like that tail's going to kick.
All right, then, with that, let's check in with Kate Stockstill, who comes to us out of the Lone Star State of Texas.
I personally don't really know Cade very well, so I have never really watched him ski, but looking pretty good here on his first pass, and we'll check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Martine Coleman. And so Martin, you already got on the water this morning. It's a lot warmer though, right?
Oh yeah, it started warming up about 8:30, 9 o'clock. Now it's beautiful out there, so we'll see.
So it was beautiful. I got to ride and watch him from the boat yesterday for the first time. It was fun, and you guys are going to get to watch next. Back to you.
All right, current temperature is about 69 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a darn sight warmer than it was this morning there, Ali.
I don't know. It feels pretty warm over here in the sun. It feels great. I was thinking that this morning was going to be real cold. I had my heater top on standby. I was very relieved to show up this morning. The sun was out, and it felt pretty good. The water is definitely a little brisk, especially compared to Florida. But it ended up being a beautiful day. Hardly any wind at all right now, so hopefully our conditions stay like this.
Now, colder water is more beneficial for jumping. I'll ask Freddie a little bit about that, but colder water for slalom, not quite as much.
I personally like cold water for slalom. Maybe not everybody agrees with that, but I normally like going from warm water to cold water.
And what about you, Freddie, for jump?
I don't get that fussed about what temperature the water is. Wow, what a 1 ball. Sorry, that was about as much angle as I've ever seen off of a 1 ball turn there.
And skis very, very similar to a 1 Cole McCormick.
He does. It's amazing how open his chest and hips are out of the 135 side, but then his knees and the tip of the ski are pointed almost directly across the lake. That's a tremendous amount of angle.
And it's just as well that he rides the same ski.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let's check in dockside with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Ben Stadelbar, our Swiss national record holder. You're sort of scoping it out. It looks good, right? How'd your practice ride go?
Yeah, it was good. We practiced yesterday. I think everybody that, came from Florida got their set in yesterday, basically, because they were just busy packing up and making sure stuff wasn't going to fly off while they were gone. So we all got back up here on Wednesday, practiced yesterday. It was really nice, actually. Chilly mornings, but beautiful right now. So big shout out to Lyman. Thank you for having us here and in such good conditions.
Yeah, no, exactly. Huge shout out to Lyman. What a setup he's got us here. Awesome. Back to you guys.
Well, all right, then, continuing on, obviously our thoughts go to those folks that have suffered and continue to suffer from the after effects of Hurricane Ian. I'll ask you two what your situations are in regards to that, to your homes and what have you in a moment, but let's check in with Kate Stockstill.
This is the 11-meter pass. Looking good. I mean, still getting a lot of angle on the backside of the buoy. Able to hold it, though, and making pretty easy work of this pass here.
All right, not bad at all. We're very, very aggressive and really taking the ball by the horns, as it were. A little bit of a Texas vibe there. But Freddie, you've been here for a few days. You travel kind of like ahead of the storm. Have you had any reports of your digs?
We came out okay. Ramp's still floating.
That's always nice.
Power stayed on, so pumps around the house that I have installed to keep it dry. All that worked flawlessly, so we're very happy about that. I've got one issue. I got a little bit of a tree leaning up against the house. Doesn't look like it created any damage, just some hard work, I guess I'd say, when I get home. But other than that, we honestly came out of it feeling blessed. There was a lot of rain and a lot of flooding down there, and we're in an area with I would call it overdevelopment, quite honestly. They've pushed so many homes into a small area that it was a big concern of ours is how well the water would flow, and we already started with high water. So I'm anxious, when we get home, we'll be almost 4 days after the storm, so we'll see how the waters have receded. But that's something we're a little nervous about.
And it's going to be hard to imagine you being armed with a chainsaw or anything like that for your place, Ali, but we'll check in with that in a moment. Let's have a look at Kate Stockstill. 11.25.
Looking for more than 4.
Getting broken over off number 2, and that is all she wrote there for Kate Stockstill. I believe that was on 11.25 meters. That was at 10.75, so that was at 2 at 10.75 meters. That currently puts him in about fourth or fifth place right now.
Yeah, so definitely, I'm sure he was wanting more there. Fortunately, he's got another round to try to get a little bit further down the list. Down the pass. I personally enjoyed this format with the 2 rounds before the cut. It kind of takes a little bit of the pressure off. It's definitely a relief to go get the good score in the first round, but it doesn't put as much pressure on that first round. So it's kind of nice. You can go fill out the boat, fill out the lake for the day, and then you kind of can go into the second round feeling a little bit more prepared.
And it's kind of like working the percentages, because obviously if you ski to getting into 10.25 meters and get rather deep, then the percentage chance of anyone from way down below actually coming up against you and actually superseding your score is certainly a very low percentage in that regards, so that's something to factor into the equation. But as we get ready to bring Ben Lutz into the course for his opening pass, which I believe is going to be on 13 meters, how's your place doing?
It's doing well. I live with Jackie Hunter, the well-known jumper back in her day. And I talked to her, asked her how everything was. She said that our house is good. The area looks like it's pretty well. I've seen pictures from a lot of places that are not well at all. So very fortunate to have minimal damage, if any, and definitely, counting our blessings.
Well, at least as I know, Jackie Hunt, if the stove and the refrigerator are still running, everything's fine. Okay, let's check in dockside with Wade.
You guys here with Brenton Triplett from Michigan. Almost got some Michigan weather going, right?
It's
It's pretty close. About a couple weeks ago is what it was. It's a heat wave for me right now. It's like 50 degrees when I left, so it's nice. But the water time is perfect for me right now. It's awesome.
Good stuff. So, yeah, 45 degrees this morning, maybe 80, 85 now. Big swing.
Huge swing. But that's the fall in this area, so let's do it.
We're going to see him do it next. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So Ben Lutz out there in the water, I believe a student at the University of Alabama. I'm not too sure if he is the one who graduated or the other Lutz one.
It was Ben graduated.
It was Ben that graduated. Thanks a lot. We can always rely upon you for that little snippet of information there. But
that's what I'm here for.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ben Lutz getting through 13 and 12. Ben obviously more known for being a jumper rather than a slalomer, but he's certainly willing to try his luck. And one of the taller skiers in this event, so height. Definitely an advantage in this event, but you've got to have the other skill sets working in unison as well.
Well, and I think Ben, to your point, was, as a young man, a little more known for his jumping, but his time at Alabama when he was living here really put some work and effort in on his slalom skiing, and I know he's very capable of running the 39, does it quite a bit in practice, would love to do it here. Honestly, Tony, I was kind of looking down the list here. We've got, over the next, 5 or 6 skiers, I feel like there's going to be, or almost kind of needs to be, that guy that breaks out, sets the bar, pushes, kind of gives those guys that are on the dock getting ready to go that feeling like, okay, let's let the horses run, right? Everybody just looks a little tentative still.
Well, and I think when you're standing on the dock and you're seeing the scores that are going down and nobody's quite gone through and gotten the 6 at 39, I know personally as a skier, like when I'm standing on the dock, I want to see the people going out before me skiing well.
Mm-hmm.
I like going, everybody's skiing good. That means it feels good. The lake's nice, Just it's a little bit of a confidence booster standing on the dock when you see other people ski well. So I think it'll take that one person to break through, and then we'll see bigger and bigger scores.
Yes, indeed. Continuing to go right along. Kind of get the feeling it's a little bit like one of those BMX tracks with the ramps at the top. You're just waiting for those ramps to fall, and then it's kind of like off to the races type deal, Right.
And maybe Ben Lutz, again, has a lot of history here, has had a lot of sets here. Maybe he's our guy.
All right, then, here we go. Benjamin Lutz. This is 11.25 meters. What do you see here, Ali?
Sorry, I was trying to corral my dog in. He was bothering other people. Looking pretty good here. He kind of has a jumpy edge change going to the 135 side. Kind of comes off of it really quick, but not a problem there. Getting all 6. That was the 11-meter line, I believe.
Yeah, that was. And as we continue to monitor the performance of Benjamin Lutz, we'll have a look at the instant replay. Anything anything in the realm of the unusual here?
Sorry, was just trying to figure out if I was seeing Stephen Nebu on side. I hadn't seen him yet, and did get a picture. Again, Ben, extremely strong guy. The one thing I'd like to see him work on there on the 2-4 side, you see his hips are up, but right here, look at this 1-3-5 side. Hips are behind him as he comes through it. Right there, he's actually sitting down rather than sitting away, if you will, because the hips are behind him. And what that ends up doing is it loads the rope before it loads the ski, and it changes your projected path at the next buoy way more at the next buoy. If he can get those hips to be able to finish through and move, and then take the hips down and away almost towards the buoy, what you'll see is the ski will load faster than the rope, and it creates that swing that we were mentioning before, which creates the width in the course, and yet you keep your line tension, and you can move back in on the buoy sooner.
All right, then, at the helm of that towboat, that Malibu Response TXI is Pat Bloodworth, and he's bringing in Benjamin Lutz into the course. This is 10.75 meters, gets a good strike-off number. Oh, and the handle up a little bit high, and didn't exactly have the load where it needed to be, Ali.
Yeah, he brought the handle in high there on the backside of 2, and just when the handle's in the wrong position, it's really hard to hold when that load hits. So I think if he had gotten the handle a little lower, he may have been able to hold it. A lot of angle there at 1. Just you see here, he brings it straight up to his chest and has no hopes of holding it there.
All right, then. So that is going to be 1 1/2 at 10.75 meters. We're still waiting for that first skier to make a real positive breakthrough in the slalom event. And you mentioned a little bit earlier, you were trying to find out if Stephen Neveu is here. The significance of that is that Stephen Neveu is the 8th skier from last on. So basically, if you're looking to calculate probabilities, percentages on a mathematical basis, then it starts with counting the skiers from the end, and 8 make it through to the next round of the competition, the final round, and it's based upon the best score of 2 rounds. So a little early to tell who could potentially make it through, but a good ways into answering that question starts off with Martin Coleman, Ali.
Yeah, so we still have a while before we're going to really know what that cut is, but hoping to see some big scores go up so we can put some pressure on this final 8. So Martin Coleman is definitely one that's capable of going out and running 39 and being able to put that pressure on. So only time will tell. Let's see if he can do it.
And Martin Coleman, certainly one of the best overall skiers out there. We saw him trick earlier on. We'll probably see him jump later, but let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Callum Heath from England. So how was your week?
Yeah, it's been good. Left Florida on Tuesday, got up here before the storm. Yeah, ready to go and turn some boys.
And I know you practice here. Had you ever skied here before?
No, we had a practice yesterday. I mean, feels great. A little windier yesterday, so looking at it today, it looks like it's going to be really nice.
Yeah, and as we speak, there seems to be a little shift in the wind. So, yeah, we're going to see him on the water soon. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then, continuing right along, this competition brought to you in association with Outer Armour, Doozie's Boat Lifts, Zero Off, Louie Louie's Bar and Restaurant, the Red Bar, Grunt and Masterline. Also, we thank the likes of Andrew Sports Medicine, Acme Propellers, Babes, Boat Care Products, along with Vulcan Materials Company, Good Water Skis, and we wouldn't have a competition without the power of the Malibu Response TXI and their dealership in Alabama, Rambo Marine. Here we go. Coming into the course, this is Martin Coleman out of the Czech Republic, but makes his residence these days in Ogden in Utah. And you really can't fault him on that pass there, Freddie.
No, he's definitely on pace here. I think he's been here all week helping set up some of the site, and was part of that team that got it all ready to go. And let's step over to Wade real quick.
Hey guys, here with handsome Rob Hazelwood, chilling in the Malibu tent. Hey, no camera in your hand right now.
No, we're chilling now just before skiing. We're taking a break from the vlogs this weekend. We're gonna be doing some more cooler stuff with the drone, so should be fun.
All right. Well, any thoughts from your practice right here?
Practice wasn't great, but that wasn't of no fault than my own. But now we're here. I mean, boat's beautiful, lake's beautiful. There's no real complaints. It was a little windy in practice, so hoping that dies down now and we get some beautiful conditions, which it looks like it is.
We're going to see him on the water soon. Back to you guys.
Well, I don't know what to say about that. I was more mesmerized by the juggler in the background.
Well, now we know why all the fruit is bruised in the skiers tent. Joel's in there trying to teach people to juggle.
And that's pretty impressive. Joel is a man of many talents. So
he definitely has that circus freak feel, doesn't he?
Yes, probably something that your boys could probably appreciate more than anybody else. But they
keep
definitely
following
one
him around.
for entertaining.
All right then. So skier on the water, Martin Coleman. He started out on 13 and ran that on 12. This is 11.25 meters. And if there's one skier out there, at least at this portion of the list, that knows what his ski is capable of doing, it's this one.
Yeah. Martin been with the Good Waterski company for a number of years now, and travels around. And when he's not there helping them, build and design skis, he's traveling around and helping people set their skis up. Very interesting here that he's on the way to 2.4, literally getting airborne to the point we can see the fin, And you made that comment earlier about Ben Lutz setting kind of on a hard edge, and I have to think that that's also happening here for Martin, although he's handling it very well.
Yeah, I thought he did better there at 4. It was very drastic at 2. I think he did a little bit better at handling it, managing it, coming into 4. But definitely something I think he just needs to stay on the handle just a tad bit longer on that outside edge.
And we they're at 6 ball, and I mean, again, it's a safety thing, right? You're at 6, hey, just finish the course, go to the next pass. But, again, we see these guys, these early guys are not turning up course. At best, the buoy is the middle of the turn, right? So then they're not getting that swing out to where they can do the work before the buoy and get back. And I feel like I saw that with Martin. He's just he's on time, but he's just barely on time.
On time, but definitely not early. And I think that catches you just as the line gets shorter. That timing is definitely going to play a bigger part. So as he come in here at 39, 10.75, we'll see how far he can get down. Oh.
Ooh. Not the best of starts there for Martin Coleman at 10.75 meters. So we 2 skiers on the bounce, Benjamin Lutz and Martin Coleman, each scoring 1.5 at 10.75 meters there, Ali.
Yeah, and I believe our lead is still, is it 4?
Yes, it is, with Daniel Dvarko. So there you go. So early exit there on 10.75 meters, but this 2-round format certainly helps out a few of the skiers like Martin Coleman try and pick up the pace in time for round 2. But let's check in on dockside with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Will Asher, world champion, a whole bunch of time Malibu Open champion, and the Malibu Open was actually your first professional victory, correct?
Yeah, it was my first one in the U.S. in 2004 down in Sacramento. So yeah, always have fond memories coming back to Malibu Open.
I remember standing there. I was standing there with our friend Chris Sullivan, and you went first in the 5 or 6 man final, and you ran this crazy 10.7, and you ran 3 at 41, and I said to Sully, there's your winner right there.
Yeah, I mean, that was a long time ago. I didn't know what was going on. I was just skiing. I ran 39, I ended up cracking my neck or something, so I didn't even try 41, so I ended up being first off the dock. But long time ago, I was skiing against the legends, yourself, Andy, all the big names have passed. Yeah.
So feeling good. I saw you over there, Andrews Sports Medicine, getting a little tune up. All good?
Yeah, when you start to get with a 4 in front of your numbers, you got to get checked out from time to time. But yeah, no, some great guys. Happy for them to get to just check, make sure everything's okay, and yeah, I'm ready to go. The conditions are perfect. I mean, Lyman Land is one of the most beautiful sights in the world.
Well, so imagine having a 4 in front of, meaning over 40 victories worldwide. Yeah, this guy's the guy to watch. Back to you guys.
All right then, and thanks a lot to Will on that one. And okay, let me ask both of you. Okay, we saw what was happening behind him there. What would be the 2 words that would describe Joel Poland? My 2 words to him would be attention-seeking.
I think fun-loving.
2 words?
2 words, that's it. Anyway.
I don't know. I think he's all about the entertainment and kind of getting the, likes to entertain and make people smile. And I love watching. He posts all kinds of cool videos and whatnot. He's definitely a fun skier to watch. He's definitely in it for the crowd entertainment. So
this is interesting. What's happening right here is we've crew changed in the middle of the event. Now in the previous years we've had some head-to-head, right? And so typically you would have one driver drive around another driver. This one being straight up finals. This is going to be an interesting situation because depending on how some of the guys, these early guys, depending on how they ski, you could literally end up in situations where guys would not, if they do this again in the next round, you could have skiers that don't ever ski with both drivers because it'll be reseated.
Yes. So I would assume the next round they'll switch the driver order.
So whilst we try and get some clarification on whether they are going to be, whilst we get clarification on whether they'll be reseeded or whether the boat drivers will change significantly between now and the end, we'll get ready for our next competitor, Brenton Triplett, who comes to us out of Michigan, I believe. Okay, so I think Midwestern boy here.
Yeah, it's been a while. I don't know if you know this. It's been a while since I've been up and around the Midwest. Most of these young men were born after I started skiing professionally, actually. So I know the Triplett name. I'm not intimately familiar with him, but I have heard his name around, and so it'll be interesting to see what he's got here. I do always appreciate when we get somebody from those northern climates that can come down here and wrestle with the big boys.
Yeah, and I have recalled that name before on at least a couple of occasions. I think one of them was actually at the Lake 38, which was at the beginning of the season. Excuse me.
And I know Brent was at Hilltop as well.
Of course, yeah, absolutely. And one of our events where we made the trek up from Florida all the way up to the upper left coast.
I don't know how you guys did that. How many days did it take you to get back across the country?
Probably about 3, but I wasn't part of that trip coming back. I took the plane.
Don't blame you. I would want to take the plane as well.
All right then. So here we go. This is Brent Triplett, opening pass 13 meters and working that ski very well from one side to the next, and decent effort there, Freddie.
Yeah, again, great line control. I mean, these guys that are at this level, they're all. I'm expecting them to all come off the dock at 32, 35 off and handle it no issue, right? I mean, they are of that level. I think where this will get a little more interesting is once we start getting down to the 38, 39 and a half off, and that's where you kind of start to see the chinks in the armor.
Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of maybe take some of these passes, the early passes, for granted a little bit, but we don't expect these skiers coming off the dock to have any trouble in the first few passes. They're normally pretty solid for the first 3 passes or so.
All right, then, with continuing coverage of the 2022 Malibu Open, the men's slalom first round. I'm Tony Lightfoot, he's Freddie Krueger, and she is Ali Nicholson. And we'd like to hear from you guys and girls out there that are watching the live webcast. If you subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel, then you will have the ability to comment on the webcast. And also by hitting the bell icon, you'll be informed as to when the next the live event happens. Here we go. This is Brent Triplett. It is 12 meters. Getting locked in and just staying there. Not too much extraneous movement out there, Freddie.
No, he looks great. It's he's. In fact, I would almost argue this is for these earlier passes. Skiing a little more up course, as we've been saying, guys have been struggling with this. He's I feel like I see him swinging out. I see a little more movement back on the buoys a little earlier. So I like what I see. Is see if he can keep it rolling.
Indeed. As we look along the shoreline and we get ready to bring out Callum Heath from Great Britain. He'll be our next skier to take to the water. Whilst we await Brent Triplett to come back into the course, it will be on 11.25 meters. So, we're still waiting for that breakthrough moment. We're still waiting for that breakthrough score, Ali. I mean, we've gotten scores into 10.75 meters, which is all well and good, and our top score is 4 at 10.75 meters. But we're just looking for that, for that surprise, So, continuing on, we've just had a stat to go through our headphones a little bit there that might shock a few of you. But, Ali, let's take us through Brent Triplett.
Oh, little high rope there out of one ball. And staying calm, staying with it. Definitely kind of rocking to the back of the ski a little bit here.
But still in control, though.
Still in control, yeah. He made easy work of that after. Definitely probably got the heart racing a little bit there out of 1 though.
Okay, and the stat that we just heard broadcast over our headsets is suggesting that A2 is actually 43% of the skiers are actually selecting A2, whereas in the previous event, where the water was about 10 degrees warmer, closer to 80% went with A2.
I would say it's probably the difference in the boat. Last week, we were skiing behind a Mastercraft, now we're skiing behind a Malibu, rather than the water temperature. The boats all ski a little different. Some people play with the letters. I personally do not. I know I heard this interview last week, kind of the same question that Nate answered, and he said, I don't. That's one less thing that I change, and I don't worry about it. Just kind of keep it the same. I personally feel like I don't really know that much about the letters, and I don't play with it enough to confidently want to change between boats. So I stick with A2. That's my go-to, and I stick with it, and I just don't think about it.
What about you, Freddie? I'm sure you have a comment or two in that respect.
I think slalom skiing is one of these events as we see. I want to focus here on Brent with this because this is the big pass here. See if he can get off of 1, little slow at 1. He's out at 2. Is he going to get to 3? No. Okay, so that, as a left foot forward guy, is he left foot forward? Yeah, left foot forward. He was going to need that 1 ball, little slow out of that, put him into 2 with a lot of speed. As far as the letters and the numbers go, it's, I smile a little bit because, Andy Mapple was one of the guys that helped design all that, or was really kind of, I think you would say, the chief engineer on that. And when I happened to be around when some of the engineers were doing that, and the engineers were getting frustrated because they can't physically measure the difference between the letters, and they can see the difference in the numbers, but between the letters, they can't see the difference on their plots. It doesn't plot fast enough. The human body is reacting to what it's feeling faster than the machines could plot it. So there was always this kind of an eye roll about, well, how much of a difference does it make? And to Ali's point, we've done a lot of testing, and we did a lot of blind testing, and honestly, 95% of the people we could change letters and they couldn't tell the difference. But there are a 5% out there that, and so when people are wanting to try different letters and numbers, I always tell them, don't just try it once. Kind of go to it, stay with it for a while, then go back to your old letter, because you need to get used to that feeling.
Okay, now that begs the question, are the 5% that do notice it part of this list?
Typically, yes, and honestly, the further they are up that list, they tend to be a little more keen.
All right, then. So, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, guys, here with Brenton Triplett. So, we're chatting. You weren't happy with your starts, made some adjustments. So, tell us about it.
Yeah, all the way through the line, I just couldn't get a good line out of 1. And every pass, I'm like, all right, let's see, reach a little long. Let's stay on the ski different. Didn't change anything, so wanted a little more than that.
So we're almost laughing. Sometimes you won't even want to ask the boat judge, hey, got any suggestions, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I was like, after my 35, I'm like, do I got to change the letter or something? Doesn't feel like it did yesterday, but yeah.
Sometimes that's our nerve, right? That little bit of anxiety that's added.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a little, I was pretty calm at Hilltop. Felt good. I was like, this is a good 2 rounds. This is like 2 first rounds for this tournament. I'm like a little more nervous on the dock.
All right, back to you guys, Tony. Thanks, Brenton.
All right, there. So, continuing right along, we've got Callum Heath out there on the water, who comes to us from Amersham, which is northwest of the city that is London. He works as a plumber when he's not doing this. So he's used to getting his hands dirty.
Yeah, he's taking some time off. He's over here with Tom Poole, traveling around for a couple weeks, and I think he's staying for Travers Grand Prix next weekend, and then I think headed back and getting back to work.
Indeed, and things are working out pretty good for him out there on the slalom course, being driven by Chris Alla, and some great skiing so far, Freddie.
Yeah, he has. It's a little bit of that reminiscent of the. I'm going to say the
position, don't you?
Older generation
sit in
of body type for slalom skiing, going back to your Shaylenders, your Andy Mapples, right? Like the real broad shoulders, skinny waist, tall yet still lean. It was just interesting when I saw him last weekend, and immediately, it was just this almost a nostalgic feeling of, hey, I remember Shaylender and those guys walking around, again, big broad shoulders, and he has that kind of a vintage feel to it, and he doesn't necessarily ski like those guys did as far as technique-wise, but he has that look. So coming back in here at 38, I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but I'm looking for him to go ahead and get a little more aggressive into that first wake to create a little more swing out, create some width. These first two passes, he's skiing on time, but he is not ahead of this course yet.
Indeed, you're right. So let's have a look, taking a little bit of a hard snap off. Oh, horrid number 2. He's got to get back into this and quick.
He's got some ground to definitely make.
There he goes. Oh, come on.
Oh, get up.
Oh, get up. Oh.
How? Wow. Okay.
Not in time for the gate, so.
Wow. Okay, we haven't seen that this year. We saw it a couple times last year. We've definitely seen some incredible recoveries.
Ski went deep there.
Yeah.
And then he just didn't load it all into number 2, and that dropped him narrow.
And that's a little bit, again, of what I'm seeing. I want to see these guys loading a little more into the first wake to create the swing out. We see them getting a bit deep off the buoys, but then into that first wake, at best, they're holding. Now, there he's continuing to go, but he's having to go way long to try to get outside there. But amazing job here getting that ski back under and doing all of it one-armed.
And I think someone who might benefit from a shoulder massage with Andrew's sports medicine, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, they can put it back in the joint.
I'll tell you what, I watch the men do things like this, and it blows my mind that they still have the handle in their hand. Because I swear, if I was sliding like a turtle on my back, there's no way my hand would have still had the rope.
That used to be easier back in the day with clinchers.
Maybe that's the problem.
But then let's take a look at this once again. I don't know what his official score is, but I think at this point in 5.5. But he barrels into number 6. Actually, just barely gets the ski out.
Didn't even take his back foot out. He's in a kicker, right?
Yes, he is.
I mean, that's amazing.
As most skiers are these days. Okay, so I understand that a couple of our skiers on the list are scratches. Bartowski and Parrish are scratches, which means that we go on to our next skier on the list, who comes to us out of Australia. His name is Nick Adams.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Chris Parrish was going to come. I know I talked to him earlier in the week, and he was saying that he was a little worried with the path of the storm and wasn't sure that he wanted to leave before it hit. So ultimately, it looks like he opted to stay home, stay with the family, and make sure everything was okay. So I hope everything's good back home with him.
All right, now here's a skier, much like Parrish, who makes slalom skiing look slow, Freddie.
Yeah, Nick Adams is he's maybe not super well known here in the U.S., but he's been around for a long time. Australian skier. We've seen him for, 18 years or so down
Something
at the
like
Lumba
that.
Masters. And
all right, and whilst we discuss Nick Adams, we will first of all check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Callum Heath, and obviously Callum, you're not happy with your score, but tell us about that body slide, though. I mean, I know everybody at home wants to hear.
I mean, I was a little bit shocked to be in that position on 11, but yeah, kind of didn't want it to be over. So yeah, body slid, didn't let go and pop back up. But I'd rather it be on the next pass. But there you go.
Oh, have you done that before?
No, not got up from it. I body slid. Just I'm usually flipping in the water. So.
All right, so he's taking it good, and he's obviously okay. Back to you guys.
All right, then, good sport there, Callum Heath, out of Great Britain. We look forward to seeing him in round 2, and hopefully he won't need something like that to get a little higher up on the list. So let's have a look and see what Noodle can do for us. Nick Adams.
He's got the one-hand gate approach coming in. I mean, Freddie said it. I hadn't really noticed it. He does honestly look pretty slow for 36. He kind of skis in slow motion. So, yeah, making pretty easy work here at the 12-meter pass.
Well, and I think, many years ago, Jamie Beauchesne put the notion in my head that, he was talking about the ski line or the pathway through a 41 off was basically like balancing on a garden hose as it winded through the course. And, that was a guy that created tremendous energy to do that. When I watched Nick's slalom skiing, he's, as you said, it looks slow, right? He's not creating the energy as that we might see with some other skis, and therefore he's not releasing that energy as well. So when I see Nick ski, that mental picture of his pathway through the course is a narrower pathway, right? It doesn't mean it's wrong. It's what works for him. It's what's going to make him most consistent. But he has to stay on that little bit of a tightrope, which from a consistency standpoint, right? Like we talked about different water temperatures and boats and drivers and wind and no wind and, jet lag and everything else. That can get a guy in trouble having to walk that line. But Nick has done a pretty good job over the years, but we see him, struggle a little bit with that consistency. So hopefully this weekend he's on that path and he's skiing strong.
Gets a good hook up off buoy number 1 on this third pass. This is 11.25 meters.
Keeping the line nice and tight as he makes his way down his pass.
And even though he gets a little bit down course off number 5, he just does not panic. He meets up with the handle and then just cranks it on down, and then just proceeds to make its way around buoy number 6. And his style and his technique and his posture have not changed since pass number 1.
No, he's he's very much relying on the physics of it, right? Like he knows if I get into this position and I hold this body position, the natural pendulum swing of a shorter line and the power of the boat will swing me out there, and I'll have what I need to clear the buoy and make this turn. But again, it's going to create a situation where the turns are going to tend to take longer pathways down the lake, and he's going to end up skiing with a little less space.
Okay. So some great skiing there so far, but obviously as the line gets shorter, things are going to be a little bit quicker, and maybe have to default to something that is kind of counterintuitive to what you ordinarily would ski with, like being light on the ski, being light on the line. If things start to get a little bit dicey, you might have to bury yourself in so deep that to stay with the pass.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, and I think again, it goes back to that earlier conversation when we started this event. Was we're going to see 23 guys, and they're going to do it 23 different ways, right? Everybody's kind of going to track through this a little differently.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has their own style, and it's not going to work for everybody. You see all the different types of skis and whatnot. I mean, one ski works great for one person and not for another. I mean, it's the same thing. Let's see.
Got off at 2. Narrow at 3, but he's there. Outside 4.
Does he get outside 4? I believe he does. Yes, there you go. So that puts him in a two-way tie for the lead with 4 at 10.75 meters, along with Daniel Odvarko. So what does this start look like to you, Ali?
Let's see. It looks like it's a little stretch there at 1. Pretty good hookup out of 1.
But he's certainly a skier that doesn't have an ounce of fear out there. I mean, take a look at that shoulder hit. It was still prepared to hang on all the way until he got outside number 4, because he knew darn well that the lead score was 4, and he might give himself a chance of actually moving on if the scores got rather close after round 2.
I'd bet even money that if he had known that he had to get to, say, 6 ball there, he'd have let go of that 3 to 4, right? Because that was a tremendous amount. But there's an adrenaline that kicks in, a strength that comes on you, and there was no way that handle was coming out of his hands 3 to 4. That was amazing.
That was a lot of load there. He looked like he was just a bit narrow on the 135 side. I said he looked like he got a little stretch there at 1, and I think the same thing there at 3, and then kind of got pulled to the inside and dunked that shoulder. That was a big hit, but he was able to go and tie the lead. So we're still waiting to see that person get through that pass. So let's see. Maybe it'll be Tom Poole.
Maybe. And speaking of Tom Poole, here he comes. Comes to us out of Oxford, to the western portion of London, where he trains with Stevie Glanfield over at the OWSC. And let's check in dockside with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Tomas de Gasperi, world champion, 3-time Malibu Open champion. So must be really cool to be here, like your personal sponsor. Yeah, special event for you.
Yeah, we were here in 2015, I think, for the Malibu Cup, and it's a great site. The boats are working fine, and the weather is perfect. So it's going to be a great event, and we're happy to be back here.
All good back at the homestead in Central Florida?
Yeah, the lake, it's at my doorsteps, but I didn't get in, so I'm looking forward to go see if there's any trees on top of my house.
And so we're wishing Florida some really good sunshine and dry that water up. So back to you guys.
All right, so we've got on the water at this time, we've got Tom Poole. Now, Tom Poole has been around for a little while. I mean, there's skied a few pro tournaments here and there, especially in Europe. And he's a skier in my mind that, he certainly's got the skill, he's got the talent, but, he hasn't quite realized that potential yet.
I mean, we've seen some big scores out of Tom. I know that he can be a little inconsistent at times, but, I mean, he's definitely capable of getting through this, getting through the 10-7, taking the lead. So I'd love to see him do it today.
And just a really, really tidy-looking style out there, Freddie.
Yeah, no, he's, I think from a technique standpoint, there's not a lot of holes in it. He's, to your point, I think we're kind of waiting for Tom to realize that, and coming, Karen always said, coming up, people would say to her, well, you just need more confidence. If you just had the confidence, and it's, you can't go buy confidence. It doesn't grow on a tree. And, she always say, hey, confidence breeds confidence. Go out there and do it a couple times. And then, you start, and, what is that? Is that luck? Is it, what creates that? And so there's been a lot of interesting conversations at our house about the difference between confidence, positivity, and delusion. Okay? And, but for these young guys, the best I can say is, your best chance at building confidence is your ability to go out and execute the keys that you need to be successful. Any little distractions, any little interruptions, that starts sneaking in, and as soon as you're not thinking about the job at hand, then your confidence is going to waver.
I think I fall more or less into the third one in that sequence there. But
I definitely think building confidence takes a lot longer than it does to lose confidence.
Oh.
You lose confidence so quickly, and it takes a long time to build it back up.
All right, let's have a look at Tom Poole. This is 11.25 meters, a little flat-footed into number 2, and that's what I see a lot of so far as Tom Poole slalom skiing is concerned, especially into his offside where he is flat-footed. But he seems to make that work for him there, Ali.
Yeah, I think that he looks good there and making pretty easy work of that pass, and no real concern there from my view.
All right there, Freddie, what do you see here?
He does it, I mentioned earlier I wanted to see these guys working a little harder into the first wake, and you'll see here off the buoy, he's got the load, he's building the tension, but watch as he comes right into the whitewash. You'll actually see him, especially on this side, into the four-ball here. He softens the legs, and he gives the pressure up. And when you give that pressure up that early, again, I kind of call it, you've got to accept your energy. And he's weakening the knees right there behind the boat, which doesn't fully accept that energy in that swing. Now he's doing that to control the speed and the way the ski's going to move through that offside turn. So, I mean, again, he's feeling something. We always do things for a reason. Earlier, Ali, you made the comment about, I think it might have been Brent, that he came out of one ball and his hands were high. And I always tell people, your hands are a reaction to your body, right? Like if you walk across the lawn here and you trip and fall forward, first thing you do is your hands go out in front of you. If you're falling backwards, your hands go up, right? So are your hands high or your hands low? It tells you exactly how you're standing on your ski. And so what I want to see here out of 1 and into 2 is I want to see him accept that energy into that second buoy here through the wakes.
Here he comes. Much better. Got broken over off number 3. Does he make it outside number 4? Well, that establishes a 3-way tie for first.
Yeah, doing just enough there to get to that lead score. Don't think he was going to get much further than that, but...
Well, so interestingly, he did what I was wanting to see him do, but he did it because he had to, because he's slow off a 1 here, right? Watch, slow off a 1. Now he holds that position for a split second longer, and he gets through 2. The question is, if he has a good 1 ball and he finishes through the wakes like that, and he has that extra space and a little extra time for the hips to finish through, will we see in the second round where he can, put that together and run that pass? Because, I mean, obviously he can.
Or maybe Tom will probably look at this and after the first round and probably take on board your comments, and maybe we could see him run this pass and get into 10.25 meters. Who knows?
Well, the one thing I know about slalom skiing is it's much, much simpler from this chair right here than it is on that ski out there. That's, I've seen it. And the other thing that's always interesting is it's so easy to, kind of look at these things. But again, the ripple effect. And he knows, again, he's doing these things for a reason. He's feeling like he needs to control certain elements of the course for a reason. And is that exclusive to this weekend because of the things he's feeling, or is that more indicative of a natural, normal week in, week out type of habit?
Now, we mentioned slalom ski touch style and technique from back in the day. Well, here's the personification of that. This is Benjamin Stadelbauer. Look at that. Good effort there, Ali. And whilst we wait for your analysis on that particular run, let's check in with Wade on dockside.
Hey guys, here with Stephen Naveau, former Canadian national champion. You were junior world champion, correct? So how was your prep this week, and how's your mindset today?
Yeah, I prepped this week, couple sets this week, and just kind of get the mind ready. And it's been almost a month now since the last event, so just kind of get recalibrated and get ready to go here.
Did you get a practice set in behind the boat?
No, I was working yesterday, so flew in last night, so no practice set yesterday.
So for you guys working and cheating work, watching today, he's cheating work too. Back to you guys.
All right, so just recalling on that first pass, Ali, for Benjamin Stadelbauer. I said this before and I'll continue to say it is about the closest that anyone has ever gotten to replicating Mappel's technique. But we'll give you a chance to...
Sorry, no, I was just watching it. Almost looked like they shortened the rope again, but we'll wait to get confirmation on that.
Well, if that's the case, then this is an opt-up then.
Now, that's just from me watching on the screen there. I'm not sure if I saw what I thought I saw.
Okay, so 11.25 meters on this next pass. He's decided to opt up through 12.
Now, this will be interesting because I said earlier I felt like I was having a hard time getting a good gate from the far end. So this will be interesting to see him take the 39.10.7 from the opposite end, hopefully. Don't want to jinx him here. There we go, getting 6. Taking it from the opposite end, maybe he'll be able to get a better start and get all 6.
Doesn't get much better than that, does it, Freddie?
No, it's funny because I had not really associated him with Andy Mappel's ski style, but I do see some of the comparison. Now that it's been brought up, the one thing I would say is a little bit different. Andy used to ski with that slightly broken hip in the pre-turn as well, but where I think if you were going to get nitpicky, I think the little difference between him and Andy was a little better at the finish of the turn, getting the hips back up and through, where Benny from time to time can get in his upper body, get in the shoulders, and that can get you in trouble as if you lose that stacked position. But that was a nice pass there. I am curious, do we know, did he come off at 35 or did he? Okay, so confirmation is that he came off the dock at 32 and opted up to 38. So,
well, and I was watching the screen because we had the camera in the boat, and it looked like they shortened it, waited, shortened again, and that was what I was looking at, and that's why I was pretty sure that he had opted up. We got confirmation that he did opt up, so we'll have a 10.75 coming in now.
Well, there you go. Good eyes there, Ali.
Yeah, great catch, and it very interesting that obviously he's not playing wind.
Like I said, it might be just trying to take it from the other end. He's seen it's over half the list has been unsuccessful so far.
Maybe he's trying to play into the heads of the skiers to come up next. Anyway, let's have a look. Benjamin Stadelbauer, 10.75 meters.
Not the best start, but he's still in it.
There you go. Look at this.
Come on.
Stands up on fire. Oh, man. With those kind of turns going into buoy number 5 and the approach that he had, you would have almost mortgaged your house on him getting around buoy number 6 and running that pass.
He's definitely going to be kicking himself for that one because I think he definitely had that one run. Yeah, he was looking good. I thought he was all over it. I really thought he was gonna be the first one through it. Regardless, he does take the lead here.
Yeah, I thought he had what he needed there. I don't know if he just got a little conservative at 5. But yeah, I thought, again, we could see him kind of, losing down the lake a little bit. But yeah, I sure thought he was going to have what he needed here to get outside of 6. And, coming up short. But again, I think, honestly, with the struggles that we've seen this morning, that's going to be, I think, right there. I don't want to call that a safe score. But, before the event started, I said we were thinking deep 39. That's rolling over that 4 and into that 5, into that deep 39 position there. So I think he'd like to have a little more breathing room. A little further down course there at 3, I guess, than I realized he was. But I felt like he came off 4 good. Thought he was in this.
I mean, a little bit down course, but I still really thought he was fine there. I mean, just gets a little stalled up there at 5 and unable to make it outside 6.
Yeah.
But puts him in the lead. It'll be interesting to see if anybody else takes that approach, possibly leaving the dock at 35. We'll see. I don't know what his reasoning was for that. We'll have to maybe get an interview with him and see if we can ask.
Yeah, hopefully Wade can grab him and give us a glimpse into the thought process there a little bit. I'm going to be surprised if other guys follow that lead right now with it being round 1. I think they're going to want to just go, let me go straight up, and then I'll figure out, what I need to do in round 2. But, kudos there to Benny to going ahead and trusting his gut and saying, hey, I feel this, I'm going with it.
Well, the one thing I would say is with this round, you kind of can gamble a little bit because you do have another round. That is the one, if you're going to try something, you can try it this round.
That probably finalized his decision on doing the opt-up through from 13 all the way through to 11.25 meters. But here we go. This is Joel Poland. Now, he's an exciting young athlete. And, I mean, we've mentioned this before. He tricks right foot forward. He slaloms left foot forward. I mean, that's just unheard of. And we'll find out a little bit more about that after we checked in with Wade.
Hey, guys, I'm here with Ben Stadelbauer. And so, Ben, I heard over radio that you were opting up. So what sort of, was in your mind that caused that decision?
It's a perfect little headwind 1, 2, and 3 first pass at 32. So I was like, that looks pretty good for 39. I didn't know really how the wind was on the other end. And then when I got to 4, 5, and 6, it was pretty dead. So I was like, well, there's not really any tailwind coming back for the setup. But second half of the pass, it starts pushing maybe a little bit if the wind's up. So I thought that was maybe the safest bet, was just to come back 38 and give it a go at 39.
No, I like the move because I watched the wind shift. It almost looks like it's totally flat now. But Ben confirms, it was definitely a headwind off the dock. Back to you guys.
All right, so that was a little bit of the stratagem behind his decision to go with that opt-up. So kudos there to Benjamin Stadelbauer. Hopefully his lead will extend deep into the remaining few skiers on this list. Now, this is Joel Poland. Left foot forward slalomer, right foot forward tricker.
And a juggler to warm up.
Yes, indeed. Let's not forget about the juggling, and that actually brings a point, you know, because skiers have different ways of preparing, staying relaxed, and provide themselves with a healthy distraction about, prior to what you would do out there in the water. Do you go along with that contention that you try and do something a little bit distracted before you ski, or are you all focused in?
Yeah, I'm one that I don't try to get if I get overly zoned in, I feel like I get a little in my head, and so I try to keep it light. I warm up a little bit. I'm not one really to stretch that often. I'll do a little bit more on tournament days than what I do in practice, and I'm one on the ends. I like to talk to the boat crew. Drivers kind of figure that out as we go, and if I talk to them, they'll talk to me back most times. But I like to talk on the ends about really anything other than skiing, just to kind of keep it light, try to keep the pressure off a little bit.
Different situation with you, Freddie, based upon your event, because you're just one jump away from doing something else, so you got to be all in.
Well, and I think as a jumper, for the most part during our set, the only voice in your head is yours. Right, like we don't stop on the end. Nobody's yakking at us or telling us about what they had for lunch or whatever, right? So as we got Joe coming in here, 38 off, a little wobbly at 1, but he's got ahead of the course here. Mm-hmm. So really, again, this is a little bit of what I was wanting to see, where he's definitely doing a lot more work prior to the buoy. He is up course. He's swinging from side to side a little better. Looks to me like he's finishing a little stronger behind the boat, and a little bobble here or there isn't putting him in a big hole.
So you're less reliant upon the boat actually carrying you out there. You need to force the issue yourself.
Well, no, you can't force an issue. You can't create swing without that boat, right? But it's where you're doing the work that creates that. And what I see out of Joel, and I think I think it's fair to say his fast twitch muscles are ridiculous. And so you see him taking the big turns, and yet when he's coming on the rope, he is not heavy. He's coming on and he's light off the buoys so that he can be strong, I'm going to call it, through that first whitewash and into behind the boat. The 36-mile-an-hour skiers are going to, by the time they hit center line, they're starting to release out. 34-mile-an-hour skiers tend to have to pull a little longer, lean a little longer through that center line. But he's doing an excellent job of maneuvering himself through the course to hit the load at the most beneficial time from the boat to create that swing.
That would be a great innovation if you could get a pressure gauge located on the ski somewhere, underneath your feet to try and assess how much load and how light you are on the ski, and compare that with a few skiers. Let's have a look and see. This is Joel Poland, and this is 10.75 meters. Look at this. That is number 3. He's round number 4. No one has run this yet, and that's the first of them.
There we go.
And did it well.
And it took an overall skier to do it.
Well, yes, he is an overall skier, but he is, I think, individually, in each individual event, he is working his way to the top of the spectrum. In years past, typically overall skiers have had a weak event. I don't know that we can necessarily say that about Joel. I mean, it's, he's a Masters jump champion. His trick skiing is at a level that is at the very top, and then we see him with his slalom skiing, pushing these guys into the finals. So, a little more of the, I would say, the exception to the rule in terms of your overall skiers.
And he's a circus freak to boot.
Yeah. It's on the resume.
All right, then. Obviously, Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey aren't hiring right now, so this is the best that they can do.
Well, and I think here we come in, 41 off. Interestingly, he's a left foot forward skier in slalom. So I'm thinking he's going to be looking for a solid 2, and I would wager that would be enough to secure a spot into that final 8. I'm no guarantees on that. Everybody could start ripping these things off, but
I believe our next skier is Steven's 8th from the bottom. So
right.
We'll see. I mean,
let's have a look. Here comes Joel Poland, 10 points. Oh, horrid turn off buoy number 1, all over the back of the ski, and I don't think he made a play on number 2. So it looks like it is going to be 1 there. 1 at 10.25 meters. It establishes a 2 buoy lead. Oh, that's vicious.
Yeah,
that was savage.
I don't think he necessarily, I mean, this is kind of like he didn't get what he wanted on his gate, but I don't think he necessarily got himself lined up on his gate. Looked like he was starting to lose a little speed here, and you can just see it kind of goes into the upper body a little bit, and I think then that got him in trouble here. Yeah. Good effort to try to get outside that second buoy and get a piece of it, but I don't think he got there.
All right, then, and we'll continue on to our next skier in just a moment. That's Stephen Neville, but let's check in dockside.
Hey, guys, here with Mr. Freddie Winter. And Freddie, big win last weekend, the Mastercraft Pro. Always a bit of a strange week in between, right?
I tried to completely forget about it by Sunday and focus on this weekend. We got, like I said yesterday, we got 3 in a row. That was the first. We're changing boats every weekend, so just trying to make it to where we can, where I can, keep successful, keep competitive, and it wasn't my most comfortable victory last weekend, so I gotta make sure I up the game a little bit so I can be hopefully a little cleaner in what I was doing.
So we were just chatting with John Travers, and we were, of course, if you're a Floridian or you summer there, we talk about hurricanes. So how did that sort of change your week up?
To be honest with you, it didn't. I mean, Joel and I, we were incredibly inconvenienced. Joel and I left 2 hours earlier than we planned initially. So, I mean, very lucky. I mean, I think that the boarding school where I work and where I train, it's pretty high. We're not going to ski there this week. So this week's going to be a bit more challenging coming. But I think, fortunately, I don't know, but all the lakes didn't seem to kind of get... There's not been that much damage of the people that I know. I hope. But yeah, I mean, tragic. Tough stuff. We were watching the stuff going through Fort Myers on Thursday night, insane.
No, it does give you that certain amount of anxiety when you've gone through, same as Slalom does, so we'll let him get his game on. We see him in the water soon. Back to you, Tony.
All right, and Freddie, also part of a new podcast episode on TWBC Podcast alongside Joel Poland. Make sure you catch that on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your podcasts. This is Stephen Neville out of Canada, a resident of Houston in Texas these days, and not looking too bad on the opening pass at 13 meters, and a skier who's been round a while there, Freddie.
Yeah, I've seen, I remember Arne Clow one time asked me at a tournament over in Texas if I could put my eyes on Neville, and I think he was maybe 15, 16 years old, and happened to be there, and he was big young man then, and I remember leaving impressed and thinking, hey, I think this kid, if he sticks with it, being a Canadian, it's hard. Obviously he's going to have to get some time down in Florida, and he did. He got down there and was skiing with Matt Reaney, and the rest was kind of history. He's really put the time and effort in. He's very serious about his skiing and takes it very serious. I've skied him a couple of times out at my place, and he's one of the taller guys that skis, very tall as well, and but he uses it to his advantage, and he is a unbelievably consistent skier. He's done well. I hope he can get through this weekend and get a big score out there, but he's someone who's over the years been very consistent at getting through the 39.
Definitely, and the height definitely doesn't hurt. My brother kind of tells the same story the first time he met him. It's like, definitely didn't know who he was, and this really tall kid walks up, and he's like, oh, okay, well, He's proved to be a very good slalom skier, very consistent over the years.
And not looking too bad on this pass either. This is going to be the 12-meter line, 35 off, and whilst we wait for him to come back into course at 11.25, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Joel Poland, our new leader on the dock. So we've been waiting on somebody to crack that 10.7, and you did it. How was it?
You know, it was a little bit of a struggle. I just couldn't figure out my gates all the way through that set, really, but I got a decent start, and then it was a little hairy 4, 5, 6. Had a big 5, a lot of slack, and made it around 6. So, you know, it was tight. I only really just ran that one, I'd say.
So tell us about the 41 start. A little bit of a head breeze going back?
Yeah, that was a headwind. I messed up. I just pulled out a bit too light. It was like good timing. It was just a touch light. So I never really got my swing on the boat. The wind was just shutting me down the whole time. And then, yeah, just bit narrow one, all on the back foot sort of thing.
And it makes it really hard at 41. So we'll let him change, and we're going to see him out on the water a lot this weekend. Jump this afternoon. So back to you guys, Tony.
Why, thank you very much. As we get ready to bring Stephen Neveu back into the course, this is going to be 11.25 meters now. Now, I would imagine that a lot of these skiers have seen Joel Poland take in 10.75 meters down and produce a score of 1. So maybe that's an encouraging sign coming forward, or maybe it incentivizes the skiers to actually take the 10.75 meters just a little bit more seriously.
I'm hoping now that we've seen, one go down, that we'll see the rest of the skiers on the list go and get through that 39 pass. We'll see, but it definitely took a lot longer than I expected to see the full pass at 39. So it'll be interesting to see what the rest of the list does, and then how round 2 shakes out tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe it will provide that cascading effect a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, only time will tell. Everybody at the end of this list is way more than capable of running 39 and getting, midway down 41 or more, and so it'll be interesting to see.
You just reminded me of that Asia song, Only Time Will Tell. You're probably more into country than anything else, huh?
Born and raised, yeah.
Born and raised in Tennessee. Gotta love it. All right, then. This is the Malibu Open 2022, brought to you by Malibu Boats, Rambo Marine, your local Alabama dealer for Malibu, alongside Vulcan Materials Company and Good Waterskis. And we also get support from Andrew Sports Medicine, Acme Propellers, and Babes Boat Care Products. We also get support from Outer Armor Doozy Boat Lifts, Zero Off, Louis Restaurant and Bar, the Red Bar Grunt, and Masterline. All right then, folks, let's see. Stephen Neveu, 10.75 meters. Joel Poland has proved that this is possible. Let's see if Stephen Neveu is up to the task. And in successive skiers, another pass of 10.75 meters goes down.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it really just takes that one person to go out and, get all 6 and go, yeah, it's possible. And now everybody's standing on the dock. I think we'll see him go down after this.
Well, and I think this group, we're now migrating into these group of guys that are used to traveling the world and all different types of sites and locations. We're kind of getting into that group of guys now that if they don't, we're surprised. Some of these earlier guys, we're not necessarily surprised if they don't, but we're hoping that they do, right? Yeah. So we've passed that threshold here a little bit, but I think where this is going to get interesting is, obviously it's putting some pressure on these later guys that they have to. Now, they need to. This is going to basically move that cut line, somewhere in that 5 at 39 to 1 at 41 going into round 2. But again, that will depend very much on those early guys. Just can a couple of those guys go out, or even just one of those guys go out and throw up one of those, PB type scores and get themselves in the mix.
Yeah, and it might be interesting to see how many people have actually been here and skied here before, because we haven't had a pro event at this site in many years. So there's probably several of these skiers that have never been to Tuscaloosa, to Lyman Land.
All right, then, here we go. 10.25 meters. If he can get a piece of 2, which he does, to the wicks. He will score the 4.2. He takes the lead with 2 at 10.25 meters. And this was about as planned as it gets, in terms of actually scoring that second buoy. Because just take a look at this. Entrance gates, good stretch on number 1. Sucked up his knees a little bit off that turn and knew that just a sufficient enough angle was necessary just to get round number 2. And that's exactly what happened there, Freddie.
Well, but I also think, Tony, that as a left foot forward skier, he did not come off a one ball tight. And so, yeah, immediately, your immediate check down plan is get the full 2, take the lead. Again, if there's going to be a pile up, it tends to be at that 2 ball at 41. So, he's putting himself in that strong position going forward into the next round where, hey, I've at least got that. Now I can, go even a little more aggressive at that first buoy.
All right, then. So that's Stephen Neveu, who has just established the lead with 2 at 10.25 meters. Now, we're down to 7 skiers remaining. So currently, if this were just a single round tournament and only one round was out there in order to actually go through to the final rounds, then Stephen Neveu has put himself into position. But because it's a 2-round event and the best score from those 2 rounds carries, then it's not all cut and dry quite yet.
It's not cut and dry quite yet. I definitely think hopefully we see some big scores come out of these guys at the end, and I definitely think that there were some earlier skiers that are capable of going out and running that 2 and putting the pressure on that cut line tomorrow. And I definitely think that we could see a lot of changes tomorrow. So that definitely is not a safe score, I wouldn't say.
Yeah, but it's certainly a leading score at this point in the proceedings, and it incentivizes the skiers, to need and want to push that far onto at least getting through 10.75 meters. It's now a necessity to make it through that pass to put yourself in the top echelons of this list, Freddie.
Yeah, again, there's still a lot of skiing that's got to be done. I think these remaining 7 guys are going to tell us a story in terms of, how it's skiing out there, how comfortable they are out there. Do we start to see, guys getting down to 3 and 4 ball at 41, or are we going to be living here in the 1 and 2 ball at 41?
Real good eat.
All right, then. So let's see if we can search for answers to numerous questions in regards to which skiers will make it through to the next round of the competition, the final, after we get done with the second round and the best score carries. This is Robert Hazelwood, someone who belongs to a Waterski dynasty in Great Britain. Fantastic effort there from Robert Hazelwood, and let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Stephen Neveu, our new leader, and it's always good when someone runs 39 right in front of you, right?
Yeah, of course. Kind of set the tone for everything going in front. I know Joel's a good skier, and so to see him do it so easily, it kind of reminded me that, okay, things are not so bad out there.
So 39 was really good. Tell us about the 41 start.
Yeah, I kind of pulled like a madman into one, saw a little bit of movement on the water, and just got in my head. A lot goes through your mind in half a second, I guess, and unfortunately just didn't quite have the way my movements should be for that one ball, but time to regroup and be ready for tomorrow.
So a 2?
Yeah, full 2, I think. So I'll take that, and we'll see how it looks the rest of these guys going here.
Well, at least he's got a great backup score from next round already. He's had a look from both ends, and we'll see him out again tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, so skier on the water right now is Robert Hazelwood. You're looking at the leaderboard. Let's see Stephen Neveu currently in the lead with 2 at 10.25 meters, ahead of Joel Poland with 1 on that same line length. And those are the only 2 competitors that have gone through 10.75 meters. Maybe we will see a third in the form of Robert Hazelwood as he aggressively works his way from one side of the course to the next. And certainly a hallmark of his technique is that outer arm, where he swings up and tries to use it to bring the ski hard round. I mean, is there anything you want to say about that, Freddie?
Well, I mean, it's been discussed, I think, a fair bit, and in terms of typically, if you were a intermediate level skier, that would be something that you would try to maybe tame down. But and the reason for that is it tends to create a scenario where you get too upper body heavy. And again, we want the ski to load and the hips to load faster than the hands and shoulders. The thing with Rob is he doesn't go there. He doesn't, the arm moves, but the shoulders really don't. He stays. It's not even, but it'll happen when he gets in trouble. It really isn't. That's not where things go pear-shaped for him. So, my thing is, if it's what's making him comfortable, you don't mess with it. And I mean, there were a lot of things about Will Asher skiing early on in his career that I felt like people, if he could do this different, if he could get rid of that one bad habit, this would happen. And, Will stayed true to himself. And, now we all stand around and talk about how amazing Will is, right? So I think, to some extent, yes, that hand goes from high down back on the handle, but he doesn't come on the handle hard. And, we can see this as he's running through this 38. Typically, that arm swinging from high to low creates a situation where the skier's going to come on the handle heavy and get stood up, and they'll lose their direction. He doesn't.
Sorry, it's definitely not a style that I would say try to emulate at home, but it works for him. It definitely, like you said, it can have its consequences a lot of times for other people, but Rob seems to carry it well.
Well, and the thing is that, again, that reach that we see, the maximum amount of reach that he gets to, he uses to the advantage because it opens the hips up tremendously, right? So if you wouldn't want to correct it from the standpoint of saying, okay, hey, don't spread your arms as much, don't let that arm go that far. The conversation would then be about how it comes back. But as long as his hips are moving back to the handle faster than the arm, then there's not a downside to it. It really isn't. And so, like I said, it's been discussed a tremendous amount. He's probably tired of talking about it, or at least tired of listening to it. But, I think, again, it's just something that he's got to be aware of. And, listen, there may be times where he gets out there and his skiing goes poorly and he's getting into his upper body faster than he's, going through the feet and the hips. So, but again, he knows his skiing. He's very cerebral about what he does out here.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not an issue.
Okay, this is 10.75 meters. Good strike off the first third of the course. He's now halfway down with number 3. He's good to go around number 4. He knows that to stay in contention, he's got to run this pass. And to tell you what, that is what he just did.
Yeah, and you see him throw the fist there as he came out the exit gate, right? So these guys know that they're, again, I think he handled that pass well, but he was moving. He wasn't really well settled there. So
no, not the best start here. I mean, you see him come in on the backside of 1. It looked like he really pulled the handle up high, kind of rocked to the back of the ski, but handled it well. I mean, was able to stay calm and make it through that pass. I think a little bit of the confidence comes into play, knowing that he runs this pass.
I just like the way he moves through his hands, coming off the turn, and then if he is a little bit down course, he's not hesitant about just rotating and counter-rotating away off the second wake to stay on top of the course and to stay ahead of the buoy line.
Yeah, and he's on the new Syndicate ski. I just switched to it this week, and it's amazed me. I mean, I think you can stay in the pass for a lot of things. As long as he's staying up on the feet and, being able to stay calm and composed, he's able to get back in it.
All right, then. So here we go. This is Robert Hazelwood. The top score as it stands right now is 2. There is a 1 also out there as well on 10.25 meters. Let's see what he can do.
Right foot forward skier, so this 1 ball is going to be key. A little slow there. Going to guess he's going to stand this up.
Yeah, 2. I think there's going to be a log jam for 2 before too long. You just watch.
Well, I think the thing that's going to break the log jam is the guy that gets off 1 cleanly And we haven't seen that yet. And I mean, honestly, we think back to the one ball at 39 for Rob was not as clean as we would expect it to be. So once you're off that first buoy and you're already starting behind, then there's going to be a little bit of that, hey, I'm going to play it safe. And for those guys that, maybe they get one, look at Joel Poland, right? He did all the hard work, got through the 39, but unfortunately only ends up with one buoy at 41. So anybody that can go over here right now and get a full 2 is, putting Joel in that position where he's going into the next round and potentially having to, it's like starting over. You don't, hey, I thought I had a good score and I don't,
Now, thinking a little bit ahead to potential ties. I mean, you were both at the skiers meeting yesterday, and let's clarify for the good folks out there. If there is a perfect tie, then it goes into a runoff, right? In order to advance. If it gets that point. So
they said that ties would be broken based on scores within the tournament, and then if it's a perfect tie both rounds, then they would do a runoff.
Thank you for that clarification. We want to try and put that out there this early. So let's check in on dockside with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Igor Nikolic, and he is the world's tallest slalom skier, 7'1".
Go for the reach, Wade. You tried. Good to be here. How are you guys? Hi.
So you did a podcast with me recently that'll air, and you're a very avid waterski fan, right?
100% water skiing or bust, man.
So what's your PB so far?
Mike can confirm I had 5 at 35 at 34 miles an hour. Thanks to him. That's pretty much the only secret.
Yeah, so he's getting ready to get through 35 off. So we're going to go to you guys, and then we're going to come back.
All right, then. So on the water at this time, we have got Adam Caldwell. Now, to say that Adam Caldwell is an unusual slalom skier, I think is probably understating it a little bit there, Freddie.
Well, I think he has a different technique. And, I mean, this is a guy that has taken some of the hardest falls that I've ever seen on a slalom ski, and he is strong as a bull and tough as an ox. I mean, and so this is, again, someone that's hard to necessarily look at their technique and say, okay, hey, this is how you're going to go home and do it, because if you don't have the strength to weight ratio that he's got, it's going to be hard to do. But that being said, little older gentleman that does an amazing job skiing here at 36 mile an hour, and he doesn't ski the tour in its entirety, but tends to show up at events and put out some big scores, and without question is one of the more exciting guys to watch on the slalom ski.
Yep, exciting is one word that you could describe it, but we'll wait and see how things pan out for Adam Caldwell, who comes to us out of Charleston in South Carolina. Let's see what he can produce right here and now. This is going to be 12 meters. Good strike off number 1 and number 2. And just look at his edge change. Whoa, almost getting in a little bit deep, but, he had enough of a lead into that number 3 to where that didn't really affect him too much.
No, yeah, he's definitely going to be, if you'll notice, a little straight-legged skier compared to where we were watching some of these other guys bend their knees and release some of that energy. Adam Caldwell will not. He's going to keep those legs straighter, almost to a point of like locked out through the wakes. And listen, the good thing on that is, again, energy created is energy used. He will swing out to that next buoy, but there's again, what's he going to have to do? He's going to have to temper that speed and control the rope through those turns. And so there at, I believe it was 3 ball, we saw him get a little deep, and he handled it well though.
All right, so Adam Caldwell. Now we've got a little bit more of an idea of what he's capable out there from a technical point of view. Let's see what he can do from here on out. Adam, he has been known to produce some pretty incredible scores and come through to the podium on 1 or 2 events, but the consistency factor in terms of being able to replicate this technique time and time again is something that is often called into question. However, hadn't said that, this is 11.25 meters, and he seems to have a pretty darn good handle on that there, Ali.
He had a 4 looked a little weird to me, but I mean, recovered fine and was able to get through it. I'm curious to see again on the replay just exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's, I mean, his gate shot, for one thing, seems to be fairly loose. I mean, he's got a two-handed conventional gate shot. I mean, nothing unusual about that. But just look at the way that he uses his knees and initiates the edge change, and then compare that with the direction of his hips.
It looks to me like he kind of takes a straight line towards the buoy with his edge change, not going, but maybe that's getting him higher up on the boat.
Yeah, that's why he's having to overextend himself on a couple of occasions, even on 11.25 meters. Now, this is where it starts to get spicy for him. 10.75 meters, spicy for anyone, but for Adam Caldwell, especially true, Freddie.
Takes a narrower gate than probably just about anybody. But again, as a left foot forward skier, he's going to use that offside lean, swing out into a good side turn. The rope will be tight, right? Because he's not going to have too much speed, and then he's essentially going to start the course at one ball.
All right, let's see if he can make that happen. Here comes Adam Caldwell, 10.75 meters. The last three skiers have all run this pass. Let's see if Adam can be among that number. Oh, look at this. How on earth do you stay that early on that pass skiing that way?
Literally the best pass he's run thus far. That's remarkable. He got a great one ball, right?
Great one. I mean, he was waiting there at 2
yeah.
for sure. Had all the time in the world there. I mean, that was a nice pass for Adam for sure.
But this is what Adam has done. He has showed up somewhat consistently at events, and he's running 39. I mean, he's basically going to stand on the dock and say, okay, hey, listen, if I've got to get to 3 or 4 at 41, can I? Yes, but you're at least going to have to run 39 to run with me here. And so, he shows it again, stayed well ahead of the course all the way through there. You can really see the strength there, kind of handling you can see the arms moving in and out as he's, adjusting to loose rope, but the body just isn't moving. And, honestly, a lot of space and time before 6 ball there. Ran that very nicely.
And the thing that I noticed is how long he carries that handle out to 2.4.
Why? Well, and again, that goes back to that narrow gate. He has to. If he doesn't, he's going to ski 3 feet inside of that buoy, right? So he's got to carry it out there because, he's starting from that narrow position. But watch how hard he starts. So easy going out. And then watch this drop. Boom. He's got a 1.
He won't attempt 3, but he'll be part of that 3-way tie with 2 at 10.25 meters. Welcome, logjam.
Yeah, stacking him up a little bit there, but again, watch this. Look how aggressive he is here, and he can do this coming into this good side turn, right? Turns, tight line, has what he knows. He knows, he's going to play with that 2 ball a little bit right there to see if it'll come through, but I think he kind of went into that knowing, okay, I'm going to get 2, but if something good happens, I'll go for 3.
Yeah, he didn't necessarily stand it up for the S turn, but, definitely kind of played it a little safe, made sure he got the 2.
And as I watch Adam ski, the thing, I mean, listen, what's his strength is the lean. I don't know that anybody gets in much better of a lean than he does. And, I tell my boys as they're learning to ski, that lean, be the guy that can lean the best, because the turns, we got your whole life to mess around with that, right? Like we can play with skis, we can play with technique, but if we don't teach you to lean now, then you're always going to be struggling throughout your career. You're always going to be walking on that tightrope, if you will. So, I think Adam is somebody who's taken that to heart, and he's having it pay dividends.
But there's a mild difference between like leaning to get outside the buoy's width and actually skiing light on the ski to do more or less the same thing, right?
Well, again, to me, the answer to the question is the goal in all of it is learning how to lean at the appropriate time with both the course and, in essence, the boat, the cruise control that you're working with here. The thing that Caldwell's got going for him is it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's going to lean so hard and so strong that he's going to get there, right? And so there's room for error. And that's if I'm going to miss, I'd prefer to see a skier miss in that direction than miss in the direction of, hey, I'm going to just stand here over the top of the ski, point it at the buoy, and hope for the best.
Well, so far as you are concerned, Ali, I mean, one of your best vacation spots this year was in Italy, which is where this guy comes from, Brandon Caruso.
Yeah, Brando coming from Italy. Let's check in with Wade Dockside, and we'll get back to that.
Hey, guys, I'm here with Adam Caldwell. And, Adam, hey, you ran 39, had the look at 41 that you wanted. How did that go?
It felt a little different than yesterday, but it felt really good at the same time. And each pass, I felt more settled on the gate and everything. And I took 41 a little too conservative and narrow, and it was just a big pull to one. Try to hang on for two, and you don't know. Try to go to three or blow it up, or play it smart and get two. So
any changes you might make for second round?
Maybe a boat setting change, but I don't know. That felt pretty good. Just ski it again.
To be determined, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we could see him ski again tomorrow, though. Good skiing, Adam. Back to you guys.
All right, yeah, we just saw that graphic there on the zero off choices. It's about just a shade over 40% that are selecting A2 right now. So I mean, what does that kind of tell you a little bit between the both of you?
Very little. In all seriousness, I don't mean that to be joking. Very little. I think with these events, a lot of what we're seeing, we heard Freddie Winter talking about 3 events, and bang, bang, bang between 3 different manufacturers, and so I think all I know is for the most part everybody's carrying over from their boat of choice in here because nobody's really getting enough time. There wasn't enough practice yesterday to go through and figure out what changes you want to make. So my guess would be these are, for the most part, this is either, hey, historically in the past I've tried this and it worked, or this is what I go behind my preferred boat of choice that I practice behind, and I'm just going to make it work this weekend because that's all we got as far as time's allowing.
Now, Ali, you're probably affected more than most, because of how light you are on the skis. So, would you subscribe to what Freddie said, or do you honestly feel that changing the letters really has that much of an effect on you?
I said earlier, I really don't play with them very often. It's just one more thing to worry about. Unless I just really feel something's off, I'm not going to change the letter. I'm normally going to try to fix something on my end before I start messing with the boat.
Well, that's good. A lot of people, even down to the ski would. I would encourage to actually change your binding, move the binding forward and backwards. That's almost analogous to that before changing fin settings. Anyway, Brando Caruso, we're 3 passes in right now, 11.25 meters. He's a skier who comes to us from Rome. Not looking too bad out there. He's a skier that we don't normally see too much of on this side of the Atlantic, but he's definitely well known in Europe. He's medaled and gotten on the podium in European championships in past seasons. So he's definitely got the chops to be competitive against these skiers here. But we'll wait to see if he can make his big breakthrough, Ali.
Yeah, we'll see. We saw him earlier in the season on some of the European stops and putting up great scores and getting, midway down 41. So we'll see if he can maybe bring that stateside today.
Okay, you probably haven't seen an awful lot of Brandon Caruso yourself, but you can't help but be impressed by him so far.
Do I have to be? No, I'm kidding. No, I am. He's, again, a long, tall guy, very well stacked. I can see when he's getting into his position, he is going to, again, he's going to allow the boat to swing for him. He's not releasing that energy at the wake, so he's accepting his energy out. He's skiing the course nice and wide. There's a little bit of a delay at the finish of his offside turn where I could see he could get in a situation where he gets caught with his hips back. And it's not going to be so much back in the turn. It'll be a little bit open, and when the line comes tight, he could get broken, and then they would go back. I can kind of see that potentially being a weakness, but we'll see here as he comes through 39, feeling the pressure like he needs to get through this pass. Let's see what kind of start he gets.
Oh, and taking that was vicious.
Yeah, definitely not what he was looking for there. I mean, like Freddie said, I think he was feeling the pressure, maybe just pushing a little bit too much there at that gate.
He got army on that gate turn in.
Yeah, I mean, he got a little army there and kind of hit the gate a little hard, and yeah, he was going to do very good to hold on to that.
That was a slightly, I feel like that was a different gate turn in than I saw in the other three passes. He just got into his arms here a little bit, like something, like maybe he was a little fast.
A little fast is what it looks like watching that replay there.
Now, this is significant because he now knows what he needs to do in the second round. He's got to go all out and produce the top score, because if he has to rely upon a backup score by scoring like 2 at 10.25 meters in the next round, that backup score that he has, which would invariably be this one, may not be enough.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the downside. You got to put it all on the line every time. So we'll see. Hopefully, I mean, he's going to try to come out tomorrow and put up a big score and hopefully not have to rely on that backup score to get him in.
All right, then, with that in mind, let's continue on to our next competitor. This is JT, otherwise known as Jonathan Travers. Opening pass, 30 meters. Let's see how he gets along. Currently 9th in the Pro Tour standings. His best score so far this season is 4 on 10.25 meters, so he definitely has the potential here.
Definitely has the potential. Looking really nice on this first pass, just getting settled and feeling it out today.
John's, that Travers name, right? It's been around
donkey's years.
Yeah, forever. And it's interesting because, Jonathan, when Karen and I moved to Orlando, he was still a young man in the later junior years and that, but was not a pro skier yet. So we've really seen him kind of grow up and go through the entirety of the sport. And you'd be hard pressed to find a harder working young man, right? Like he's a TC. He's involved in judging and putting on events. He helps with the U.S. Masters. He's everywhere, right?
He welds.
Yeah, he welds. He works on ramps, and I mean, he's literally it's like a little Energizer bunny, but he's not just running around in circles. I mean, he's working and helping and getting things accomplished. And the thing I've noticed, I think, with Jonathan is when he's skiing his best, physically he feels well, and mentally he's got some things on his plate. It doesn't let him overthink his skiing. He is a physical skier, and he doesn't always want to break down every body movement through the course.
I mean, you say that he stays busy on his weekends and whatnot, helping with the tournaments, but I mean, that's kind of his normal day, helping run the ski school, and he's always doing something working at the ski school, and then takes his break, goes skis, and then goes back to work. So, yeah, I know he has been kind of battling a little bit of a back injury. Hopefully we don't see that hold him up today.
Yeah.
All right, and with that in mind, let's check in with Wade on dockside.
Hey, guys, I'm here again with Igor Nikolic, world's tallest slalom skier. So, hey, what do you learn when you get to see these guys in person?
You get to learn how much more weight you have to lift, how much more deadlift you actually need to do, and to take the hits like that, I get broken in half. So I really learn more from watching women do it. And as Mike will attest, like his daughter Jasmine, like it's two of them that like always correct me, and I actually follow Jasmine. I mean, Mike's 70, okay, like he's Alabama world record holder here, right? So he knows what he's doing, and I'll try to mimic him, and I try to mimic Jasmine, right? That's like, Adam Caldwell, come on, forget it. I mean, the dude is like, his arm is like like my leg, right? I mean, there's no way.
So Igor skis over on Lake Martin, and if you ever get a chance, if you see him skiing by, you'll know it's him, the tallest guy in the world. We're having fun. Back to you guys.
Yep, he's certainly a very tall drink of water, I can tell you that. All right, then. So, Jonathan Travers, we are 4 skiers away from the end of this list, including Jonathan. So that plays a role a little bit in terms of percentages and wanting to put a decent score out there to at least not put yourself in that multiple weight type position. And JT, ever reliable there on 12 meters coming back. That was 11, as a matter of fact. I beg it.
He ran it like 12.
Yeah.
Or 35 off, as we like to say here in America.
Okay.
Yeah, no, JT's looking really good right now. He's well balanced over the ski, well ahead of the course. I like what I see here. Very interesting what Igor said about watching the women.
And I heard somebody say that the other day, that they like to watch the women. It's hard to watch the men, and not many people really ski 36. I mean, you have like the junior people that are, that have to because that's their age group. But there's a lot of people that it's a lot harder to emulate what you're seeing at 36.
Well, we tend to get enamored with the technique that the men have, but we forget that a lot of that technique is based on just absolute brute strength, right?
Yes.
And so for your intermediate skier out there, tournament skier, even your national level skier, focusing and watching what the women are doing is actually going to show you a technique that will probably work better for them. And it's something, we've talked about that over the years. So very interesting that Igor is aware of that, and especially with somebody at his height, and he's still looking to the women from a technique standpoint. I think that's smart to do that.
I would say the girls have to be a lot more technically sound. We just can't muscle our way through.
Absolutely.
Regina may beg to differ.
All right, speaking of muscling through, here, let's see if Jonathan can muscle through this 39.
Okay, let's see if there's any hint of finesse on this particular run. Well, not so far. There you go, that's round 4. This is 10.75. And he's definitely finding his feet these days.
Yeah, I was wondering if we were going to have to see one of his little lasso moves there, but not necessary. I mean, that was the great pass from John.
That was beautiful. That's hands down, obviously, best 39 we've seen thus far. And, I mean, he looks like he's here to do some work.
Yeah, there was no question there. I mean, he was in it the entire time.
And this is about as smooth as it gets from Jonathan Travers. I mean, normally we see some breaks in the turn a little bit there, and having to force the issue. And that's obvious whenever you see the spray. But this was smooth from start to finish for Jonathan Travers, and this has obviously got to be a big confidence boost going forwards.
Well, and I think if you rewind the clock, I mean, it's been a while. Go back a decade anyway. Jonathan was really well known for dropping bombs on his onside 135, and then, the 2-4 side was more of a liability. Over the last, 7 or 8 years, he's been skiing with Will Asher, obviously still skiing with his dad, and they've really ironed out that offside. So his onside is still as strong as ever, but his offside just doesn't seem to be the liability it once was.
All right, let's see what he can conjure up with. This is 10.25 meters. His best score this year has been 4.
Yeah.
Oh, and he gets the 1, I believe. He might get the 2. We've yet to get the official confirmation, but I don't know. That for my money is inside 1. I don't know about you guys.
Inside 1?
Inside 2. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm going to go the opposite on that. I don't think there's any question he got outside at 2 ball here.
Yeah, there he is. There he is.
It wasn't a bad 1 ball. But little tip rise, right? And so rather than the tail of the ski finish coming around so that he could swing out and come back on 2, it was kind of then just driving straight at 2 here. We'll watch the tip goes up, and when it sets down, it didn't set down with the amount of direction he was going to need. Sometimes we see these guys, tip rise isn't at the end of the world, but when they go to set it down, they've got to roll it over and still point the tip across the lake. He didn't quite get that done. All right.
He was going to have to kind of pull it back there quite a bit to be able to get anything more out of 2.
So the population of Logjam City, USA, has just increased by 1, with 2 at 10.25 meters. And let's check in on dockside with Wade. All right. Before we talk with him some more again, let's introduce our next competitor. He comes to us also from Italy. We've seen one Italian skier. We're now seeing the other. This is going to be Thomas de Gasperi.
What's wind doing?
Yes. I see Sasha.
It's not though.
Yeah, I see Sasha on the dock getting ready to go here for
Same as yesterday.
after Thomas. And he was a bit of a question mark as whether or not we were going to see him skiing today. He missed the last event, and so good to see him on there. But first, Thomas de Gasperi, Mr. Reliable.
Yep, looking pretty good with the opening few buoys on this pass. Former 2-time world champion, I believe 8 or 9 European men's slalom titles, including the most recent one in Riccetto in Italy. And now we'll take a trip over to Wade's World.
Hey, so here with John Travers, and great score, John. So we're sort of discussion leading up. You're a Nautique guy. We skied Mastercraft last weekend. Now we're at Malibu. How's it working out?
Confusing the mind. Very confusing. But hey, it's a boat. It has 0 off in it. It feels good. Just our timing's a little different, especially on the gate. I finally got dialed in at home on a gate with a Nautique, and then you throw a Mastercraft at me last weekend, and then you're going to throw a Malibu at me this weekend. So it's going to be challenging, but that was the first pass actually of that set, I believe, that I had a tailwind at 41. So that kind of was another little ball thrown at me. So it was kind of confusing there a little bit, but hey, it felt really good. Yesterday in practice wasn't as great, but today felt amazing.
All right, good stuff. Great score on the board for John, and we'll see him out again tomorrow morning. Back to you guys.
All right there. So JT is sounding a little bit confused out there with things going on behind a boat that he's typically not used to skiing behind.
Well, I mean, these guys are so quick to adapt. When we've done testing in the past, when you get to guys that are at this level, we often say that you have to get their feedback after the first and second pass. Typically, they'll tell you, no, wait, let me have another one. I need to feel it again. But you want to say, no, tell me exactly what you felt right now. Because by the third pass, they're changing. They're adapting. You got to understand, these guys go all over the world. Different drivers, different conditions, different courses, different buoy sizes, different wind, different water, different, right? And they're jet lagged. And in 3 passes, they've adapted. And so that's the business these guys are in. I think that's what the people at home don't understand, is that when you go from tournament site to tournament site in your local area, you start to get used to what you're feeling and who's driving you, and that these guys are, it's different all the time, and their job is to adapt as fast as possible. And I don't know if there's anybody really that's been any better over the course of his career than Thomas de Gasperi.
And what about you, Ali? I mean, how quick do you typically is it for you to adapt?
I mean, I would definitely agree with what he said. I think every pass, I think you're learning a little bit more and adapting. Every pass. Definitely after the first set, I mean, people are taking what they've learned from this first set and taking it into the second set. But we're adapting every pass, every buoy even. I mean, you do something at 1 that you don't like, you're going to try to change it at 3 or 5.
Right.
You were constantly, trying to adapt and be better for the next buoy, let alone the next pass.
Well, and we had that conversation earlier about confidence. And the better you are at adapting, the more confident you're going to be in your ability to, again, stay on the ski and keep getting down the lake. So here we are, Thomas 38 off, really looks like he's on time, controlling the line, looks comfortable out there. I don't want to say a walk in the park, but a walk in the park.
I mean, he's a seasoned pro here.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not stressing about that at all. So we'll see him about to come back at 10.7 and hopefully make that one look like a walk in the park as well.
And you know it's hard to talk about Thomas de Gasperi without actually mentioning the ski that he's riding, the true asymmetrical slalom ski that's narrow on one side and wider on the other, and his bindings are offset.
Yeah, I've argued that Thomas may be the smartest guy in the field in the fact that they designed this ski 15 years ago.
Yeah.
And it essentially hasn't changed. As far as I know, and until somebody tells me differently, it's still coming out of the same mold. It's the same. They might be changing the materials in that, right? But in terms of the consistency of the skis that he's going to get and how much they've changed under his feet, it's somewhat minimized, right? Whereas everybody else, you compare the ski that Karen was skiing on 15 years ago to the ski today, night and day difference. Pick any of these guys, and what are we talking about? We want to control. We want things to be consistent. We don't want to. And here's a man, maybe the only man in the industry that's controlled it like that.
But if you find something that works, it's hard to change whenever he's had
getting broken over off buoy number 1, but he's back in. He's round number 3. An absolutely atrocious start to this pass, and he's still able to run it.
If I hadn't seen it 60 or 70 other times, I would have been amazed. But I call him the cat. Like and not for the 9 lives, for the reflexes. His ability to come out of one ball, I'm going to go ahead and say it, this poorly, and come into 2 and turn it like nothing has happened. Look at it, he's completely stretched out. Watch this. Bang. Oh, here we go. Just another 3-ball.
His experience showing there. Staying calm and collected and being able to recover like that. But the confidence, he knows that he should not miss 39 no matter what.
Well, and the ironic thing is okay, we see him do it here today in calm conditions, and it jumps out in your mind. But I've seen him do those same things at Mumba, with a 9-mile-an-hour current and a 14-mile-an-hour wind going the other way and rollers, and he'll do exactly the same thing and keep on going. He is just reacting to everything that's happened. And again, we had that conversation about how much confidence does he have to go ahead and run that pass, to come to 2-ball and turn it. Well, of course he does, because he knows he can adapt.
All right, that was at 10.75 meters. Now he's going to have a crack at 10.25 meters. There is a big old log jam with 2.
I don't think he's going to make that mistake at 1 again. I'm calling 3.
I think I'm calling 3 as well. And you know what?
Not my first rodeo. There we go. 3.
There you go. Great skiing there from Thomas de Gasperi. Actually had occasion to speak with him yesterday as part of the pre-show and asked him what kind of score we would expect from him. And he said 3.
He's very consistent for 3. I think he's got a lot of 3s in the book this year. So, pretty typical Thomas de Gasperi fashion right there.
Well, and again, there's, nothing's more important than the start of the course. You've got to have that gate in 1 so that you can get to 3, right? If you look at the women, 3 at 39 is going to put you in just about every final throughout the year. Now, that might have to be 3 at 39, in tougher conditions or whatever. But if you can lock down 3 at 39, you're in the hunt. If you can lock down 3 at 41, like Thomas de Gasperi has for over a decade, guess what? You're in the hunt.
All right, and with that, let's check in dockside with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Dr. Ricardo Kohlberg and from the Andrews Sports Medicine Clinic. And so, Dr. Kohlberg, take us through Regina's sort of post-ski ride therapy.
So with Regina, we work a lot on myofascial techniques, try and release muscles, try and release ligaments that get tight during the ride. Most important thing is to get muscles to loosen up and get ready for the next ride.
So she's in a fairly rapid recovery from this ACL injury, correct?
Yes, sir. It's been quite remarkable, her recovery. People ask me, what's the number one thing that you can do to recover from an ACL surgery this quick? And it actually comes down to putting the time and effort to do your rehab exercises. So, we always say from a surgery standpoint, we do 50% of the recovery. The other 50% comes from the patient working with a physical therapist, doing all the right exercises to get the patient strong and get their flexibility back and get their endurance back.
Well, thanks, Dr. Kohlberg. So not only listen to your doctor, but listen to your physical therapist during your rehab. That's our lesson. Back to you guys.
Well, and if there's one skier out in the water who has been in serious need of some physiotherapy and rehab, it's Sasha Deska, who is out in the water now and having run through his opening pass. So, I mean, he's a skier that we don't get to see an awful lot of on this side of the Atlantic, and much like Brandon Caruso, we see more of him competing in continental Europe. But he's a skier that has suffered injury-wise a lot over the last few seasons. And a lot of that, at least from my perspective, is because of the technique that he employs. Where he has a lot of load off the turn and he tries to maintain it through the wakes and then tries to do replicates that same thing for the next few buoys. Now, obviously, that's going to wear on you. And it may have gotten to the point where Sasha... his body just couldn't take it anymore, so he's had to make modifications in order to keep on skiing there, Ali.
Yeah, I mean, different styles definitely wear on the body a lot more. I'm not exactly sure what the injury was that kept him off the water last week, whether it was his back or what. But I mean, yeah, every body style is different, and some bodies just don't hold up quite as well as others. So,
all right, let's have a look at Sasha Deska. Skiing with A2, which has been the choice for about 40% of the skiers thus far. And yes, he has made modifications to his slalom style. But in all essence, his attacking posture off the buoy remains unchanged. And while we wait for Freddie for his response, let's check in on dockside.
Hey guys, here with Thomas de Gasperi, 9-time European slalom champion and a Malibu skier, so it must have felt good. 3 of 41, that's almost a positive that you make it in. How'd it feel out there?
Yeah, I feel pretty good. The boat felt amazing. The lake is a little cooler than Orlando, so a little faster. Kind of reminds me of home, but my house in Italy, where my lake is very deep, so... it's good. I'm happy, considering that I haven't skied much, in the last month. So, yeah, I'm sure the boys will do great too.
Well, good stuff. It's always sort of good just to get that first round out of the way, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I can ski the second round a little more relaxed, knowing that maybe I'm in. Probably I will be in. So I can maybe test some things on the second round for tomorrow's final.
All right, we'll see you back in the morning. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot there, Wade, as we continue right along with Sasha Deska, 11.25 meters. Now, I asked you for your opinions on his slaloming technique a little while ago, Freddie. So what do you have in mind?
Well, I think Sasha, right foot forward skier, very aggressive, skis a little bit like a left foot forward skier. And what I mean by that is the lefties tend to be more dominant on their onside turn, and the offside can be a little bit more of a liability. To me, that's Sasha in a nutshell, but you just swapped. He's not quite as symmetrical as we might see on a right foot forward skier. So you see there as he comes through his 1-3-5 side, the hips are a little further back, but on this side he's going to really crank it around and create the space back over for the offside turn. So, in terms of, is it his technique that's tearing up his body, or is it his mentality? And what I mean by that is some guys are pit bulls, and they're not letting go, period, under any circumstance. And I think that Sasha's a little bit of that pit bull mentality that, hey, I'm completely and totally out of shape here at 3 going to 4, and I should probably pull up. I should let up. But, there's that 3% of his brain says, no, you can get there.
Sounds a lot like the other guy standing on the dock, Freddie Winter.
Right.
I've seen him take some diggers that it's like, yep, Probably should have just come up there and you would have been fine.
Pot and kettle for
Yeah.
sure, and sometimes you look at it and say, hey, last weekend he threw himself at the buoy and it got him the win in the tournament, right? And so, maybe you wonder, do you have to do that in the first round? But the finals for sure. But Sasha is of that, to me, has always presented that pit bull mentality, and it's hard to come away from a lot of that unscathed.
Well, let's see if he can use that mentality here at 10-7 to get through it. A little bit of loose line, but good to go at number 4.
This is good stuff.
Looks like he will be able to get all 6 there.
Yeah, no worries about that. So 10.25 meters again coming up. So, it took a while before we saw the first attempt onto 10.25 meters, and was save but for one skier on this list. Every skier from that point onwards has cleared at least 10.75 meters now.
And that was kind of the trend that I somewhat expected. I think once you see him go down, then the pressure's kind of on. It's more of the must-run pass, but then also once you see one go down, I think you see them come in quick succession after that.
And whilst Ali selects my lottery numbers for the next drawing, let's get ready for Sasha Deska to come into the course for the next pass of 10.25 meters. Just waiting there for the Malibu to tighten up the line. The Malibu response TXI. We thank Malibu for their continued support of this event, along with their Alabama dealership, that is Rambo Marine. We've also got support from Vulcan Materials Company and Good Waterskis, alongside Andrew Sports Medicine, Acme Propellers, and Babes Boat Care Products. Here we go. 10.25 meters. Sasha Deska
hasn't had the strongest one balls yet, so this is going to be important here. We'll see if he get a good gate. Little loose line. He handles it well, though.
He's turning.
He's going for it. And he gets 3. That puts him on level pegging with Thomas de Gasperi.
And it puts him ahead of that big logjam that we have at 2, so that's going to give him an advantage going into second round, having that score to kind of set himself apart.
I'm taking back my pit bull mentality comment, because I thought he got off at 2 there. When he got outside of 3, he relieved himself from that logjam. I wanted to see him turn this. Now, I'll tell you what, I'm watching it in the review there. He's a little further down course than I thought. So, okay, all right, I'll let him off the hook. But, I wanted to see him, and too, keeping in mind, this is the first event back after having to miss for an injury. So I'll cut him some slack. All right, he can still be a pit bull.
Yeah, he was quite down course. Not the best one. Pretty far down course there at 2. I think he did pretty good to get over there 2-3, get that full 3, and just kind of set himself apart from that logjam that we have there at 2. He definitely came into 2 with 0 intentions of S-turning.
Yeah, no, he's exactly. And I think as a righty, and not only a righty, but a onside dominant righty with that 2-4 that he's got. The safest thing he could do was turn it. If he'd have tried to S-turn that, he'd have probably fallen.
But there you go. That's Sasha Deska, who is currently in a two-way tie for the lead with 3 at 10.25 meters with Thomas de Gasperi. Now we're on to our final 2 skiers to leave the dock in the opening round of the men's slalom competition here at the Malibu Open 2022, which also enjoys additional support from Outer Armour, Doozy Boat Lifts, Zero Off, Louie Louie Restaurant and Bar, the Red Bar Grunt, and Master Line. So, let's have a look and see what our next skier can produce. He comes to us out of the London Borough of Wandsworth. This is Freddie Winter, the winner of the previous pro event that took place on Lake Grue this past weekend. Let's see what he's got.
Freddie electing to go out at B3. I wonder what his, I don't know what his normal is, but that's not a number you see very often. Normally B2. So, a little bit of a change. Maybe he practiced yesterday, felt something, thought he could adjust and make it a little better.
In other words, adapting.
Adapting.
All right, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Sasha Descon and French national slalom champion. 3 of 41, not bad, right?
Yeah, I'm happy with my score. I didn't ski yesterday, so I wanted to test a little bit the lake, the first few passes, and it's. I think it's really good. I don't know if I can go deeper than this, but for sure, some people will for sure.
And happy with the setup? Any changes you might make with the ZO?
Oh no, all good. I stick to my letter.
All right, he's all set and probably into the final. We'll have to wait and see. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So that was Sasha Deska, and we don't normally get to hear from him very much, not least talking English, but he's definitely improved over the years. It's always nice. All right, then. Here we go. This is Freddie Winter coming in past number 2. No sign of an opt-up ever since we saw Joe... Benny took the opt-up. We haven't heard anything along those lines, although there might have been a justification for doing so among our last few skiers. But right now, still staying with the pass schedule, Freddie.
Yeah, no, I didn't expect to see guys, making a big change on that. There's not enough of a condition change, not enough wind. It's just something that Benny felt like he wanted to do, and I applaud him for doing it. Like you said, it takes a little bit of courage to go out there and know that if you make a mistake, you just completely blow your score. So that was good for him to go out there and do that, but kind of expected the rest of these guys to just run up the rope like normal, and that's kind of what we've seen.
That's what we've seen. I think we have just about perfect conditions right now, just a little bit of breeze, but nothing that I would say would warrant an opt-up or a change in your normal.
There's still a little bit of wind around here. I see the weather vane over there with our live weather station. It's about 3 miles an hour.
One of the things that's interesting, though, is our weather station is here inside the tree line. So one of the things that we saw yesterday was it wasn't that windy here, but outside of these trees it was. And so some of the wind is rolling off the top of those trees, and you can get downward pressures, which then almost, as a skier, makes it feel like, hey, it's a headwind, tailwind, crosswind, from buoy to buoy. So that's one of the things we'll monitor as we go along. But inside the little arena here, it's quite nice.
All right, and Freddie Winter skiing rather nicely himself, getting through that pass 11.25 meters. Now, we're almost at the end of the event, so I'll get to throw some questions at you regarding the jump. Now, with the wind swirling the way that you described it, how does that manifest itself for our jumpers?
We're just going to have to see. I don't think any of us have enough practice here to know what it's going to quite feel like. Practice yesterday had a little wind, and then we had some decent jumps in practice, and guys kind of feeling it out. So I think we'll be fine, but just mainly got to see what Mother Nature's going to throw at us here.
Right, you are. So we've got we're seeing Freddie Winter just rock his way through 11.25 meters. 10.75 meters comes up next, and there's still a considerable log jam at 3 and also at 2 at 10.25 meters. So I'm sure that 1 or 2 skiers are probably thinking ahead to how they can set themselves up for an entrance through to the final round. I mean, how high the backup score's got to be and what score you need to get to at the very least to put yourself in that conversation. Here we go. This is Freddie Winter at 10.75 meters. Take it away, Ali.
Looked like a pretty good start for him. Good to go over to number 4. I don't think Freddie will have any problem getting through here. Yeah, so he definitely has his sights set on more than 2. I mean, he's looking to get a good start and start making his way down this 41 off pass.
And that was as smooth as JT's pass, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, no, that was exactly, I think, what Freddie was looking to come out here and do. I think last weekend, some of the earlier rounds, he was struggling a little bit to find his balance on the skis. Seems like he's found it very quickly here today. So, I'm sure he'll pick it apart a bit. Things he's still feeling out there in that. But from our perspective, total control the entire time.
All right, absolutely on his game. The winner of the last professional event that took place just this past weekend in Polk City, needed 3 1/4 buoys to get on the top of the podium there, and he's certainly not afraid to throw that ski about, and try and go for every single fraction of a buoy that isn't nailed down. Now, does he do it here though? Does he ski for either a 2 or a 3 to at least put himself in a position where he could go through to the next round, barring any kind of backup? All right, let's have a look and see. Freddie Winter, 10.25, good start on number 1. Barrels in on number 2. He gets the 2. He gets the 3. Does he make a play on 4? Oh, and that is not quite as well executed as Callum Heath, but there you go.
I mean, is anyone really surprised to see Freddie ski?
Not
Absolutely
really.
Not. Hopefully he did not tear his shorts apart this time like he did last week.
It's a longer walk back.
Get him a towel.
Yeah. A little slow off 1 there. Handled it very well. Big 2 ball here.
He sat on top of that buoy on 2.
Yeah. Good space, honestly, at 3, but it didn't quite have the attack angle on the buoy here. See, does he get outside of 4? Looks like he does. We'll have to wait on the officials to make that.
As long as that fin's in the water.
Yeah.
Now, the judges are going to have a call and a half to make here. Wait on this. And whilst 3 1/4. Okay. Didn't see that one coming, did we? Anyway, so that's 3 1/4 there for Freddie Winter, and so he takes the lead and puts himself ahead of Sasha Deskin and Thomas de Gasperi. And one thing I do have to say is thanks to Freddie Kruger for his assistance, for his analysis. It's always very insightful, always knowledgeable, but he's taken a little bit of a break here at this stage because he has to deal with some ski issues. Not his, mind you, but another person's. I think you probably figured that one out. All right, then. So we're now down to our final skier in the men's slalom round 1. After conclusion of this event, we'll go into round 2 of women's. And our final skier to take to the water and the current leader in the Waterski Pro Tour standings of 361 points. It is none other than Will Asher.
Yeah, here comes Will. I mean, Will has been skiing out of his mind this summer, and it's been really fun to watch. I love cheering him on. My teammate, and it's been really fun to watch him. Going out and putting up the huge scores that he has all summer.
All right, let's see what he's got. Riding a brand new ski.
Yeah, so he's on the Works 01, his own design, and has been, like I said, skiing well and skiing consistently very well. So it's the ski that I'm skiing on now, and I've really been enjoying it.
All right there, yeah, so the complete package out there on the water. Style, technique, poise, aggression, and technical smarts to go along with it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Will's definitely technically sound, knows all about, very knowledgeable. He's amazing to sit and talk to and pick his brain apart on skiing. Definitely one of the best in the business.
And certainly has, in the last season or so, come to appreciate a more considered and a more relaxed perspective upon what he's doing out there. I mean, ever since I've known Will Asher, and knee high to a grasshopper, I would say. He's been pretty intense, especially when he skied 3 events. But in the last few seasons, he's been a little bit more chill, and the performances he's produced have reflected that.
Yeah, and I know he's had some interviews done that he just has said he's learning to enjoy the process a little bit more, and I think it's really fun to see him take that approach into skiing and into the competitive side of it.
Yes, indeed, and some of those interviews have actually formed part of the TWBC podcast, which you can listen to on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, or wherever else you choose to listen to podcasts. All right, so there we go. That is Will Asher getting through that particular run, and from one Freddie to another, we got Freddie Winter here. How you doing there, sir? It's that button there you need to push.
I think we're good. Are we good?
Yeah, we're good. And we've got some news for you. You thought you scored 3 1/4, right?
I can never tell, mate. I just knew I got around 4. And
where it's now been upgraded to 3.5.
That's very nice.
That's nice of them, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice of them. That's good. I don't know. I mean, the rules, it's kind of written sort of awkwardly, like it's a skiing position. Well, what is a skiing position, right? I mean, I guess it's pressure on the ski inside of the buoy line. So how much pressure do you need? How much of your body needs to be on top of it? So, I mean, it's a judge's call.
And the skier's got to be basically turned around the buoy and on its way to the wake to score 3.5.
Well, there needs to be pressure on the ski with the front ankle or the front boot of the ski inside of that buoy line. So it doesn't need to be turned at all. It just needs to be
that boot just
laterally inside.
Needs to penetrate that line.
Yeah.
All right then. So let's focus in on Will Asher coming into the course. He's gotten through the first 2 passes of 13 and 12. This now is 11.25 meters. Huge shoulder dip off number 1.
Something we haven't seen Will do too much of recently.
No.
I mean, let's say he's almost certainly going to run it, but that was very strange. He's been so much better at not doing that. That was something that maybe 3 or 4 years ago when he wasn't skiing quite as well as he is. I mean, this year he's been majestic, right? He hasn't been doing that. So that was unusual to see this year.
Majestic. There you go. That's a word. That's a word we don't hear of in the sophisticated realms of this announcing booth.
Well, he's an Englishman, and we've been talking about the Royals, and he's majestic comes from majesty. So
now this announcing booth does yield some magic. I finally managed to get pear-shaped into Freddy Krueger's lexicon.
Excellent. Well, I mean, you mentioned one Freddy for another. I mean, certainly, I think my favourite commentator, barring of course yourself, Tony, is Freddy Krueger. So I'm going to be a downgrade here, but. I'm happy to hang out with you guys for a second.
No worries. Freddie Winter here, hailing from the London Borough of Wandsworth. And actually, as a matter of fact, a shameless plug for the TWBC podcast, in which Freddie Winter and Joel Poland both appear. And you can check that out on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
I actually listened to it this morning.
You did?
I woke up, I was watching the tricks, and you mentioned when Joel was skiing that podcast was up already. I was like, that was efficient, so I had it while I was listening to it while I was eating my breakfast.
Nice.
Biscuits and gravy from the hotel.
You've got to love that southern breakfast. Here we go. Coming in on 10.75 meters from the opposite end of the course. Let's have a look and see what Will Asher can produce.
Much better one. Much better. I didn't love the gate. He's a little tied up with the hand at 3, throwing the ski over into 3 there, and
getting a little bogged down in a couple of places. But I tell you what, his experience has come through very, very well here. And Ali, I mean, what's not to love about Will Asher running through 10.75 meters, even though he got down course on a couple of occasions?
I mean, there again, it's just the experience showing. He's staying calm. Definitely not his best 39 that we've seen from him, but staying calm, getting the job done, getting through it. So you expect nothing less from Will.
It's probably his 500th of the year, right? I don't think he's missed it.
Well.
And he's,
you'll be hard pressed to find a result that has been anywhere less than a complete pass on 10.75 meters. So he's currently on 361 points. At this stage, I mean, we've made calculations to determine whether he could be caught. At this stage of the game, that's very, very slim to no chance at all for our other competitors, but we'll still push it through to the end. We've got We've got a women's slalom coming up next in a few minutes after we get done with Will Asher. But let's see how far he can get down 10.25 meters. Does he pull up on 2? Does he pull up on 3? Does he go
He
for
won't
4?
pull up. There's no way he's going to pull up because he's, we've got 2 rounds here, and I mean, if he doesn't want to squeak in, he wants to go and get a big score, and he will. He's been running 5s all year, running it a couple of times at Hilltop. So let's see how he goes here.
Here he comes. Entrance gates number 1. The number 1 skier on the Waterski Pro Tour this season in the men's slalom.
Had the start, I would say. 1 was pretty good, and 2 was we heard him talk about it at the Mastercraft Pro last week about how he's coming into 2 now and trying not to overturn it. And I think he did a really good job there of not overturning 2. I think he just got pulled over the front a little bit into 3, so I was surprised to see him not go past 3 there. But at the same time, it's round 1. We've got another. That's a great 2. It's a perfect 2. We've got another round tomorrow. He'll probably have made his way into the final, and he's building for the final, so we can, all go to battle and try and get our best scores there. That's definitely our aim, isn't it?
All right. So now it comes down to backup scores. I mean, we've gone through round 1, and I mean, we're the best skier, obviously yourself, Freddie, with 3.5 on 10.2.
The best score.
The best score.
Let's not say the best skier. The best score so far.
Best skier score so far. It's almost analogous at this point in the proceedings. But yeah, that you've got 3.5. You lead the way, and then you've got a log jam at 3 with how many skiers? We've got 3 skiers on 3. That extends down to 4th place. Then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 skiers. That represents the balance of the remaining 8 that could potentially make it through. So basically what you're looking at, you're seeing Joel Poland there with 1 at 10.25 meters, Adam Caldwell and Jonathan Travers on 2, along with Robert Hazelwood, along with Stephen Neveu, 3 for Sasha Deskern. We're also with Will Asher and Thomas de Gasperi, Freddie Winter with 3.5. So that's what it looks like so far. So we're actually looking potentially at a men's slalom round of the ages coming up. And let's check in one more time with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Mr. Will Asher, our top seeds, who just put up a good score, right, Willie?
Getting attacked by fish. Yeah, it was just good to go out there and feel it. It was a bit windy in practice yesterday, and today was pretty calm, so just to go out there and just ski and have fun.
So 3:41, any changes for second round?
Probably not. No, I just wasn't really leaning how I needed to, and then I guess on 39 I kind of figured that out.
All right. Good run, man. Get dried off. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Wade, and thanks a lot for those dockside interviews, and also a big shout and big thanks there to Ali Nicholson for her sterling work here. Helping me analyze all of those great performances. So some good skiing. Anything you want to recount or emphasize as we go into our break?
Well, we were just talking about the leaderboard there. So the top 8th score is 2 at 41. So do you reckon it's going to be 2 at 41, a pair of 2s to get into the final?
Honestly, at this stage, it's all up in the air. Because to get into the top 8, you needed to get through 10.75 meters. Now,
and Joel has the 1 and isn't in the top 8. He's 9th, right?
Yeah, I believe it may actually be an 8th spot, but we'll revisit that. But let's have a look here.
Is this 10-2?
Yeah, this is 10-2.
Pretty average 1, as I recall. I think I was pretty happy to even get over to 2. I was all out of the back, but I guess I pulled long as Joel was having a go at me on the podcast, and then kind of got over to 3. I thought I was maybe in decent shape. I think I pushed my feet out in front, very similar to last week, and just threw it out there, and got around the buoy.
Callum Heath dismount was better.
It was much better. I actually thought about trying to get back up. I'm like, you know what? I don't need to wreck my ski and my boots and stuff. It's not worth it. Maybe I'll try that for the final if I get to the same spot. But
all right then. So we've got continuing coverage of the 2022 Malibu Open right here at Lyman Land, and we will return in a few minutes right after this.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better. I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
All right, we're back with continuing action here at the 2022 Malibu Open. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company as we get ready for round number 2 of the women's slalom. And we've got the list right up on your screen. We've got Emma Goldstein taking to water first, followed by Sasha Denishkaya, then Brianne Dodd, Karen Trulove, Hannah Streltsova, Anna Gay, Chelsea Mills, Betrizia Yanni, Alicia Bagnoli, Ali Nicholson, Whitney McClintock, Regina Jaquist, and Jamie Ball. So, those are the 13 skiers on the list. The list has been reseeded based upon these results, which sees that Jamie Ball in the lead after round number 1 with 5 on 10.75 meters, 3.5 for Regina Jaquist on that same line length, 3.25 on that same line length for third place for Whitney McClintock. Fourth place right now, 3 on that same line length, Ali Nicholson, and there you saw the remainder of the results. Top 6 move through to the next round of the competition based upon the best score achieved from the 2 rounds. Obviously, if there is a tied situation, then the backup score comes into play. If there is a perfect tie, then it will be runoff. And if there is still a tie beyond that, then it goes to the score of the second person out in a runoff situation, or third or fourth, or whatever is appropriate. So, got Pat Bloodworth at the helm of that Response TXI. Emma Goldstein, who was first out in the round previous to this, is now going to be first out this time around. She scored 4 on 13 in the opening round. Okay, and things start to get a little bit intense now because it's going to be 14.25 meters for Emma Goldstein on the opening pass. Actually, just been corrected. This is 22 off for the opening pass for Emma Goldstein. And a decent looking effort there for her on the opener. And continuing to provide you coverage of this event, I'm Tony Lightfoot, and we've got, 13 skiers on this list. 12 more to go before we round off the second and final elimination round of the women's slalom competition. Just working our way through. Emma Goldstein is out first. Emma Goldstein, to the best of my knowledge, skis for the University of Alabama, the Crimson Tide. And not doing a bad job out there with the opening pass, which I believe was at 22 off, and now we'll work our way to to 28 and to 32 off. So, from 22 off or 16 meters to 14.25 meters or 28 off. Got a little bit in the air there on that particular turn and that entrance into buoy number 1, but still able to make an impact upon 14.25 meters or 28 off. And good to go. So 6 buoy count, and now getting ready for 30 meters or 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. Here we are at the Malibu Open, brought to you by Malibu Boats and their dealership in Alabama. That is Rambo Marine. Thank those guys very much indeed. Along with Vulcan Materials Company and Good Waterskis. And we also receive great additional support from the Andrews Sports Medicine Institute, along with Acme Propellers and Babes Boat Care Products. We also have great support from Outer Armor, Doozy Boat Lifts, Zero Off, Louie Restaurant and Bar, The Red Bar, Grunt, and Master Line.
But I'm trying to be safe. Oh my God, it's going to mess everything
All right then, folks, here we go. Pressing on. 30 meters or 32 off for Emma Goldstein. All getting broken over there on buoy number 4. And unfortunately for Emma Goldstein, her adventure here at the Malibu Open has taken a rather swift end with her attempt on buoy number 4 on 30 meters. Just gone a little broken over. Taking the hit there off number 2. Still stayed very much in play here right up until number 4. Brought the handle in, stopped the ski cold, and that is all she wrote. So that is going to be 3 1/2 on 30 meters, half a buoy short of what she did in round number 1. And so Emma Goldstein will swim into the shore, and that will end her run. So next competitor to take to the water is going to be Sasha Danyashkaya.
Thank you, Alabama. Welcome. Yes, please. Yep, yes, please.
All right, so Sasha Danyashkaya, who in the round previous to this scored 2.5 on 12 meters. And in order to put herself in the frame for making it in the top 6, is going to have to far exceed what she's done already. So 30-meter opening pass for Sasha Danyashkaya. See how things work their way. Sasha Danyashkaya. Excellent skiing. And a good competitive effort there on the opening pass of 30 meters. So, just to kind of give you an idea of where we are, results are concerned, or at least so far as what a bubble score looks like in order to make it through. I can tell you that in 6th place right now is Beatricia Yanni with 3 at 11.25 meters. And that's significant because 6 make it through to the final round of the competition. Ahead of her is Alicia Bagnoli on 4. Ali Nicholson on 3 at 10.75 meters. Whitney McClintock-Marini 3 1/4 at 10.75. Regina Jacquez 3 1/2. And Jamie Bull with 5 on that same line length for 10.75 meters. So, in order to make an impact and possibly make an appearance through to the next round, essentially the score that you got to aim for is more than 3, and any further you can get on 11.25 meters or even into 10.75 meters is only going to help. Sasha Denyaskaya, this is 12 meters. And certainly didn't have the best of starts to slalom this morning, but I tell you what, she is getting it done out there on 12 meters. That is Sasha Denyaskaya. So now it's 11.25 meters. All right, so we've just seen the instant replay of Sasha Denyaskaya go through on that pass of 12 meters.
Oh, thicker. Yeah.
So now she has 11.25 meters, and here at the announcing point, about to get her seated in, is Robert Hazelwood. How are you doing, sir?
The mic is never on. All right, we are doing good. But let's first go to Sasha. She missed 35 last round, so she's going to want to get through this 38, get herself up that standing since she doesn't have the...
Handle up high.
Good start. Come on, Sasha, get the 3.
She gets the 3, which is the score that equals Beatricia Yanni. So now that goes into the realm of the backup score, which means that in order for Beatricia Yanni to get on the opposite side of that tie, then Beatricia needs to score better than Sasha's opening round score of 2.5 on 12 meters, which I would fancy my chances at that point.
Yeah, if I was a betting man, I know which way I'd go, unfortunately. But, fortunately, that was very... But either way, so Sasha just not looking quite ever comfortable that set. She looked good in her first set. I thought she looked good. I thought she was wide, swinging early. And then just ended up falling pretty out of nowhere. But this set, this looked very similar to her 35 in the first round that she missed. Obviously, not quite getting the one that she wanted, getting that loose line through the finish on the back, pulling all the way. She needed a good 2. She did not get it. Again, tail getting stuck through the finish, and then coming off early into 3, and just it was kind of all she wrote from there. But a very good fight. If she'd have had that in the first round, I think she'd have been sitting in a pretty situation. But obviously, unfortunately, this is not the first round, and I don't know if we'll be seeing Sasha in the final today.
Well, she keeps herself in contention. I mean, she's hanging by a thumbnail at this point, but she's still there.
Yeah, she'll be watching closely, but maybe she'll be focusing a little bit more on her jump later on, I would imagine.
All right, then, and continuing coverage of the 2022 Malibu Open. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Rob Hazelwood.
Hello.
Handsome Rob, as some people might call him.
Yeah, unfortunately. I'll take it. Compliment.
So, as we get ready for Bree-Ann Dodd. Next competitor up, who scored 1 1/2. 1 1/2 at 11.25 meters.
All right, so exciting to watch. I haven't seen her ski in possibly
3 years.
I've never seen her ski live, so it was before my kind of start out on the tour. So I'm excited to see Brianne Dodd out there on the water. 32 off. I don't know how often she starts at 32. Obviously, I believe they've been forced to this round.
But she has slalomed at 32 off on the opening pass before.
I imagine so, yeah.
She has skied at that level. Let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Sasha Danishevska, and tell us about, certainly better than the first round. You get through the blue into the purple. Tell us about the 11-meter pass.
I mean, it wasn't what I was going for, but I've been skiing good all season, so I feel like now I'm kind of in a downslope. It's alright. Like, I improved from the first round, which wasn't hard. So, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Good luck to all the girls. The conditions are perfect, so, yeah.
Well, good deal. We're hearing from her, perfect conditions, and we're going to see her out in these perfect conditions jumping this afternoon, so we can't wait. Back to you guys.
All right, there. So we continue on. Interesting to note with the 13-meter start, Rob, it means that their 11.25-meter pass comes to them from the opposite direction, which, judging by the wind, isn't the most desirable thing to have.
Yeah, it's at the minute, the wind's quite swirly, so you're kind of not too sure what you're getting, but it's pretty consistently-ish tailwind, so she should have a headwind on this pass here, getting a beautiful hook up out of 1. That was much. Oh, narrow into 2. I think that's all she wrote. And I think that's kind of where that shot comes in. I don't know how much she's been training the 32 start, and she managed to get through the 32 okay. But just getting into that 35 looked like a beautiful 1, but just that pull, the load off that second side is a lot different than if you're expecting it to be, say, she'd be used to this being a 32. And just look here, beautiful 1 ball, getting a hook up position, lovely, maybe just getting pulled up there, narrow, and it's just a little bit of a shock to the system, I think, is the best way to explain it. We know she knows how to run 35. She ran in the first round. She's run it a million times, but just it can be a little bit of a shock to the system if you haven't been training that 32. And I think that's all that happened there. But look at that beautiful gate. Really nice move at 1, but just getting separated right there, getting pulled inside, narrow. You can see her reaching, messes up the timing, but let's head to the dock and see who is in Wade's world.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Emma Goldstein, and she's a freshman here at the University of Alabama, and this is their home site. I think you had the biggest fan club today.
Probably so. I had a lot of my friends show up. I'm really grateful for that. It was a lot of fun. All of the ski bamas here pretty much. So, and I have a lot of teammates that are also competing.
And it's been your home site. Like, you grew up skiing here.
I grew up skiing here since I was really little, and it's a lot of fun because a lot of these people, they come in and out for tournaments, and I get to see them. And I keep up with all the people I'm skiing with, so it's honestly an honor to be on the same running order as them.
Well, she's having as much fun as we are, so back to you guys.
All right, here we have Karen Truelove coming in. She should be relatively used to the 32 start. Most weekends we're having this kind of setup now, so looking easy, looking smooth. A little bit of loose line out of 2.4 I'm noticing there, but I'm sure she will kind of try to rectify that as she comes in for her 35 in a minute, but pretty smooth sailing past there, I would say.
Yep, good looking opener, just to try and get the adrenaline going. A few of these competitors aren't particularly well used to starting on 13 meters, but that situation has been forced upon them in round number 2. So kind of give us a little bit of like a behind the scenes as to what happens on 13 compared to 14 when you start on that pass as opposed to the other.
The biggest thing is 28 you can do a lot of skiing across course, if that makes sense. You don't actually end up getting that far forwards up in front of the boat, so you're never getting that wide on the buoy essentially, whereas 32 is kind of the first pass where you've really got to let yourself ride the line up on the boat, and actually it's a very different movement, and it can be a big kind of change. I know for me it was a large change for me to go from starting at 28 to 32. It took me quite a while to get used to the feeling of skiing a little bit more aggressively on that first pass, having to really let yourself swing up that second side and get a little wider. And I would say almost the difference between 28 and 32 is almost a little bit tougher than the difference between 32 and 35, because it can be a little bit of a similar swing. So here we go, 35 off, Karen Truelove. Let's see what she can do. Getting a very smooth turn in for that gate. Beautiful hook up out of 1. Good 2. There we go.
Oh, nicely done.
Yeah, looking very smooth through 35 here.
Yeah.
Beautiful start and beautiful finish. I mean,
she got that one to go, certainly.
Yeah, nothing really to be spoken about on that pass. Nice and smooth, and looking really efficient as she works her way through the pass. I didn't see her first round, but assuming she's pretty early on the start list, so did she end up with a 2 at 38 in the first round?
1.5.
Ooh, I was close. I hedged my bets. I went the wrong way. But yeah, great skiing there from Karen. I think just a little bit of a mistake, obviously, in the first round, leaving her with a 1.5. She's been skiing great this year. And look at that 1 ball. Beautiful. Tight line. Struggling with the 2-4 a little bit on that first pass. And you see just getting a little bit stood up through the finish. A little bit of slack line. But nothing too crazy. Nothing that needs to be stressed about. Again, as a skier, you sit at the end of the lake. And you just have to kind of take a moment to think about what happened on that pass. What do I need to do better? What do I need to improve on? And it'll be interesting to see how she can kind of rectify that little bit of loose line through the finish. That little bit of kind of tail grip that she's getting through the finish of the turn, and see if she can figure that out as she comes in on her 38. I mean, Tony is the scores on the doors usually. Do you know what score she needs to be safe? Do we know that score yet?
Well, at this point in the proceedings, I mean, anything more than 3 at 11.25 is definitely going to help your cause.
Yeah, I mean,
but then ultimately it comes down to backup scores if there is a multiple way tie for 3.
She's going to want to run it. 38 off, 11 meters here for Karen. Getting a good one. Handle up a little bit. See what the 2. Oh, getting stuck. She's going to need a big 3. She gets it. Come on, Karen.
3.
Big move out of 4.
Oh, look at this. She's in. Look at this. Look at this.
There
She is
go.
in, and she has got this.
She is through. 38 off, 11 meters for Karen Truelove. And after that start, I wasn't sure. She got a good 1, but a little bit of handle rise. A little bit back out of 2, getting stuck up, but beautiful as she moved into 3. And after that 3, she was back early again. Really good moves through the middle of that pass.
And this is the benefit of being 5'0".
Stacked is the way that you can say. You're close to your ski. But there you see out of 2, getting that loose line. Tail getting caught up again on 2, but comes into 3, and the ski just rockets round, gets through. She's back on. Still wasn't guaranteed. Needed this 4, and she was all on it. She's been into 5 many times like this before. She knew the moves she needed to make, and I would say 5, even though she was probably the latest into it, was the cleanest and best turn she had. So great skiing there from Karen. I'm sure she was throwing a little bit of a mental fist throw over there in her head, just that she got through that 38. Probably putting her a step ahead of that 6th spot, hopefully, for her. But,
well, I can tell you that vaults are ahead of Alicia Bagnoli and Beatricia Yanni at this point. I mean, that puts her currently in, 5th place right now.
Yeah, and there was a little bit of a gap in between that 4th and that 4th and 5th place, so she's kind of closing that up. Let's see what she can do. 3 would be lovely, 2 would be nice, 1 would be okay. Let's see what she can do here. Good gate, good 1. Come on, Karen, get that ski outside of 2. She does. Oh, and doesn't hold it. That might be a move that she regrets in the future, not being able to hold on to that one. But we shall see as time passes. But, I mean, gate looked a little bit slow there maybe, but the hook up on 1 for 39 looked really good. Probably one of the better ones I've seen from Karen. A little bit of noise going on at the finish, ski rise, but goes for the turn. Just can't quite hold it, unfortunately. So that will be an unofficial 1.5 at 39 that I imagine will become official rather sharpish. But yeah, great skiing there from Karen. And I'm sure she's going to be pretty happy about that.
Yep, and for Karen Truelove, it would definitely mean a positive change in fortunes there for her if she is to make it through to the next round of the competition. She certainly worked her little cotton socks off to make it through to the stage of the competition. So
we have, to the skiers on site, we have a missing rear kicker. So if anyone's got one of those R-style reflex things, there is a missing back liner somewhere. I know how important liners are to everyone. So if you're missing your back liner, then make sure you come grab it. Oh, has it been... Oh, yep, it's been claimed. We are all good. No one has lost their liners. All right, here we have Hannah Stratzlova coming in on her first pass. 13 meters, 32 off. Big turns there as she moves through. I mean, that ski is rocking around.
Absolutely, and that ski's really working well for her, just trying to keep it well under a body mass and getting some decent turns. Now she gets ready for 12 meters. Let's check in dockside with Wade.
I didn't expect this ski.
Hey guys, we're here with Miss Brianne Dodd, and so there was a bit of an in-joke there that I was catching on. So anyway, you started 32, only one to have a 35, but oh well.
Yeah, honestly, a day that I get to go ski is a great day. And where I'm at, I did not know I was going to have to start at 32. Thanks, Regina. I was on the dot, but it was fun, and I can't wait to get back into shape and be able to compete against these girls.
So will we see you compete any more this year?
Oh, no. I mean, my husband was graciously signed me up, and I definitely need, I mean, it's like one or the other. I can work out or ski, and I definitely haven't had 2 sets in one day. So, but it's always great, like I said, to be at the lake doing what I love.
So one tournament done, that's kind of like Ryan's last jump like last weekend. One and done. Yeah, okay. We're having fun. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So we have got Hannah Stroltsova. This is 12 meters, or a little on the rear of the ski, but early as you like into buoy number 2. Round number 3 just needs to settle down and just not do anything untoward. There we go. Nice strike off number 5, and a skier that excels not only in tournament water skiing but also in cable skiing. They're doing a fine job out there in running that particular pass of 12 meters. That is Hannah Stroltsova. And Freddie Winter, how you doing?
Doing very well. Thanks, Tony. How are you?
I'm doing pretty
More
good.
Importantly, 6 hours in, probably.
Yeah.
Fresh as a daisy.
Absolutely. Let's have a look. Oh, a little took a little bit too much of a bite there off of buoy number 3, but 4 looked decent there, Fred. And I mean, this is a pass that was just basically oozing control here.
Yeah, she likes to drop her shoulders over a little bit, which makes it look maybe a little bit more dramatic than it is. She was in control there, I agree with you, but she's going to want to try and kind of make sure that she's moving through with her ski more than upper body onto the 11 meter pass that she has to run in order to get into the top 6, I believe.
All right, so let's see how she comes into this 38 off 11 meter pass for Hannah Streltsova. Again, heavy through that 35, but let's see if she can rectify that. Getting a good gate into 1. She's getting stood up, but looking okay into 2. Oh, she's still there. She's still fighting. Oh, and that looks like it is going to be a 3 at 38. The 1, a lot of noise, but looked like she got out of it okay. But the 2 just, I think that it was all she wrote after that 2 boy today. But love to hear what you thought about that one, Freddie.
I think she got pretty low in the water at 2. I wasn't sure she was going to get out of it, but yeah, she just tipped over with the shoulder here and didn't move through with the ski. She's kind of on her weight's on the wrong side of it. Let's have a look here. Yeah, she was deep, and that handle was very much behind her. So she did well to kind of get the line tension and move again, but it was kind of coming into the offside turn, very tricky from there.
Kind of saw that coming on the 35. I think you would agree on that one there. Like just on that 2-4, that shoulder kind of going and the handle moving away from her. Just you could see it on the 32 and the 35, and like you say, it just killed her there, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have talked about this already, but I mean, definitely something she probably wouldn't be used to going out at 32 off. I mean, I would imagine she's probably more a 28 off sort of start, and it really, as much as it's good, it gets your blood flowing, it gets you moving, and you kind of have to commit from the start. It also, you don't have that warm up, that time to kind of get your weight settled on the ski in the right spot.
Yeah, and I know for me, kind of the way that I try to approach it is like when we have to go out at 35, and I don't practice it very often at all. But I kind of go for that, all right, be overly aggressive. Kind of, there's no point in being pretty. There's no point in going out there. You'll probably see that in my skiing usually. But just kind of going out there going, right, this is 35. You know it's 35. You know the pull's going to be aggressive off the second side. You know it's going to try rip you out. And it's not, we can deal with 35 all day long, but just when you're up out of bed and it's like, oh God, we've got to go 35, it can be a little bit of a mental challenge and more than anything.
I completely agree with you. I think it's really interesting because it's one of those things, if you go easy on your 35, then you're going to be struggling at 38.
Yeah.
But if you go hard at 35, then your 38 kind of feels normal.
Yeah.
You got to commit, you got to make sure that pull comes early, it's going to have a higher magnitude. You've got to make sure that from that gate turning, you're getting that shoulder through and the pressure through the correct side of your body.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, then let's bring on our next competitor. This is Anna Gay.
Ooh, Anna Gay getting a slalom ski on. This is exciting.
Yes, indeed. Originally out of Winter Garden, but scored 2.5 at 11.25 meters in the previous round. Is a realtor these days.
And today she is doing the two disciplines that she has not won a world championship in. She's slaloming and jumping, but there's no trick skiing. So good for her.
All right, let's check in dockside with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Bea Ayani, Italian slalom champion. And so based on from first round to this afternoon, any changes?
Well, conditions are great. The wind is going a little bit up and down, but it's the lake it's flat. So yeah, we are starting at 32, so it's a bit different. But yeah, we'll see.
We're going to see really soon. She'll be up next. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So thanks a lot for you tuning in. I've got Rob Hazelwood on my left and to the right of your screen. I've got Freddie Winter on my right and to the left of your screen. I'm Tony Lightfoot. The only thing missing here is a portrait of King Charles III, I guess. But
a full British panel. Oh, and I find that interesting there, the letters popping up. I noticed that at the event last weekend we had a 70% A2. And this weekend we've got a 50%, between 40 and 52% spread between, I think, was it 50% A2, 50%, or 40% B2. I'd love to see those numbers again. But here we go. We have Anna coming in 35. Beautiful hook up at a 1 there and getting super early at 2.
Oh, nice number 2.
But she is getting that ski absolutely rocking. She's early. Ooh, a lot of pull there through 4, but
barrels into number 6 there.
Aggressive pass. I think we
lost those hips a little bit from 4 to 5, but came into the onside and made it work. But that was kind of sketchy for a second.
All right, they're getting ready for the next pass. So next pass coming up, having run 13 and 12, 11.25 meters, and a pass that she needs to get deep down on in order to affect a possible entrance through to the next round of the competition, Freddie. Okay, well, Freddie is a little indisposed right now, so we'll continue on to the next pass at 11.25 meters unabated. This competition, this is the Malibu Open 2022. Malibu Boats providing us with major support for this event alongside Rambo Marine, the boat dealership in Alabama with the Malibu Boat dealership in Alabama. That is Rambo Marine. We've got Vulcan Materials Company, Good Waterskis. We also have assistance from Andrew Sports Medicine, Acme Propellers, and Babes Boat Care Products.
4 and a quarter to get in the top 6.
Yeah,
long
absolutely.
Put into 1. She's turn 1 pretty good. This offside's going to be key. It's actually not great. So she's lost her hips and she'll get the 3. And she's got out the exit gate. So I'm going to give her the 3 unofficially, but that's not going to do her any good in terms of getting to the final. But it will move her up. She had a 2.5 before, I think, so that's given her a better chance of getting up higher in the placements and getting some points. And let's have a look at this. Yeah, it was an okay 1. It's pretty loaded, but then 2, you can just see, I think she starts dropping that left shoulder and she's just kind of lost the hips as she finished that turn. And yeah, I think that's a full 3. I think she definitely got around it and then through the exit gates, I believe I saw earlier. So solid skiing. It's not going to get her into the final.
Nope.
At the moment, is it Alice with 4?
Alice's in 4.
She's in the 6th spot right now?
Yeah, Alice actually has 5th spot right now. The person that was in 6th was Beatriziani. And you are right,
Karen's
actually.
moved up, sorry.
Yeah, Karen has moved up, so that takes Alice's 5th spot. It moves Alice down to 6, and by that extension, Beatricia Yanni is facing elimination at this stage. However, Beatricia can always come back with a score that can put her in the frame for making it through to the next round, but she's really got to go at least halfway down, 39.5 off or 10.75 meters.
Already.
All right, then, continuing right along. Next skier on the water is Chelsea Mills. Now, Chelsea Mills currently on the outside looking in right now, but she can affect a positive change in respect to making it through to the next round, provided that she can get a score more than 3 1/4 at 11.25 meters. She currently has a best score out of round 1 of 2 1/2. And she's eager to make that 2.5 a backup score, whilst improving upon that to the extent that it's over 3 1/4. Let's check in dockside with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Italian Alice Bagnoli, our European overall champion. So, already had your first round. Get ready for the second round. So what's your strategy? We know there's a 13-meter start.
Yeah, that's it. Can't really have much of a strategy. We're starting 32 off. I'm not really usual starting at that speed, but yeah, we saw already Karen running 38. I know Chelsea is probably going to put up a good score and be as well, so the pace is gone up, so the goal is to run 38 again.
All right, well, we're going to sit here and wait with her. Back to you guys.
All right, continuing to rock on. We've got our next skier on the dock getting ready to go. That should be Beatricia Yanni. We just heard from her just a few moments ago. Chelsea Mills is on top of the water.
Chelsea Mills, 12 meters, 35 off, and a headwind. So I've actually been skiing a little bit with Chelsea. She's been coming out to the boarding school to ski with me, and she's been skiing really, really well. It didn't really show too well at Mastercraft last weekend. I wouldn't have said it was, her best tournament of all time, but she definitely was. She's been ripping it up in training. I've been pulling her, through some good scores, and so I think she'll definitely have the confidence to go here and go big. She needs, realistically, I'd say she needs to get through 38 off this next pass, which she'll have a tailwind for in order to fight to get into the top 6. It's a tough top 6 when you look at Jamie, Regina, Whitney, Ali, all getting scores halfway down or more at 10.75 or 38 off. 39 off. It's a tough cut to get those next couple of spots. But Karen's put a 1.5 up. I'd say she's left the door open, despite having skied really well, and Chelsea's going to want to get through that door.
Indeed, indeed. Starting to get really tense up towards the top, and we'll see how it all fares out for Chelsea Mills, who's been largely absent from the pro scene this summer. Has took a little bit of a break from the pro scene to visit Canada for a good few weeks, and is also trying to help her mother convalesce after cancer treatment. And we certainly wish her all the best in terms of fortune going forward in that respect.
Absolutely.
So here we go. We've got Chelsea Mills coming into the course. This is now 11.25 meters. If she can get more than 4 1/4, it will definitely help her cause. Round number
4
2.
1/4. She's battling here. I think she's going to struggle to turn her offside here at 4. And will she get around 5? That's good skiing. 5.
There you go. Good tactical
That's 4
skiing.
1/2.
That is 4 1/2 right there.
4 1/2. So that puts her into 6th spot. So she's now got to wait for Bayer and Alice. Sorry, I don't have a list right here, but Bayer and Alice to go out and follow her and see and see who has to not beat her to make the final. So in provisional 6th spot, which is exactly what she needs, but she wants to stay in 6th spot. She does not want to be down in 7th and missing it. So it's pretty good skiing because she was hustling the whole way down, and she definitely had a tailwind. And watch this here. Coming into her onside, very hard to turn the onside, or generally harder to turn the onside than the offside, and she didn't quite get it. She needed, a 5 would have been a lot friendlier, and she'd have been a lot happier to have got the full 5 rather than the 4.5. But there she is. 6th spot is better than 7th spot, and we're going to have to wait for a couple of skiers to see how we go from here.
All right, things are starting to get dicey with scores, potential backup scores, but we'll see how things shape up. Patrizia Ianni from Italy, specifically from the city of Rome, nation's capital there, and skiing out to Scinaltico Spelonga.
And the wrinkle here is that they have to start at 32 off, right? So they have to start at a minimum of 32 off. So you'd probably say they'd rather have the 38 off into the wind, but the only way they can do that is by going out at 35. So that's not what they want to do. That's very tricky. So Bayer here is going to have to run 38 off tailwind or a full 5 in a tailwind in order to get ahead of Chelsea.
All right, let's see how this plays out. We've got Patrizia Ianni. So wind is still very much a factor. It looks like it's a headwind for 38 off, which means that this 32 off start is a headwind as well. Here we go. 12 meters will be coming up next, having successfully run through 30 meters or 32 off. Okay, let's check in dockside with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Chelsea Mills, and disappointed with your final score, but you're in that bubble position at this point with the 6th best score.
Yeah, I'm so disappointed. I'm not sure. I'm not adjusting well to the lake and to the boat this weekend, and so if I do make it in the final, I got some homework to do.
So we talked about that, 3 different boats, 3 different weekends. So yeah, it's up to us though. We're the ones choosing to do this, right? You would tell your athletes the same. You got to make the adjustment.
It's so different than skiing in your backyard every weekend. You have to really adjust to the way the lake feels, and the skis riding in the water differently everywhere we go, and the boats, the 0 off sort of responds a little bit different too. Then you add in drivers, so it's just somewhere different. We ran from the hurricane on Tuesday, so haven't had a lot of skiing either. So I got to get my bearings about me if I do get in.
All right, well, we're going to hang back with her.
Okay, this is Patrizia Ianni. This now is 12 meters, a pass that she needs to get. Good handle control.
Looking pretty easy, I would say. And she has been skiing well. I mean, it's so great to see her do, 90% of the tournaments this year. She did all of the ones in Europe. She did Swiss start of the year. I think, by my count, she's only missed Lake 38. She missed Norway, and I think she missed Hilltop in California. But apart from that, she's been at all of them, that's a good showing. And she's been skiing really well. She's probably not run as many 38s as she might like, but she's right there. We've seen her get great starts here. So, hopefully we can see her get all the way down it. She'll certainly be hoping for that. The wind's sort of up and down. It's changing, but I think it's pretty good right now. A little bit of a headwind, maybe a little crosswind, pushing the skiers straight back from buoy 1 towards the gate. So a little bit of a longer pull there wouldn't go amiss. Just going back to Chelsea's interview there, interesting. I mean, she was someone that last year she did every single tournament for the most part, and she was you'd bet your life on her running 38 last year. She was bulletproof. She did it near enough everywhere, no matter what condition, no matter what the boat. And it just shows it's tough. It's a really tricky thing. People will be watching this thinking, well, I can do this, but when it's at your own place, it's a different thing to going out and doing it in different boat, different lake, different circumstances, and with all the pressure. And speaking of pressure, Bayer must run a full 5 to get into that top 6.
Yeah. Let's see if she can get that far. She's round buoy number 1. Oh, good load off number 1. It's good to go round number 2. Little crush there off number 2 and stalls on 2.5, which basically eliminates her from future contention in this event on 2.5 and 11.25 meters. Still yet to find out the destiny of one or two of our other skiers in the frame for making it through to the next round of the competition. But Bear got a decent start, and number 2 just
grabbed the handle too early, I would say. I mean, you know, she would have had tight line with the way that the wind is there, but she pulled it across, and she does have that reverse handle grip, and that's pretty tricky to kind of not drop over. So she didn't drop over. She kind of got the handle, I'd say, too early on that onside and just couldn't get the ski quite through. Unfortunately, that means that she is eliminated. She's out of the running for the final. Obviously, some disappointment there, and we're going to have to wait and see. We've got one more skier before our finalists will be confirmed. I think that puts Karen Truelove in.
Yes, I do believe that puts Karen Truelove in, and
well, Alice could still take over Chelsea's spot here. So if she gets a 4.5, that'll tie Chelsea's score, but she will get her on countback. So Alice ran 4 in the first round. If she gets a 4.5 here, she will get Chelsea on a superior countback from the first round. So that's got to be Alice's aim. She doesn't need to get the full 5. She needs 4.5. If she can match Chelsea, then she's fine. So actually just wind picking up at our back here a little bit, Tony.
Just a little bit of a gust.
My hat's been blown off the table here. But that's gonna maybe help, as long as it doesn't go too strong, which it does feel like it's kind of building. Then that will actually work in Alice's favour, because she'll be able to pull a little bit longer and slow down a little bit faster into the turns on the 38 that she must get 4.5.
So here it is. It's now just a straight-up battle between Chelsea's score and Alice's performance on the water right now. 30 meters. Doesn't ordinarily start on 30 meters in most scenarios. Would normally go in on 14. And with that, let's check in. Let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Allie Nicholson, and Allie, you're in one of these very enviable positions. You've already made the cut now, and you get to go out and do a practice ride.
Yeah, so wind's picking up, so it's kind of nice to have the pressure off, not be worrying about it going out. I don't have to, overthink too much. So, yeah, it's nice.
What will sort of be your goal? What will you try to learn from this set?
I'm just going to try to go out and clean it up a little bit, see if maybe we can get more at 39. Overall, pretty happy with the first round, but, yeah, just taking another practice set and just kind of trying to get a little bit more comfortable out there.
Of course she's happy. She's made the cut. Back to you guys.
All right, so continuing on, and I've got Freddie here on my left side and right-hand side of the screen. I've got Chelsea Mills that's on the left side of the screen and the right side of me, looking on to see how things transpire with Alice Bagnoli.
And that wind is strong. Alice might have a bit of a tough time on 12 on a second pass with a big, strong tailwind pushing her down the leg. It's not a great 2. She's over to 3, and she seems to be in control. 4 is going to be a big one. Her offside turn, that's not a great turn, but will she get around 5 and over to 6? That's very well skied at 5. She was all out of shape out of 4.
And a typical left foot skier, just waiting up on that strong side turn and then just absolutely just sending it.
She did. She took buoy 5 to the cleaners there, didn't she?
Yeah.
She needed to. Now, we were talking about Chelsea. She's sitting right there. She knows that if Alice gets 4.5, then she's going to be put out of the competition. Let's watch this back. Alice was a little deep out of 1. Oh, didn't actually look so bad. 2 was deep. Good, good enough. And 3 was good. It's just this buoy 4. She kind of just got rolled onto the wrong side of the ski. She didn't have any movement towards the weights particularly. And we're going to see that. Yeah, weight completely on the wrong side of the ski, on the boat side of the ski. But just got over there and turned it. really good skiing, and she's going to be coming in. She's about to turn the island at 11, and again 4.5. 4.5 will get her in. 4.25 or less will not do it. Anything more than 4.5 or more will do it and get her into the final.
All right, let's see what she's got for us from Milano in Italia. This is Alice Bagnoli. Rolls in number one. Oh,
good one.
Good load on number one. Round number two, she's still there on top of the ski. She's round number three. Can she make a play on 4? Yes, she can.
Yes.
She gets the 4. And she is going to run this pass for the first time this season.
Well done. And that's so funny, Tony. That's so funny, Tony, because you were earlier on. You were kind of saying, "Oh, you haven't really run 38 this year." You know, you're kind of giving her a bit of a hard time.
Yes,
then,
I did.
And then,
I had to. Look
had what
to,
it did.
Obviously.
Yeah, you motivated her. So, unfortunately for Chelsea, that puts her out. But it does put Alice into the top 6. If she can get around Boy 2 with a 1.5, she will be 5th seed. Karen will go down on inferior previous score. Watch Boy 4 here. We saw her on Boy 4 on the previous pass. She did not commit. And watch the ski come through here. Just bam. Look at the angle set. Brilliant. And that is some very good skiing. Very, very good skiing.
Well, I can think of at least 2 happy campers that will be all smiles at this.
Well, it's good to. I mean, it's good to see. For Alice, she's turned up to a ton of tournaments this year, and she's always been 4. It's been 4.44 for the most part. I think she got a 4.5 earlier this year, and maybe a week ago at Mastercraft Pro, and she's finally run one, and she did it at the right time. Malibu Open, big tournament.
All right. So what's the PB? 2?
She's got a 2. She did it at World Championships last year, I believe.
Yes, indeed.
So
in that slugfest against Vincent Stadelbauer.
That's right, 1 and that's a half, but that's fine. She's still in the final. So that means that confirmed in our 5th spot is Karen Truelove. In 6th spot, and in the final, the last spot is Alice. And in 7th, unfortunately, Chelsea Mills. So Chelsea just on the outside looking in there. Unfortunate for her, but she will live to fight another day, that's for sure.
But they will still receive points as part of the Waterski Pro Tour. So far, this is a 3-star event in women's slalom. So both Chelsea and Beatricia will receive points. But
everyone down to 12.
Everyone down to 12.
Mm-hmm.
So what that also additionally means is that Ali, Whitney, Regina and Jamie are safe.
They're safe, and we heard Ali say just a second ago, well, I'm going to go out there. There's not much pressure just in terms of not making a final. She can go and figure things out. She can go and understand what she needs to do better for the final tomorrow. She's made it. She's going to be in that top 6, and she's going to be at worst 4th to last off the dock. She can improve, obviously. I think Whitney got a 3.25. Regina had a 3.5, and then Jamie ran a 5. Ali's PB is 4, so she's capable. She's certainly capable of getting the 4 to put her in 2nd spot, provisionally, of course, with those other skiers left to go. And she's the first skier of this round that is used to going out at 32 off. Ali's been going out at 32 off since I've seen her involved in pro skiing. She doesn't start at 28 barely ever, apart from when she snaps her ski in, like at San Gervasio, putting her ski through the handle. She did have a bit of a warm-up, but generally this won't have phased her. It doesn't mean anything different for her having to go out at 32. It's what she does every single day.
All right, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Miss Bea Ayani, and it wasn't your best day, right?
No, but you have a good days, bad days. Today wasn't a good day, but still I was feeling really good actually. I wasn't feeling good this morning, like me skiing, but now I was into it, but I don't know, it happens. But I'm happy anyway to be here. I'm very happy for Alicia that she made finals because, she really wanted it and she ran a really good 38. So it's good to be here. So
will we see you at any of the other events the remaining part of the year?
You mean how many tournaments? I'm going to stay until the Traverse Grand Prix, and then I'm going back to Italy.
Okay, well, we're at least going to get to see her for one more weekend before she travels abroad. And back to you, Tony.
All right then, so coming into the course, Ali Nicholson just trying to, as she is quoted in saying, just try to figure things out, like she hasn't already done so already. She's already through to the next round of the competition. I mean, there's no counterance to that. But looking pretty strong, looking good. Opening pass of 13, second pass 12, and no worries.
And that is why it is so nice to go out. You know, you've really got to put pressure on yourself as much as you possibly can to go out there in a 2-round qualifying situation and get a big score right off the bat, because then you can just almost relax in the second round and figure things out after already making the final, which she has.
All right then, so Karen Truelove, you're through to the finals. Pleased with that? No doubt.
Yeah, parts of it I'm pleased. I mean, it's always good to come back and have a substantially better score than the first round. I mean, I was pretty bummed because I've been skiing good and didn't go so well first round.
Right, here's a little bit of behind the scenes. Freddie, not this one, but the other one, actually left one skier before the end of the men's slalom competition in order to say, work on your ski a little bit. What did he do?
Hey. No, we just checked everything just to make sure that it was like in place.
So what were his suspicions? Did he think that the fin had loosened, or it gotten out of whack or something like that?
I mean, it's just always good to check. I should have done it when we got here, but then I checked it and then I was like, hey, let me get your eyes on it, because he does look at it more than I do. So it was just sort of a precautionary thing, and that was it. No more than that.
All right, so just the hallmarks of a loving and caring husband. There you go.
So Ali's coming into buoy 1 at 38 off. She's run it earlier. She ran it, with a bit of difficulty, I would say. This looks a lot better, a lot cleaner, and I think if she can get out of buoy 4 in good shape, which she does, little safety check, the Tony Lightfoot patented safety check, she's over to 6, and that's a lot better of a pass than we saw earlier.
No, actually, that was Wade. He conned that.
Okay.
Not me. I just deal with the aerial edge change.
Okay. Well, there was no aerial edge changes there. There was one safety check, I would say, but the rest, it was very smooth and very controlled. She'll be a lot more confident. And I think, like we were saying earlier, much better to kind of be able to go out there in the second round and just figure things out. She's building for tomorrow here. She's trying to get aggressive. She knows that even if she completely messes up here, she's still in the final. And she's figuring out where to stand on the ski, where she needs to pull, getting, to practice it. She's getting used to that boat and that driver. And she's done a better job here than she did earlier. All
right, then. So we've still got Karen here. She just doesn't want to leave. I mean...
no,
we're very happy to have her.
Okay, so what's your game plan tomorrow?
I'm going to think about it tonight. Got to get Freddie through a jump ride and then think about it. What was the difference between the 2 rounds? I think just... maybe be a little warmer, but then also just having another set here on the site behind the boat and stuff, just kind of feeling out. I'm kind of a rhythm skier, so I do need to figure out that end for the gate. So I'm going to give that some thought.
Karen, you ran the same amount of buoys. You've got around 2 on the second part. So if you just go out at like 38, you're going to run something really huge tomorrow.
There you go.
All right, 39 off.
All right, here we go.
3 in the first round. She needs full 4. That's not going to do it, though. She needs a full 4 to go.
It's going to be 2.
Move up, but she did a 2. I wonder if she got around it. I don't know. We'll see on the replay here, but that does not move her up. She's going to be in 4th spot after Jamie currently with 5, Regina with 3.5, and Whitney with 3.25. And Ali's first round score 3 at 38, 3 at 39, and that was 1 or 2. We shall see right now.
So fantastic skiing there from Ali Nicholson. Just a little bit on whole ways on the back of that ski, but managing to, I think, at least get a piece of 2 that would be at least a half, or that might have been enough for the full 2. But there you go. That is Ali Nicholson. She's already through to the next round of the competition, and in a moment we'll get to hear from someone who has just made her way through to the next round of the competition. We're going to hear from Alice Bagnoli in just a few moments. But we still continue on down the list. And it is Whitney McClintock-Reedy.
And from someone who, will be happy to have made the final alley to someone that will actually, Whitney's been skiing so well this year, and she doesn't like to be in third spot. She'll be looking to really improve, having been frustrated with a let's say for her a below par score in the first round.
So, all right. So here we go. Whitney McClintock-Rini opening pass. Good effort there on the opener. Some good skiing. And there you go. Very stylish, very composed, and very much under control there. So joining us here in the announcing booth, not for the first time today, is Alicia Bagnoli. Now, I've just heard through my headphones is I've now been put in charge of all of your pep talks from here on out.
That's funny.
So we'll have a look at this, a re-rack on 11.25 meters. Tell us a little bit about this.
I was a little bit concerned about the wind. There was actually a lot of wind. I was concerned about my gait, but I knew I had to pull out a little later, which that's what I did. And I was wide enough at the gate. I didn't kill it right at the gate.
What do you think of this point 4 here, Alicia? This was my favorite part.
I was so scared of not turning 4. But
Fantastic.
I was patient. I turned half a meter after the buoy. I was just waiting for that line. I wasn't I need to kill it at 4.
But you had the angle. It's like we always say, it's better to finish 5-10 feet further down the lake, but with the angle. I mean, that's definitely it, especially on offside.
So the main concern I was just waiting for that line, be soft and pull as hard as I can to 5. Then if I can turn it, great. Otherwise, I knew with 4.5 I was in.
Yeah. Great stuff. Well, I mean, that was pressure skiing. You did it.
My first 38 of the year. So.
Right. Yeah. And what a time to do it.
Yeah.
Fantastic skiing.
I just need to be ready sooner in the season. Not
yeah,
so
exactly. That's what I said. I mean, that's what you alluded to as well. You tend to ski better at the end of the season, right at the start. We need to work on that a little bit.
Yeah.
So, as we watch Whitney McClintock go through 12 meters, what's your game plan? What's your game plan coming up for the final round?
First of all, I got jumped today. Which
of course.
I'm a little concerned now. No game plan, honestly. I like actually that 32-meter start. I'm a little less tired at 38, so give me a little bit more power. So no strategy, just keeping that line tight and keep moving on my 2 and 4. My offside is the main problem with my skiing.
That was really good skiing, Alicia, and like we were saying, what a time to do it. Pressure skiing, you needed 4.5, which is still one of your better scores. I think you have had a 4.5 once.
Yeah, the only score 4.5 this year. Yeah, it was Europeans.
Yeah, right, there you go. So, which got you a medal there. So let's celebrate that, and maybe another 38 tomorrow.
Maybe, hopeful. Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me here.
Congrats, Alicia.
No worries, absolutely no problem whatsoever. So, Alicia Bagnoli through to the next round of the competition. And we're looking at Whitney McClintock-Rini. Let's not gloss over the fact that she is about to come into the course on 11.25 meters. And a skier, to a certain extent, a little bit on the comeback trail, especially considering what happened last year at the World Championships and that horrible scenario as it played out.
Yeah, I mean, it was 50 odd weeks ago now at the World Championships. But anyway, 38, she's going to run it, I'm going to say. She's looking really good here. She's, it's just almost like you watch Whitney's 38s, not because you're concerned that she's going to miss it, but because you're trying to see, how balanced she's going to ski, and that's pretty easy. I would say that's better than the 38. I was watching the webcast earlier. It's better than the 38 earlier on. It seems that the girls are putting it together and getting more balanced.
They just needed more passes to adapt.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, you've got you had Mastercard Pro last weekend. You got Malibu Open this week. We got Travers next weekend. We're just going to have an Nautique. So we're going to, we're changing boats every week, and it's you need to dial each one in. You need to figure it out. The scores are great here, and the standard's very high. So, but you do see the best skiers in the world. They'll make it work, and they'll get the big scores even when they look ugly. All right. Ali's 38 earlier was not so good. Whitney's was not as pretty as that one. So, we're going to see people build up throughout the weekend, I imagine.
Indeed. So, on the water still, Whitney McClintock-Rini, as we get ready for our remaining two skiers, first of which is going to be Regina Jaquist. She's dockside right now. And certainly been one of the greatest slalom skiers in the world over the last few seasons, and instrumental in making this event happen here at Lyman Land, USA, the Malibu Open 2022. All right then, so 5 buoys is the current lead in this event.
Slight cross tailwind, I would say, so it's going to be tricky. One, she's out the back, but she's got a great offside, so I think she's going to be good here, and that's a fantastic 2. Can she turn 3? That's not the best 3 of all time, but 4 is often her friend, and it wasn't there. She just lost the fin. She just lost the fin there. So she has improved by the smallest of margins possible. She's improved by a quarter of a buoy, and she's tied there with Regina. So in order to, for her seeding tomorrow to go up, it means that Regina has to run 3 and or 3 and a quarter, I think, would go into initial seeding. So I thought 1 and 2 were really, really good. 3, she was just a little sort of reared up, but often 4 is fantastic for Whitney. And it just wasn't the case just here. She just had a bit too much tail smear. Maybe a bit pushed on the front, just a touch too much, and just couldn't quite get the grip out of the turn to move through across to the 5 that she would have needed to start thinking about the lead.
All right, the start looked pretty good.
Pretty heavy there, but she did
very heavy.
Such a good job of staying over her feet into 2, and that's a phenomenal 2. Phenomenal.
And Whitney McClintock able to hold on to something like that, courtesy of the workouts and online training that was being provided to her by New Dimensions, located next to the Millennium Mall in Orlando, trusted by pros Tigas, Alice, Freddie Kruger, Whitney McClintock, Rini, and Paige Rini. Find out more about that by going to New Dimensions. That is New Dimensions. So. All right, then. So we got Regina Jaquist coming out on the water, originally from Gwinnett County in Georgia, but now resides in Santa Rosa Beach in Florida, where she runs a compounding pharmacy. So she's got plenty on her plate.
Yeah, I know. At the skier meeting yesterday, she was given 100% credit by all the officials here that she has basically organised this whole thing, which, she's been a Malibu athlete since a very long time. And repaying the faith they showed in her, I guess, by putting on the great event that we have today. That is, we're all very grateful to Regina for doing it. Someone's got to get out there and get in the trenches and put on these events, and she apparently was the one that did a huge amount of the work.
All right, you are. So let's have a look at the leaderboard. Jamie Ball still out in the lead when you take into account the first round score. She's yet to ski in the second round, which means that her 5 at 10.75 meters being unchallenged at this point is still very, very much in the lead, and she is the last skier to go. Regina Jaquist, for her part, scoring 3.5 at 10.75 meters in round number 1. That is currently good enough for a third place at this moment in time, because the skier that tied her, Whitney McClintock Rini, already has a backup by way of 3 1/4 at 10.75 meters from round 1. Whitney McClintock Rini having scored 3.5 in the round that's just gone for her a few minutes ago. So here we go, Regina Jaquist.
11 meters. Well, this would probably be 12, I would imagine. Would this be? It probably would be 12.
12 meters.
And again, you don't watch Regina's 12 thinking, is she going to go down? And I think we're just going to head to the dock and probably have a chat with Jamie.
Yes, indeed. All right, so as we continue to roll right along, let me tell you about Be Play Fuel, beplayfuel.com. Make sure you vote for your matches and also participate in the ski challenge, beplayfuel.com. Also, check out the audience prize contest. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play to win the ski of your choice by accurately predicting the podiums in the men's and the women's slalom competition. So, continuing right along, and also let me tell you about the flow point method. created by Marcus Brown and Jenny LeBon. All you need to ski your best with online coaching and nutritional support. That is Flowpoint Method. Check it out at flowpointmethod.com. All right, then, let's have a look and see, shall we? We've got on the water Regina Jaquist, multiple-time world champion, number of different occasions, so many years in the sport being involved, not only at the athletes level, but also on an official level. She is a multiple level official at the Pan Am level, and also a tournament director, it would seem.
Many feathers in her cap and many pies with her fingers in them. I didn't love Buoy 4 here. I thought it was a bit of a strange one, but I'm sure she'll figure it out. But I was surprised to see that Buoy 4 just ended up a little bit, sort of rolled over to the other side of it. But apart from that, very easy. She's going to want to run the pass, of course, but she's going to certainly want to get past 5 to take top seed. That seems to be sort of where she likes to be. Going out last, and she's had a lot of success doing that. As we're joined in the booth by Whitney McClintock.
All right, so the rare pleasure here that we get to see you here in the announcers booth there. Whitney, how are you doing?
Thanks, how are you doing?
Not too bad at all. So how do you reckon you fared out there?
That round actually started to feel a little more normal. I think the drive, the cooler water, all of that kind of played a part in yesterday's practice and today's first round. So that round felt better. Here comes Regina.
All right, then. We'll check out Regina in a moment. We'll actually check her out at 39, of course. But then we'll come back. We'll come back to you in a moment, having now made your technical directorial debut there. Let's have a look and see.
Regina looking really good here, round 3, 39. And she needs the 4, which she didn't get earlier.
She's got happy feet on that one.
It's strange. It's actually, Whitney, it's not so different from what I saw with you over there earlier. Obviously different foot forward, so a completely different approach. But like just the tail of the ski seemed to just slide a little bit around the back end, so you and her both didn't have any traction.
Yeah, I mean, I felt pretty good that round. I felt like I had a strong start at 39, and coming into 4, I mean, I think I probably attacked it more than I needed to, being at 4. But
watch her
we'll
here.
See what Regina does.
So yeah, I mean 1, 2, 3. I mean it's aggressive, but it's good, and
she got a little crushed at 3, but nothing.
We might not
major.
see from this angle, but it just seemed like in the first round, she also the tail just kind of slid, so she didn't have anything to push against, I guess, as she started moving towards the weights.
Yeah, I don't know the reason, but I know the first round I definitely wasn't feeling enough space, and I wasn't early like I typically ski. So that round I actually felt a lot better,
you look better
on my ski. So that's kind of all I need going into tomorrow, and just feel a little bit of confidence that I know I got a better start.
How about the gates in the opposite direction? Because a lot of skiers have actually commented and saying.
Let's just have a quick look here, guys. Just watch the tail of the ski here. Just
you're right at the finish.
Just
slipped.
not quite, sticking in the water to where she can kind of move away from it. So surprising. What does that mean quickly? That means that Jane Bull is our top seed for tomorrow.
Yeah. That does mean yes.
It means Regina is second. She just goes ahead of you by half, Buoy there, Whitney.
Yeah.
So you'll by half. Sorry.
Because she got 5 or 4 that round. I have 3.5.
There you go.
Yeah. So then Whitney, you'll be third to last at the top, which actually is probably.
Yeah.
Are you happy with that? I mean, that's not such a bad place to be, especially as you're feeling better and better as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, as the tournament, that's how it seems to be for me. The last couple tournaments, I don't feel great the first round, get a little bit better in the second round, and then I feel more confident going into the finals. Certainly felt that way last weekend, and hopefully this weekend I can finish the 39 again and take a poke at 41.
All right, then. We thank you very much for making an appearance here in the announcers booth. And from one world champion to another, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm standing here with Miss Regina Jaquist. And, hey, you sort of had this freebie sort of round, if you will, that when you left the dock, you're already in. So any strategy? Sort of what were you sort of trying to accomplish out there?
No, I mean, not really any strategy. Yeah, you're in. That's really the main ticket for today. So it was just kind of get used to everything, fill it out, kind of get your mistakes out of the way and learn from them and go for tomorrow and hopefully get rid of all the mishaps and see how it plays out.
No, it's going to be fun. I can't wait. So Yeah, will there be any changes from today till tomorrow?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're always constantly changing. Even when it's a great set, you always want to go back and change something. So, yeah, I mean, you always want to improve and keep fighting, going through it. So, yeah, there will be some changes made, like getting through 39, first change.
All right, we're going to see that happen tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So on the water is Jamie Bull coming to us from the opposite end of the lake, having skied through 13. This is now 12. And she knew almost as soon as she got off the dock that she wouldn't really have to ski much better than what she did in round number 1. She scored 5, and that has gone unchallenged completely in the second round, which means that she'll be last off the dock tomorrow.
Yeah, nice to have, like I said before, nice to have that first round where you just you crush it. She would have been disappointed not to have run that 39 in the first round. I mean, it was fantastic, and I've seen her come into her offside and just destroy it, like actually at the tournament we had last weekend where she didn't get a best boy 2 and then 3 was unbelievable. So I was surprised to see her not turn 5 there, but she still has the best score of the day and a comfortable best score of the day. No one else has really looked like they were really going to run 39. There were some good starts from Regina and Whitney here, but you get over to 5 in good shape like Jamie did, and she'll be very happy that although she probably made a little mistake there, she's definitely dialed in, the most dialed in, you could say, looking at her score, and she'll be trying to practice here. The wind's died off a little bit, and look at Jamie. Tony, what do you think? I mean, started off the season, definitely built through. She had some victories through Europe, and she did really, really well.
Yeah. Then she took a little time off.
But she was winning those tournaments with 3 at 39, 4 at 39, and now she's running 39 again, and she looks like she's good to run 39 every time. So, she's really...
And just look at her balance on that ski. I mean, she will shift weight from forward to back, but she does it with such consummate ease, that you'd have to have a really, really trained eye to notice.
Yeah, her offside is phenomenal. She just comes into that offside and then she drives through. She gets, she's not pushing on the front. She's allowing that tail to come through, but while sort of, keeping her weight centered and not dropping on the inside like a lot of other right foot forward skiers will do into 135. And that's it's such a key part of her skiing is her offside. Typically, a couple of years past, she's been struggling more with her onside, but it's got better and better. And here we are, we're seeing her at I would say full strength. The sort of form that won her the tournament last weekend, but also, the tournament at the end of last year where she was just crushing at the World Championships, running 2 at 41 in the final there.
All right you are. As we continue right along, let me tell you about USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation, working hard to preserve the heritage of tow water sports by maintaining the Hall of Fame Museum and providing scholarships to promising young athletes. That's the USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation.
39 off. She has the best score. She has 5, so she's definitely got top seed, but she's going to want to run this. As every skier does coming into their gates, they want to run the pass, but she's going to want to run it because she had the chance earlier. That's a pretty heavy one. 2's a little on the tail. 3's going to be big, and she's got heavy there again, but I think she's in good shape. It's a 5. Again, deep out of 1 and 3, and then not the biggest turns out of 2 and 4. Certainly not 4. So it's very solid skiing. She can go to bed tonight thinking, I got the 2 best scores of the day. And big scores. I would say she probably hasn't, got past 5, but for 3 or 4 times this year, big turn there. She's really moving up and up and up, and I think that she'll feel good about running that tomorrow. We saw it, again, at the World Championships last year when she ran 3 at the first round at 39, and then she ran 2 at 41 in the second round. We'll see that she moves up through the tournament. She did that again last weekend at the Musgrave Pro. We saw her build through the weekend and get the score that she needed to win into 41, or at least to get the runoff at that point, which she then went on to win. She's a builder, and that's a really good asset to have as a tournament slalom skier.
All right, and we're going to hear from her in just a few moments. But just to summarise what you've seen out there out in the water, any surprises, anything that kind of jumps out of you as we confirm the 6 skiers through to the final?
Yeah, I'm surprised. Regina maybe had pretty good starts and couldn't quite finish off. Whitney in the second round had a really good start and couldn't quite get that buoy four turn. And I think we're going to go to the dock just quickly.
Okay, let's check in with Wade World once again.
Thanks, Tony. Here with Jamie Bull. And so Jamie had that unique position to go out the second round already in. And you had the best score, being the top seed. So what did you learn from this round?
I just wanted to go out and feel out Pat because he'll be driving us tomorrow. So felt good. The wind did a complete 180 before I went out, so that was a little bit different, and I think it's a different wind than we'll get tomorrow. So just trying to feel things out and feel confident behind a different boat and at a different lake.
So let's talk about that. Sometimes it's a little disconcerting for us as a slalom skier. We're all fully set on, the wind, and then it changes. So we got to adapt on the fly, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of swirly here, so it's kind of calling for a crosswind, and we're getting a bit of head tail and something in between in the middle of the lake. So
Andy Mapple said back one day after round, he goes, "Hey, did you have tailwinds on both starts?" And that happens, right, in a crosswind.
Yeah, for sure. I know John said this morning, he's like, I don't think I had a tailwind until I got to 41. So it's definitely not settled, and there is some movement. So yeah, you got to kind of be keeping your eye out for what's going on for sure.
Speaking of keeping our eyes out, we'll be watching her in the ladies' final tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Jamie. Thanks a lot, Wade, and good skiing all the way throughout as we take a look at the leaderboard to confirm that Jamie Bull, with 5 on 10.75 meters in each of the last two rounds, is your leader. Ahead of Regina Jaquist with 4 at 10.75 meters. Whitney McClintock with 3.5 at 10.75 meters, marginally behind. Ali Nicholson in fourth with 3 at 10.75. Karen Truelove, 1.5 at 10.75 meters. The biggest jump in the competition so far from where she was previously. Alicia Bagnoli, the sixth and final spot through to the next round of the competition, running 11.25 meters for the first time this season in the process. And those are the 6 skiers through to next round. This is the continuing coverage of the 2022 Malibu Open, and we will return right after these.
Try Match Play at bplayfield.com.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
From our home base in Birmingham, Alabama, we are here treating patients from every generation across the United States and from around the world. We're here for the rookies and the dreamers trying to make a name for themselves. We are here for the achievers
who are resilient
and won't take no for an answer. We're here for the coaches,
athletic trainers and mentors who are shaping the next generation of legends.
We are here for you,
aggressively pursuing victory over injury.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you. Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like, I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass? Why don't you just sign up for Flow Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, do you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Hello, Malibu Open. Doozy would like to congratulate all the athletes that are participating today. We are honored to be a sponsor at this fabulous event. Now let's take a sneak peek behind the scenes of the Boat Lift store. North Carolina on beautiful Lake Gaston since 1984. Let's go hit the water and see one in action.
Slalom course 50 feet from the dock. Malibu on the Doozy lift, in and out is a breeze. Easy to go slalom skiing anytime you want.
Good luck, athletes, from the Boat Lift store.
Mind the Doozy!
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
From our home base right here in Birmingham, Alabama.
We are here treating patients from every generation
Across the United States.
and from around the world.
As respected industry leaders,
We are here.
Working hard for you.
in an effort to provide you with
Excellence in sports medicine.
Excellence in research and education.
And excellence in sports injury prevention.
we are here for you, aggressively pursuing
Victory over injury.
We're taking it We're just taking our time. We're just living our lives. We got nowhere to go. So let's stay here the whole night. 'Cause all we feel is good vibes. Yeah, all we feel is
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play. 'Cause you never feel this way.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off seasons so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better. I'm less sore. I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
Try Match Play at bplayfield.com.
My name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
From our home base in Birmingham, Alabama, we are here treating patients from every generation
across the United States
and from around the world. We're here for the rookies and the dreamers trying to make a name for themselves. We are here for the achievers
who are resilient
and won't take no for an answer. We're here for the coaches,
athletic trainers and mentors who are shaping the next generation of legends.
We are here for you,
aggressively pursuing victory over injury.
All right then, welcome back to continuing coverage of the Malibu Open for 2022. Here we go, we've got our first jumper on the water. This is Benjamin Lutz, passing up on jump number one. Now, for those of you that have had a keen eye during the course of this webcast coverage will notice that, that the ramp is not where it typically is. We've had to move the ramp and face it in the opposite direction because of the wind shift. And jumpers, when given the choice as to what direction they want to jump, they would typically favor jumping into the headwind as opposed to tail. And that is the situation which we have right now. So, Benjamin Lutz, opening jump, pass on jump number 1. And that's receiving 0 score for that effort. So, in this competition, the Malibu Open 2022, brought to you by Malibu Boats and their distributor, their dealership in Alabama. That's Rambo Marine, alongside Vulcan Materials Company, Good Water Skis, Andrew Sports Medicine, Acme Propellers, and Babes Boat Care Products. We also get tremendous support from Outer Armor, Doozy Boat List, Zero Off, Louie Louie Bar and Restaurant, The Red Bar, Grunt, and Masterline. And sitting next to me, good friend of mine, it's Mr. Will Asher. How are you doing, sir?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I just got the opportunity to come up here and watch some jumping and talk about jumping, so I thought I'd better jump on that one.
Yeah, just mention jump a number of times.
Exactly. My great passion is this sport. This is
Yeah, because you've actually jumped into the 200-foot range once upon a long ago, right?
Yeah, I was definitely joined that little club of 200-foot people, and then people are like, why'd you quit jumping? And the thought of jumping against my brother or Freddie or Ryan and those guys that are jumping 230, I didn't see a healthy way of getting there. So now I get to sit here and appreciate these guys going for the ramp and putting out big jumps for the crowd.
A healthy way of getting there. That seems to cover most things, doesn't it?
Yeah, I worked really, really hard to get as far as I did, and I have so much respect for these guys that just do it and continue to improve and push it past where we could ever dream possible. And I remember when they were doing ski flying and the guys were going 240, 250 feet, and that was just remarkable and unbelievable. And now we've got it. These guys are doing it off a 6-foot ramp, going 35 miles an hour. I mean, this.
All right, then. So we're just trying to resolve 1 or 2 technical issues out there. We just sent Benjamin Lutz out for jump number 1, and it looks like we're going to send him out for jump number 2 very, very soon. Of course, the whole idea with switching the ramp direction is precipitated by the fact that the wind has changed direction by itself. And whenever jumpers are given the option to have the ramp facing in one direction or the other, as long as that ramp is facing towards the headwind, it's fine. But if it's in the tailwind, not so good.
Yeah, I mean, we can see Jack Critchley's out there. He's helping switch this boat around, switch this ramp around, and any opportunity they have to have the wind in their face coming off the top of a 6-foot ramp, they're going to put in the work, they're going to put in the time. That's always what's been so special about the jump community, is they'll do what's best for the other skiers too. And I mean, they just want to see big jumps, they want to see the sport continue to progress, and everyone on the crowd just have the best time possible. So they're getting dialed in. This is the first time anyone's ever jumped this way on this lake. Jack and the crew came last week, switched the ramp, put new anchors, put in a whole new set of buoys. So the first skier that goes off the ramp will be the first time anyone's ever jumped this direction on this lake. That's pretty special.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a little bit of history so far as this side is concerned, and we'll bring in Benjamin Lutz, and it's a pretty short setup just round the island, and you edge on out, and you're on top of the 700-foot cut buoy, and there you go. That is Benjamin Lutz. Here he comes. Opening attempt. Good slow turn. Ooh, and taking a pass on that attempt as well. I don't know where we are officially, whether that's officially the first jump or the second. But we're working on getting the official reckoning from our good folks here at the Malibu Open.
Yeah, he's looking around. He just maybe I think he goes. Does he not go here to Alabama? This is his team?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he recently graduated from the University of Alabama.
Yeah, so I know the majority of his jumping would have been on this site, and sometimes you get so ingrained in a certain site, and just something. I mean, jumping the other way for him is going to be like a completely new site. I mean, mentally he's very comfortable, but then he gets out in the water and it's a completely different direction for him. And maybe that's playing on him just a little bit. He just needs to get over the ramp, get comfortable, get a feel for it, probably figure out it's going to be fine. Then the next jump he can push a little bit deeper and get some more confidence. But unless there's something he's not feeling comfortable or safe with, he just seems like you need to get over the ramp, get one on the board, build some confidence, go out there and then push it from that point, not try and jump 230 feet on your first jump.
Yes, indeed. There are maybe about a smattering of sites around the world that actually have ramps with a plural in which they have pointed in one direction whilst the other is pointed in the opposite direction. And here we go. We have got on the water right here, right now. This is Benjamin Lutz taking, and a pass there on that jump as well. So I don't know whether he's expended his 3 jumps or whether the delay between his initial first jump and the remaining 2 that we just saw there would actually initiate a full-on restart. But let's check in with Freddie and friends on dockside.
Brandon, you weren't here. We weren't jumping last weekend. You're back in for the Malibu Open. Are you excited?
Yeah, very excited. Last year was a spectacular event, so I couldn't miss it this year. Ready to throw down. We just changed the ramp, and I'm excited. I ain't scared of nothing.
How did practice go yesterday?
Went all right. Just figuring out timing and whatnot. Had a massive single, so that was fun.
A massive single. You'll presumably be doing doubles today?
Yeah, definitely some doubles today.
Good stuff, mate. Well, good luck. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Continuing right along. I believe Ben is going to take the third and last attempt. The previous 2 were his official first and second attempts.
It'll be nice to see him go over the ramp. I know his kid's got a nice cut on him. I know he's got really good ramp work and good airform. It'd be nice to see him fly one down the lake. Just for the rest of the guys in the dock, as well as himself, just to see some scores be out there.
All right, so turn in around about 675 feet away from the jump. Somewhere between the 600 and 700. Here he comes. And passing up on jump number 3 as well. So not the best of setups there for Benjamin Lutz as we now work our way down to our next jumper, who should be Martin Coleman. He's on dockside at the moment. But what do you see here, Will?
No, you got a little bit of stumble on the 5 and 6, but it's kind of hard when you start passing. It's hard to mentally get over that and get yourself just over the ramp. I know when it's your last jump, you have no choice but to go for it, and he already hasn't got over it. His cut looked fine, maybe just a little bit early. That's kind of all I can see. It just seemed like he just needed to get over the ramp just to feel it out, just to get a bit of comfort under his feet, and just seemed like he wasn't able to get there.
You know, I mean, when I was actually competing in the jump event, and I know it's hard to imagine me jumping many years ago, but typically my strategy would be, if I hadn't skied in that site before, I'd take a single cut, feel out the jump, feel out the boat, what have you, and then just let the ramp have it for the remaining 2 attempts. Now these skiers, are trying to take every opportunity they can to jump far, and sometimes sometimes that strategy is just not an option for them.
Yeah, I think, I know I was speaking to Lyman this week, and he said they've got a great group of jumpers that have just been out there training hard, jumping a long way, and he probably to himself felt like he had something to prove, and he wants to go out there and jump a PB, prove that he can jump as far as he can. And I'm with you. I always like to go out.
Let's
go out, do an easy one.
Couldn't have guessed that one.
Get some feeling.
I couldn't have guessed that one.
Get over the ramp, and then build from something. I mean, you'll see Freddie and Ryan. I've seen Ryan never jump on a ramp before. First jump, 73 meters, 72 meters. But not anyone can go out there and do that. Not everyone has that much experience. So.
All right, then. So we're looking at the dock. That's not Martin Coleman, but We're going to go with Jonathan Lutz coming up next, but we're going to take an official timeout. We've got continuing coverage here of the 2022 Malibu Open, and we'll return in just a few minutes. Do not go away.
Try Match Play at bplayfield.com.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
From our home base in Birmingham, Alabama, we are here treating patients from every generation
across the United States
and from around the world. We're here for the rookies and the dreamers trying to make a name for themselves. We are here for the achievers
who are resilient
and won't take no for an answer.
We're here for the coaches,
athletic trainers and mentors who are shaping the next generation of legends.
We are here for you,
aggressively pursuing victory over injury.
skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you. Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like, I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass? Why don't you just sign up for Flow Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Hello, Malibu Open. Doozy would like to congratulate all the athletes that are participating today. We are honored to be a sponsor at this fabulous event. Now let's take a sneak peek behind the scenes of the Boat Lift store. North Carolina on beautiful Lake Gaston since 1984. Let's go hit the water and see one in action.
Slalom course 50 feet from the dock. Malibu on the Doozy lift, in and out is a breeze. Easy to go slalom skiing anytime you want.
Good luck, athletes, from the Boat Lift store.
Malibu Doozy!
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
From our home base right here in Birmingham, Alabama.
We are here treating patients from every generation
Across the United States.
and from around the world.
As respected industry leaders,
We are here.
Working hard for you in an effort to provide you with
Excellence in sports medicine.
Excellence in research and education.
and excellence in sports injury prevention.
we are here for you, aggressively pursuing
Victory over injury.
We're taking it we're just taking our time, and we're just living our lives, and we got nowhere to go. So let's stay here the whole night, 'cause all we feel is good vibes. Yeah, all we feel is good. Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2022 Malibu Open here at Lyman Land, USA. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and sitting next to me is Mr. Will Asher. How are you doing this afternoon, sir?
I'm doing good. Looks like we had a bit of a reset here.
Yeah, I think that's putting it mildly. The ramp has had to move position a time or two, and mainly because of the wind, and now it's become apparent that the sun glare is going to be a bit of a safety issue as well. So we've returned the jump to its original position, and with that in mind, we're going to start the jump event. I'm not too sure whether we're going to start it from scratch. We saw Benjamin Lutz take. Yeah, we are starting from scratch, so Ben Lutz is going to get a fresh set of 3 jumps, and then we'll go on to our next competitor, who is his brother, Jonathan Lutz, and then continuing on with the remaining skiers on the list. So, all right, so Okay, so apparently Ben Lutz has declined to jump, and will now go on to Jonathan, our next competitor, and we'll see how that shapes up behind the Malibu TXI. And now the one advantage, if there is any, that the jumpers will have in terms of starting from this dock where it is and where the jump is right now, is they have the whole length of the lake to kind of survey the wind and to get in tune with that. And then when the boat turns at the opposite end, then they're brought into the jump course with the 7, 6, and 500-foot cut buoys. So they have that little bit of time to work with.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Tony. Most jumpers will know it's nice to be able to kind of go past the ram. You get to spray it, you get to look at it, you get to stare it down, you get to see where the buoys are at, you get to just have the whole length of the lake just to relax, get into your thoughts after coming off the dock. So I think most jumpers will understand it's always a scary thought to go straight off the dock, straight into the ramp, pulling out for the 6. So it'd be nice to get to clear the soap out of his boots, jump the wakes a little bit, slap his skis down, have a look at the ramp, assess the situation, look at the winds, and then hopefully put out a poker on the first jump. Indeed. And you mentioned soap in the bindings, and those bindings are incredibly tight. I mean, you only have minutes before numbness sets in on your feet. The bindings do have to be excruciatingly tight in order to safely hit the ramp and jump the distances that they're normally accustomed to going. Yeah, most people, they'll kind of adjust their bindings until they can last up to 4 jumps, and then anything past 4 jumps, if you can still stay in your bindings, most people will tell you your bindings are too loose. So these bindings are incredibly tight, they're incredibly stiff, and when you're hitting the ramp 6 foot going 50 miles an hour, you want it to be tight and stiff. You don't want those feet coming out the boots. You want to be able to cut and kick and fly and take a headwind, whatever it is, and push into the front of those skis.
All right, here we go. We've got Jonathan Lutz on jump number 1. Just trying to get deep into the hole and not bleed off too much speed before he turns those skis and heads towards the jump for his first attempt and passing up on jump number 1. And with that, let's check in with Freddie and friends. Go.
So I'm here with Chief Judge Nikki Lee, and we've had a little bit of weather, there's some wind direction changes, so we've moved the ramp. Do you want to take us through that a little bit?
Sure. When it came time to do the jump event, it was determined that the wind was blowing in an unsafe fashion, gusting and changing directions, and so we looked at the expected wind, and the expected wind was such that we should turn the ramp. So we turned the ramp, and then we had issues with the glare of the sun and the wind not making the change that we expected it to make. So we determined that we could jump to a later time today if we put the ramp back to where it was before the change. So now we've got the ramp back into the position that it was in when we started, and the wind is holding pretty steady right now. So we're going to just jump as best we can for as long as we can today, and then we'll pick up and we'll finish it up tomorrow.
And because the men is the longer division, that's probably why they're skiing now, and the women will go tomorrow because it's a smaller division. They'll fit in better. Is that probably what's happening?
Yes, that's the reason we changed the men and the women. If we have enough time when the men finish, we'll see how much time we have left before the sun sets, and we could do the women today, but we won't make that decision until the men finish.
Well, stuff only happens on tournament day. So rolling with the punches. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So here we go. Jump number 2 for Jonathan Lutz. Let's see what he's got. And there you go. Our first recorded jump of this 2022 Malibu Open right here at Lyman Land. Belongs to Jonathan Lutz on his second attempt. A good strike there on that particular jump. And what do you see here, Will?
Yeah, it's good to see somebody get over the ramp. You could tell in that first jump when he passed, he was just a little bit fast, working with the hand a little bit. Nice, steady second jump. If anything, you could say if he could commit a bit more to the base, could get a bit more pop out of the ramp. But I'd say at this point, he's just kind of, the ramp switched around, he's getting his feelers back in, and I think third jump, we'll see a bit more commitment out of him.
All right, you are, and a good steady cut into that jump. We should get the distance recorded any moment now in both feet and inches and metric, for the benefit of our international audience watching worldwide. Okay, 196 feet, 196 or 59.6.
Do we have any stats on this guy, Tony? Do we know what his personal best is?
I think his personal best is into the 200-foot range, and I think that was as recently as last year. Hasn't really trained or jumped all that much in the season thus far, but let's have a look and see.
Brought it down a little bit on jump number 3. Definitely had more of a poke on jump number 3.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, you're certainly getting a lot more confidence there, having taken jump number 2. And I reckon we've just seen our first 200-foot jump of this competition, and certainly our first jump landing on jump number 2.
Yeah,
that is Jonathan Lutz.
I'm calling over 200 on this jump. He got more commitment into the base. He looked a bit more committed off the top of the ramp, and had a good kick. And
skiing a little bit ahead of the line in the turn, but he managed to basically suck up the slack off the turn and make his way towards the jump.
Oh, same jump.
Okay, so 59.8 or 196, 196 feet. 2 jumps of 196 feet, but 20 centimeters set those two distances apart when measured using the metric system. So, next competitor up, it is going to be Brandon Schipper.
This is one strong boy. I know he's a bit of a gym animal. He can lift some serious weight. He can, when he gets it right, he can really put that energy through the ramp and put out a big old boot of a jump. I think he went 2:14 in the summer. Does that sound about right?
Yeah. That sounds about the jump distance he's been able to produce. He's jumped at LA Night Jam. He jumped at the Friday Night Lights in last year's Collegiate Waterski Nationals over in Tri-Lakes. And he's definitely been grown in stature. I mean, he trains over at Jack Travis's place in Central Florida. And looking to try and make a mark here and be one of the jump finalists.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see Brandon go through. He's been training really hard. He puts the time in off the water, and he's turned into a student of the sport. You know, he's around a lot. He's there training at Travis Ski School, around many of the greats that find themselves, you know, from those start docks. So see what he's got here on the first jump.
All right, here we go. This is Brandon Schipper, the second competitor. And first jump, here he comes. There you go, getting good speed.
I'm going to say it's the longest jump so far.
Yeah, I would probably go along with that. And whilst we get that distance, let's check in dockside with Freddie and friends.
So a couple of 196s, not your happiest day, but probably not your easiest run-up either. I mean, you didn't know if you were coming or going. Where was the ramp going? You probably had to sort of get your heart rate up 3 times there. How did that go?
Yeah, it's a little stressful, you know. Yeah, just go out there and, you know, jump on what they give you. But, yeah, the wind was swirly, so you kind of have to look while you're going down the lake what the wind's going to be like, and make adjustments and hope for the best.
Well, you end up on top of your skis. Not your best day, like we said, but you live to fight another day. Congrats, and back to you guys.
Right, so that was Jonathan Lutz there. When we get the distance, it's, 58.4 or 192?
Yeah, that's the reason we use Splash Eye, because my eye is not in. I thought he had a pretty good cut and got pretty good lift, but the distance is down.
Maybe getting a little bit too much pull off the apex of his flight, and that kind of brought him down a little early.
Yeah, it's probably like we're talking about. He wants to feel out the first one, just get a safe one on the board, and then bring it down just a little bit more and commit a bit more to the base. See what he gets here.
Here he comes, jump number 2, Brandon Schipper. Oh yeah, he really wanted to explode off the jump that time. He was just getting set right off the second wake to absolutely explode off the top of the ramp.
Seemed to get a lot more out of the ramp that time, but I'm not sure he carried the speed into the turn. We'll see what the distance does. This seems a little bit narrow, a little bit slow. I know Brandy likes to bring himself into the course, have a nice strong turn, and commit to the base. But he got such good lift, so he may be able to carry him a little bit further down the lake on jump number 2. Yeah, we go. 200 feet. We've got our first 200-foot jump.
So 200 feet is, 61.1, 61.1.
He'll be happy to get over the 200-foot jump on his second jump, so he has one more jump to make some corrections. If he brings it down the lake just a little bit more, maybe carries a bit more speed coming in from the 6, gets a little bit more width on the boat, but then could have the same commitment into the base and the lift off the ramp, we're going to see something close to his PB.
Right, you are. So our first 200-footer. And that obviously puts Brandon Shipper in the lead. And looking at Luke Outram, skier from Great Britain, specifically from the county of Lincolnshire, getting ready to hit the jump coming up next. In the meantime, here comes Brandon Shipper, third and last attempt, just trying to keep that tight line a little bit longer into the hole as he pounds the jump one last time. Oh, getting a good pull off the top of the jump there, and good flight there with the skis. Good position off the top, and that one, from my perspective, looked closer to be about a 203 or a 204.
Yeah, he definitely brought in more speed into the turn that time, and he got the commitment, and he got the kick. With those three elements in place, it should be more distance. It's hard to tell from our angle, but if you start to, it's just simple math. You put those elements together, you get more distance. And as we progress through the seeds and the distance gets further, that's really what you're going to see. It was less. 195. Okay. We're way off, man. We are way off.
So 59.3 or 195 feet. So his best jump is a 200, and that puts him in the lead with 61.1 meters. All right, next skier up from Great Britain, and also a member of the University of Louisiana at Lafayette Raging Cajun Waterski team. We're probably watching him right now. They're competing in regionals, and Luke Outram, our skier on the water, has special dispensation in order to compete in this event. He'll rejoin him in time for the national championships, but let's see what he can do with the free jumps that he has at his disposal. And Will, you've known him for I guess a short amount of time, a few years. I would take it. I mean, what do you know about Luke?
Yeah, I mean, we're both from Lincolnshire in England, so he grew up mostly skiing at a club called Lown, which is pretty close to us, and then he spent also a lot of time at Hazelwood Ski World, which is my family's club. Luke, he seems to have progressed a lot since he went to college. He's kind of found his own. He's thrown out some pretty good jump distances. He's tricking really well. He's slalom really well. So I'll be excited to see what he does here from the beginning. I'll imagine he'll take a pretty comfortable jump on the first one and hopefully build from there. But he'll be looking to push on that 200 and beyond, and we'll get a pretty good idea what he's going to do. Looks like he's going to start with a 3/4, so he's definitely looking for that safety, security first jump.
All right, here we are. Right here, right now. This is Luke Outram, jump number 1, keeping that line tight. Oh, nice. Nice safe landing, gets a good score on jump number 1. Let's check in with Freddie and friends.
Safety first. You're going out there, a site you're familiar with. Are you feeling good about top 8?
Yeah, the wind's a non-factor right now. The boys are jumping well. Just gotta take it easy on the first one and work from there.
And what's your game plan? You have anything specific, or are you just kind of going to go with the flow?
Gonna just try to do what I always do, but big thing's gonna be to find my spot, and if I can get there, I feel like I'll have a good jump.
Good stuff, mate. Best of luck. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot there, Freddie, and that was Will Roberts just trying to get himself situated for the free jumps that he has at his disposal. And Will, what do you see here from Luke?
Yeah, that just seemed like a feeler jump for Luke. He just wanted, I'm not sure how many times he's been over this ramp, if he's even been over this ramp, and that's kind of what a lot of jumpers like to do. They want to go out and just do something safe, feel it, and then they can roll into the second jump with a lot more confidence. If he takes a double cut, he'll know what the wind's doing, he knows what the ramp feels like, and he can just go with 100% commitment instead of kind of, maybe passing 2 or 3 jumps trying to find his place.
All right, and Luke Outram, who's competed in pro tournaments before, jumped 200 feet for the first time this season and competed in the final of LA Night Jam, but just not controlling much of that jump, and as we see him right out that jump. Let's go to Freddie and friends.
You got to make top 8. How do you feel about it?
Don't feel too good about making top 8, but did what I could today. Yeah, just did what I could. Hopefully it's top 8. That'd be sick to jump tomorrow, but if not, we're chilling, we're cool.
Chilling and cool. And how did it feel out there? Did it feel like it was all dialed up, or were you a little bit like, I mean, they've been moving the ramp a little bit around. Is the wind a factor? What's happening?
It was less the wind and everything. It was more just me. Like, I wanted to take a big cut, but with my, with my jumping right now, I can't get lift on a big cut, so that 200 was about what I've got.
So you had to kind of dial it back so you could kick it?
Exactly. Yeah, that second jump, dialed the cut back to get the kick, and then on the third I just gave it a bigger cut and hoped I could do it, but couldn't get it done.
Work in progress. You'll be back. Back to you guys.
All right, returning here with jump number 3. We've yet to get the distance on jump number 2. His first jump was a 170. We'll get the distance on jump number 2 in a few moments, but here he is on jump number 3. This is Luke Outram. That's a better looking jump, but still just lacking that little bit extra in terms of distance there, Will.
Yeah, definitely a more comfortable jump on the third, but it just didn't look like he was comfortable to bring it into the course and take a wide cut with speed. Looked like he's operating about 80%. I mean, he gets great load, great direction into the base, but you can tell just the way he comes off, leading with his outside shoulder on the ramp, he's just not quite going through the ramp. That's kind of where he's losing a lot of his distance. Doesn't have the speed from the turn, doesn't have the direction into the base. And you lose all your pull, you lose all your distance. Drop out of the sky too soon.
All right, then. So just to clarify on jump number 2, we should have a distance coming through, and also that of jump number 3. But in the meantime, okay, 186 on jump number 3 for Luke Outram.
This will be interesting to see Pipe go out. It's kind of the first time we've seen him in a pro qualifying round for a while. This guy has a lot of experience. He's been at it a long time. He knows the deal. He knows he's the overall world champ. He knows how to jump a long way. So it's going to be good to see. I think the guys that are coming after him are going to be excited, and they're going to be watching pretty closely to see what he does and see how he approaches the course.
So, yes, 2-time world overall champion in 2013 over in Santiago de Chile, and also in Paris about 4 years later in 2017. Many-time Latin American champion, Pan American champion, Pan American Games medalist as well. And has been off the scene for the last 18 months and has been working to try and get into to competitive action and be fit enough to do that. And it's certainly going to be an interesting few months, because he's hoping to basically end off his career at the Pan American Games, which are going to be scheduled in October of next year in his home city of Santiago. Here he comes, jump number 1.
Yeah, nice opening jump, Pipe. He brings it into the course. He got some speed. He got some direction.
All right, so with that, let's check in dockside with Freddie and friends.
So, Martin, you've been a huge part of organising this tournament. You haven't stopped working by all accounts. How much does it have an effect on you as you kind of get ready to actually go out and ski yourself?
Well, I keep myself pretty busy during my days without a tournament, so it's just another day on a beautiful lake and get the best possible setup and go ski. So it doesn't change that much.
And changing subjects a little bit, you enjoyed the tricks this morning with the eye trick. Was that quite good fun?
Yeah, it was awesome to, do a pass, and when you're changing your skis, you know your score, so you're like, okay, I'm right on pace for a good score, and then I just got a little excited, rushed, and ended up swimming, so tomorrow will be better.
Good stuff, mate. Well, good luck today. You'll rip it up. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So Felipe Miranda will get the distance on his opening jump in just a moment. So 57.6 meters or 189 feet. 11 feet shy of the current lead distance. Here he comes. Oh, very close to the bottom right-hand corner, and he's going to have to inspect that fin, I would say.
Yeah, there's definitely a balk on that one.
This is the last bottle, which is...
He looks like he's kind of getting in the right spot. He's just trying to find the base, the bottom right-hand corner, a little bit, maybe too much. Just didn't want to commit like you'd see him when he's in his full groove. But nice solid cut to the first wake. Oh yeah, he was late. He just didn't want to take that kind of pull, that kind of commitment with his first tournament back after a while. You know, he wants to see more. Probably wants to be somewhere between middle to right, not really pushing that right-hand corner, and maybe until the final. You know, you'll see Freddie and Ryan go there, but they're in their groove and they've been jumping tournaments. But I think Ryan wants to be more middle to right, committing to the base, getting good pull, getting good distance, and he can go mid-60s with that kind of a cut. So that's probably a little bit too late for him, and he didn't want to have that level of commitment for his second jump in a prelims.
All right, and that second jump yielded a distance of 47.1 or 155 feet. 471, 155 feet. Looks like we got Will Roberts on the dock getting ready for his turn. Now Martin Coleman, for his part, is going to be skiing in one or two competitors. He was scheduled to go second out, but I think he's a little bit further down the list due to other stuff going on.
Good jump.
Better looking jump. I believe that one is going to be way better than a 189.
Seemed like it was in between the first and the second jump. He definitely committed to the base that time. He didn't give up on the ramp, so we'll see if he was able to get a bit of distance out of it. He's not. When you see Pipe in his groove, you're going to see him have a lot more speed and a lot more committed with speed to the turn. Here, you see he's drifting back just a little bit before he gets his second hand on, so that's going to crush at least 10, 15 feet out of his maximum distance.
Right, you are, and he gave himself a little bit more space to work with to get his full extension off the top of the ramp. I reckon that one, at least from this perspective, looks 204. That does take the lead. 204 or 62.1.
You got to imagine Pipe will take away, he'll take away what he did from, say, the first wake to the ramp and through his flight on that last jump. And then next round, you'd expect him to maybe bring it down just a little bit on the six, carry a bit more speed, have a bit more commitment into the turn, and then pick up, that extra 14 feet that you'd say is probably missing from his best jumps. 14 feet plus, obviously, since from his primes. But it's good to see Pipe back out there. It's good to see him commit to the base, fly a little bit, take the lead at this point. I know he wants more distance, but I think he'll be quite relieved to be over the ramp and talking to his buddies.
All right, and be sure to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel in order to be involved with the live chat that's taking place right now, and also hit the bell icon to be informed as to when the next live broadcast is up and running. Also, check out beplayfuel.com, and enter the ski challenge on that site, beplayfuel.com. Also, check out Flowpoint Method, providing the tools to ski your best. Go to flowpointmethod.com. Here we go. This is now Will Roberts, jump number one. Sets himself up. Good looking jump there. Good stout landing with that. Let's check in with Freddie and friends.
Faye, 204, you're in the lead. You've got 8 skiers left, so you need one person to go down in front of you in order to make the final. Your second weekend in a row back in pro skiing. Is it going to hold up?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, it's great out there. It's a little changing from tail to head. Everything felt good. I had the cuts on the first two. Again, I wasn't ready. On the last one, I had no choice. I was a little slow. I had a good headwind. I tried to get the most out of that jump, being narrow and being slow. But, I mean, I wish I could have another chance. But it is what it is. I hope that the other guys do the best, and whoever goes, goes.
Well, you may have a chance tomorrow. So it's that sort of crosswind that's splitting like kind of a little bit towards us and a little bit away. Is that what's happening with the head and tailwind?
Well, it's tailwind really on the 600, and then as soon as you go up, you can get a head or tail. So it's kind of tricky. You gotta open your eyes and try to guess what wind you're getting. On the last one, I miss the wind, but it's fine. I'm happy. I'm skiing again. I'm here. I'm in one piece.
Good stuff. Well, we'll see if you make the final. It's going to be tight. Good luck. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So we've got the opening jump there for Will Roberts. The opening jump at 2:01 or 61.4 meters. Let's see what he can do by way of an encore, Will.
Yeah, his second jump looked better. He looked like he went a little bit easy on the first one, trying to find his legs. That was some pretty good insight there from Pipe. I think everyone would have been excited to hear that. Just kind of knowing what's happening with the wind on the 6 and then how it feels coming off the top of the ramp. A lot of the jumpers that come after him will take a lot of confidence with that knowledge. They'll know it, it feels pretty good. It's not too swirly. But you can see Will here had a bit more width, a bit more speed. He really sets into a nice edge and then gets through the wakes real clean. Stays connected to the outside shoulder as he lifts off the top of the ramp. He loses just a little bit to the ramp off to the boat off the ramp, but his level of commitment seems like it's about 80 to 95%. Like, he doesn't look like he's 100% committed to the base to get his biggest personal best jumps, but just seems like he's building into it. We'll see. 213, it's a good jump. Yeah. He had speed, he had direction, he had lift. We want to see, I'm sure he wants to take some confidence from that second jump, and I imagine in the third jump we're going to see something a little bit later, a little bit more committed, maybe a little bit more direction and power into the base. What do you think?
All right, so let's bring in Will Roberts for pass for jump number 3. 65.9 meters or 213 feet. He's definitely taken the lead at this time. Let's see what he's got to put some decent pressure upon the skiers to come. Passing up on jump number 3.
That seemed like a bit more commitment there from Will, but maybe not just where he's comfortable with today.
All right, then that concludes his set. He is in the lead with 213. Just enough time to tell you about Waters wetsuits, designed and created by Brandon Waters. Jumpsuits for some of the world's top waterski jumping athletes. It's waterswetsuits.com, waterswetsuits.com. Here at the Malibu Open 2022, supported by Malibu Boats and Rambo Marine, along with Vulcan Materials Company, Good Water Skis, Andrew Sports Medicine, Acme Propellers, Babes Boat Care, along with Outer Armor, Doozy Boats Lift, Zero Off, Louie Restaurant and Bar, the Red Bar, Grunt, Masterline, and Tiara Miranda Photography. So we thank all those entities indeed. And before we take our next competitor out, let me tell you about our official skier of the day sponsor. That is 2U Nutritional Bars, which are varietal in a variety of different flavors. The voting starts tomorrow for skier of the day. And if you want to find out more about 2U Bars, they're available online and are great to local stores around Florida. So that is 2U Bars. So, skier on the water right here, right now, is Igor Morozov.
Yeah, Mr. Igor. Igor's next, actually. I think we've got Martin on the water.
Yeah, Martin Coleman, I do beg your pardon.
Let's try and get Will Robertson on here and just get a bit of insight of how the wind feels, what's happening out there, how it feels coming off the ramp, and what he thought.
Yeah, we'll let you get your helmet off and all of that stuff.
Yeah, Martin, I think he was meant to go off a little bit earlier, but he was one of the, like we said before, he's one of the jumpers that wants it to be perfect for everybody. So he was switching the ramp around, he switched it one way, he switched it back, and they just gave him a little bit of leeway and let him go a little bit further down the list. So we got Will here. We're curious how the wind felt and what you felt coming off the ramp.
Wind felt super good. We'll watch Martin come in here real quick. It's like a good setup. Solid
nice.
Jump. The wind feels super good. I mean, it's a little swirly, but in the air you can't feel anything. And I found my spot pretty early on and had a good jump, and I liked it. So I tried to push my timing a little on the last one and just came up a little early, but yeah, I'm super happy with that set.
Yeah, it looked like the second jump you're about there, but then as you're coming off the top, you're like, it seemed like the thought might have been, I need to carry a bit more speed, come into the course just a little bit and have a bit more commitment to the base.
Yeah.
Is that kind of what you were thinking?
Yeah, definitely. I just sort of this fall been embracing skiing collegiately and doing a little bit of 32 and stuff while I can, and so just going back to 35, I just don't quite have my skis under me the way I'd like to. It just got pulled up a little through the wakes, but it was still overall a really good jump. I was really happy with it. But yeah, there's more room to improve if I get through tomorrow. So
yeah, awesome.
All right then. So it looks like we've got a distance on the opener there for Martin Coleman. It's a 185 or 56.5 meters, 56.5 or 185. He's got 2 jumps remaining. So we look at our one of our next skiers to take to water in a short while.
So when you go from college to 6 foot, is it the first couple of sets you just kind of crap yourself there when it gets super fast?
Yeah, exactly. In 32, we're just so late and we're running the boat a little narrower, so seeing the ramp from a little later spot. Martin, come back in here and jump number 2.
Oh, nice. I like that.
Little split on the ramp there.
Yeah, but college, you're such a late spot, and so it's kind of getting used to that visual again of turning a little earlier and being a little more patient in your turn out of the back of your turn. But I mean, the idea is still the same. Just carry your direction and get as much out of the jump as you can. So
yeah, so you look to make a couple of improvements for tomorrow if you get to go through.
Yeah, I want to start. I mean, that first one was just a little early spot, so I just kind of pointed my skis at the jump and went. Tomorrow we'll try to get to a little later spot to start and move from there. Maybe have that second jump be my first jump sort of thing.
Yeah.
So
awesome. Yeah, nice jumping.
Appreciate it.
All right, then, working our way along. We're going to get the distance coming through any moment now with 186 feet, just marginally further than the jump distance he produced earlier. Actually, a 30-centimeter improvement upon jump number 1 with a jump distance of 56.6. Let me tell you about Travis Grand Prix. It's next weekend, October the 7th and 8th, and broadcast by TWBC. Make sure that your entry is in for that competition, which will feature slalom, go-karting, and shooting. Also, check out Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community, located next to Palm City with 5 lakes and 42 exclusive 4-acre waterfront home sites. Check out Pantalago.com. All right, here we go. Jump number 3. Passing up on that one, so it opens up a spot through to the next round of the competition for Will Roberts. I think he's already in, but I would surmise that the second place competitor, who is Felipe Miranda, on 62.1 or 204, might have also put himself through to the next round of the competition.
Yeah, you know, Pipe's chomping at the bit to have another go at that. It was nice to get some insight there for Will Robertson. You know, coming from college, a lot of us did a lot of jumping in college, and it's always an interesting transition to go from 5'31" to 6'35". I mean, it's a lot more intimidating for the guy. So I'd say he handled that pretty well. Igor, one of the guys that's been on the scene for a long time. One of the most beautiful and kind of unique jumpers out there. He does things a little different to the other guys, but he really makes it work for himself. He got some different setups. He wears his sling a little bit different. And it looks different, but I bet the pull feels quite similar to some of the other guys that jump out there. But
all right. And Igor Morozov, and let me tell you, he is the defending Malibu Open men's jump champion from last season when that competition was held at Trophy Lakes in Charleston, South Carolina. So let's see what he can do right here.
2019 champion.
2019.
Yeah, well, this guy's a winner. You know, he's been out there. He's stood on the top podium with the best jumpers in the world. So that's just a testament to his level and what he's capable of doing off a jump ramp.
All right, let's see what he's got. Igor Morozov. He certainly has competed in a fair share of professional tournaments and, of course, winning in 2019 the Malibu Open. But we'll see if the training this season has come to fruition for him with the 3 jumps that he has at his disposal.
Yeah, it'd be good. You know, Igor wants to start pretty strong. You know, he wants to build from a really, really strong foundation. He likes to commit from the 6 and just take high energy throughout the whole jump.
Here he comes, opener. Yes, and he certainly knows how to slap it down out there. Good skiing there from Igor Morozov. And let's check in dockside with Freddie and friends.
You guys literally made me feel
That's a future jumper right there.
And if he doesn't end up jumping, he'll be a pretty darn good footballer as well. So Igor Morozov, jump number 1.
Yeah, that was an opening jump from Igor. You could tell it wasn't 100% committed. He wanted to feel, you know, when the wind doesn't come perfectly straight in their face as a headwind, I think everyone wants to feel how it feels for themselves. So that's what that looked like. He looked committed from the 6, and you could tell from the turn it was probably 80%, 85%, and off the ramp he wasn't going to go full commitment. It was a bit of a, hey, let's just see how the wind feels. Now he's been 204. He landed on his skis. You'll probably see the dial been dialed up, and I'd imagine he'll get a bit more distance out of jump number 2.
Oh, and here's the funny thing as well. 62.1 meters, 204. That's exactly the same distance as Felipe Miranda in metric and feet.
Yeah, so he's going to want to get a little bit more out of this. Right now it would be on the bubble.
Here he comes. Oh, and didn't look out of that one.
Yeah, you could tell he pushed that one. He went for more speed, and then he starts. When people start to lasso the handle before they make the turn, you know they're not able to shut off that speed. That was a pass from 10 feet before he started the turn.
But the deal is with the speed, you want to try and keep a little bit of water speed, or at least a fair amount up. You know, so I mean, it's just like a rolling start in motor racing. You know, it's like comparing Formula One to IndyCar or NASCAR or that type of stuff. In Formula One, it's a standing start. They have to stop and wait for the lights to go. In NASCAR, it's a rolling start, and obviously they're up to speed a lot quicker when you have a little bit of speed to work with at the beginning.
Yeah, but you want to have speed and you want to have control as well. You could tell there he had the speed, but he didn't have the line he wanted. So he was coming in off approaching the first quarter of his turn, or before he even starts to break away, and he had way too much speed without the line control. So he'll be looking to have that speed, but he wants to have that speed with line control so he can move away from the boat, use the line and the rope to get him through the turn so he can commit to that first wake. Right here, you could tell he was trying to lasso the rope. He didn't have the rope like he wanted, and he was never going to take that jump. He was too far in the course, too much speed without any line.
Alrighty, continuing right along here. Just enough time to mention La Guapa, a luxury villa resort located in Tequesquitengo in Mexico, about a couple of hours south of Mexico City, all inclusive with water skiing. Check out La Guapa by going to their website, laguapa.com.mx. And also check out one of our other webcaster sponsors, and that's Pro Gear Gloves, the original, created by Clint Stedelbauer and now led by Alicia Bagnoli. You can find out more by going to skiprogear.com. Here we go. Igor Morozov, one final jump. That's better.
It looked better as he came into the turn. Then midway through the turn, he starts to lift the handle and pull it across his body. I'm not used to seeing Igor do that. You'd normally expect to see the skier just plant the handle and then ski to it. See how he moves it up and across his body before he turns. That means he's not comfortable. He's not comfortable with his spot. He's not comfortable with his speed. But he knows that 204 isn't enough. He wants to put it a bit further down the lake. He wants to secure his spot to the next round. But he still hasn't done it. Got a 195. So he's tied for second right now. So we saw the college boy. He's through to the next step. That 214 is going to be the target that everyone's going for. So 204 will be the bubble, I guess. So people have that eye on 204 for the next guys,
Yeah, we checked.
the level of commitment to get a 204 isn't really necessary. They can go out there on a pretty much a safety jump and jump 204. These guys are going to want to do more than that. You know, they're going to want to push the Will Robertson and beyond to get themselves a better seeding for the final.
All right, so skier on the water right now from Chile. This is Emil Ritter. So top 8 competitors advance through to the next round of the competition. We already know that Will Roberts has made his way through. We got however many competitors. We've got 6 competitors remaining. So
this changes the dynamic just a little bit.
It does.
If Igor had gone out there and beat Will Robinson,
then he would have been in
214 or 216. Then it makes everybody on the dock have to aim for that 214. But now the next step down is a 204, which is for these guys is not a particularly massive jump, and they know they don't have to go 100% to that. You'd expect them to put a nice committed jump on the first one, and aiming for a 204 probably on the first one.
All righty, Roo, here we go. We got Emil Ritter. Jump number 1. And a nice looking attempt there, and managing to ride that one out. Good speed, good lift. And let's check in with Freddie and friends on dockside.
Finals last week, you've made it in this week. You're tied for 7th with Felipe. You just told me that it was kind of swirly wind and a couple of weird things out there. How did it feel?
Oh, well, I mean, it always feels a bit nerve-wracking when you have a tailwind. And, well, especially it's a bit gusty up and down. So, when it's one way and steady, you can adjust. And here it's like every jump was a little different. So, like I took a first jump that was, decent warm-up jump. And then I was like, okay, can go maybe a little later. Then I was like way past the ramp. I was like, no way. Now I was like, I have to go back. Then I think wind died down a little bit. I'm just like, freak water. So it's like, this game always, but I don't know. Did I make it in?
My calculations are unofficial, but I think you're tied for 7th spot. So you're good. So you'll figure it out for tomorrow. Good stuff, mate. Back to you guys.
Yeah. All right then.
Yeah.
That was some interesting feedback there from Igor Morozov. 194 feet on jump number 1 from Emil Ritter, who makes his home these days in Ogden in Utah. And let's see what he's got. Up and over, and we'll ride that one out. I suspect that will be a little bit further, but not even close to 204 at this stage of the competition, I don't believe.
Yeah, no, he doesn't look super comfortable, and Igor kind of alluded to that in his commenting. It all looks good, but off the ramp, when you have a crosswind, it does do funny things to your skis. And you can just see Emil, I think he's just shying away from it just a little bit. Yeah, he lost his legs on the ramp there. So normally that means they're not committing through it. He's not wanting to commit to that back shoulder and keep his chest going through the ramp. He's just kind of letting it come back to the boat. Then you start to lose connection, or you lose power through your chain, through your legs, through your core. And you just can't resist the ramp when you come off it. So,
all right then. So with Emil Ritter, 2 identical jumps, both in metric and imperial, 194 or 59.2 meters. And he's got 1 attempt remaining.
Yeah, he's putting himself in a bit of a pickle.
Well, certainly. And here's the implications. If he does not out-jump 62.1 or 204, then it would mean that the 2 competitors that are tied with that distance 204 of 62.1 would make it through to the next round of the competition, with 5 competitors on this list remaining. Here we go.
Yeah, it's a bigger jump. Yeah, Emil's been looking solid. I mean, throughout the events in the summer, he's been looking committed, he's been looking solid. You could tell the way he came off the top of that ramp, he had a lot more commitment, a lot more drive through the base. Let's see how he looks here. Yeah, gets through the ramp, gets his legs a lot better than the second jump. So hopefully with a bit more speed, we'll see him over that 204. Oof. Yeah, you can see that when you don't have a straight headwind, the landings get a little bit more tricky. So he handled that situation really well. Came away with 205. That puts him in.
Yes, indeed. That's 62.6. 62.6. That's 205. And that's half a meter more than.
Oh.
So, 4 competitors remaining. So 4 competitors already through to the next round of the competition. We've got Will Roberts on 213 feet. Igor Morozov and Felipe Miranda with tied distances of 2:04 are currently in a two-way tie for third, because slotted in between first and third is the second place jump, courtesy of Emil Ritter.
That was good from Emil. I'd say, his last jump there, that was his experience showing through. He knew he needed to gain 10 feet, and he did it, and he knew how to do it. He just had to commit just a little bit more. He was probably thinking to himself, hey, I had the speed, I had the turn, the air is fine, the wind's good, just commit to the base, commit to the ramp, get a little bit more lift, get that 205, and, he punched his way into the final. That's what the name of this round's all about. And now we've got British guy Jack Critchley.
Okay, and he should know the distance he needs. He needs a jump of more than 61.1 meters or 200 feet to advance. That's the bubble distance as it stands right now. Let's have a look at Jack Critchley, who has jumped over 70 meters before. And I think he's probably through there.
Yeah, Jack's seasoned at this point. I mean, I've known this kid since he was a little baby. Since, I skied with his brother Steve and watched Jack since he was a little kid, and just been a talent his whole life. And I'm going to say he punched his ticket on that first one. Brought it into the course, had a nice cut, committed to the first wake, committed to the ramp, got some lift.
And just getting some good traction into the jump. And while we wait on the distance, let's check in with Freddie and friends.
So just something that's potentially going to happen now, just looking at some results. Joel Podin has the current overall world record, and that was from the World Championships last year in the first round. He did 11.620, he did 2 at 41, and he did 69.5 or 226 feet. Today he has 11.720, so 100 points up. He has 1 at 41, which is one buoy down. So if he jumps 226, 227, 228, we could be on for a world record here. He's going out soon. I'm not sure I've asked him if he's feeling confident for a huge jump that would do it. He maybe said he's not, but it's something to look out for. So we can hope he goes big, and we could see a world record today. Back to you guys.
All right then. So that is some interesting news that we need to keep an eye on to see whether that comes to pass. Here we go. This here is Jack Critchley. He's already done enough to make it through, I suspect, with a 61.5 meter jump.
Yeah, at this point, Jack knows he's through, but he wants to feel that ramp a bit more. He wants to get a bit more comfortable with the boat. He wants to get a bit more comfortable with the ramp so he can push it down the lake a little bit further tomorrow. Let's see what goes on here. Yeah, pretty good. Just kind of losing it a little bit on the ramp. Looks like he kind of fell away a little bit. Maybe he didn't quite hold his direction through the base like he had wanted, but a couple of solid jumps from Jack.
Okay, let's check in dockside while we wait for the distance.
Another weekend, another final. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, it feels definitely good. After those first 2 jumps, I was like, oh man, what I'm doing. But then on the third one, I got it a little bit together. It's tricky out there. Wind is going up and down, so I'm happy to be in.
Yeah, I mean, we can feel it here on the dock. It's kind of hitting us. It's up, it's down, like you said. What adjustments do you make? Would you sort of have to sort of pray a little bit?
Yeah, well, it goes up and down, but I think the hardest part is with this blue water, you can barely see it. So I was trying to look at the flags and trying to figure it out, but it's hard. I'm happy it worked out good.
It made it work, and we'll see you tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right then, so second jump distance was 59.3 or 196 feet. He already has a superior distance of 61.5 for 202. Let's see what he can do with the last jump. Decent speed, but the control just wasn't totally on with that lead.
Yeah, Jack's level of commitment went up big time on jump number 3. You can see he's trying to find his spot. He's trying to find the kind of pull he wants out of the turn, and then how he can maintain that and hold that through the ramp. He's just kind of pushing his limits here. You see there he turns, he drops in pretty hard, and then Jack's pretty aggressive, and he wants to hold that speed through the ramp. Just upper body crushed. I'd imagine he probably knew he was in and just didn't want to fully commit to the ramp on that one, because that turn and cut was strong. You could just see he didn't get what he wanted off the ramp.
Distance on that last jump, 61.6. Made purely by speed, it is 202 as well, so 10 centimeters further. As we now work down to our final 3 competitors, we're going to see Ryan Dodd and Freddie Kruger will be jumping up last, but before those competitors, it is Joel Poland.
Okay.
Yeah, Joel Poland, he's our great British hope. We got Jack and we got Joel. I never thought I'd ever say we have a trick skier that can trick 12 grand either. That's also very impressive. And the way he sits right now, he could be on for a world record in overall, which would be phenomenal. The problem is the jump conditions are not exactly perfect for the kind of jumps you'd expect to see to get a world overall record. But you never know with Joel. He's talented. He's committed. He's young. He's hungry. So that's definitely a recipe for big jumps and amazing things in times when people might not expect it. But it's a hard thing to do. We'll see what he does here. We'll see his level of commitment coming out to 6, and we'll get a pretty good indication of his intentions after the first jump.
All right, here we go. This is Joel Poland on his first attempt. Oh, nice looking jump there.
Yeah, solid first jump. Joel is the guy that everyone's looking at for the future. You watch him jump, and he does it right. He has a phenomenal turn, he has power into the base, and he has incredible lift off the ramp and airform. That's kind of the magic recipe for jumping. It's hard to get it all together at the same time. And to do it at such a young age is pretty cool to watch. You can see there he just kind of lost a little bit of balance into the base. You'll probably be happy with that for a first jump, but you'll expect to see him keep his balance, keep the weight off that left ski into the base, and keep driving through it to get that extra 10-15 feet that you'd expect to see out of Joel. But this is a bit like we've seen with all the other jumpers. When you have a crosswind, you never know what it's going to feel like. So everyone wants to get over the ramp. They want to feel it. I mean, if you can get into the final on your first jump, that's the ideal situation. And really, now he doesn't have to go over the ramp. He can just settle in. He can feel something. He can play around a little bit and maybe kind of set himself up better for the final. I mean, I'm sure he'd like to see himself be later off in the final.
All right, so 209 on jump number 1. We'll get the metric on that in just a moment, but here he comes.
Yeah, it's a big jump.
Connects with that one. Beautiful looking jump.
Yeah, if you overlay jump 1, jump 2, the spots are actually pretty similar, but you can see he just plants himself on that left shoulder, keeps that left ski in the air, keeps driving through the ramp, gets all the lift off the top, and I would be surprised if that is not further than his first jump. Yeah, it's pretty solid. The kid does not move through the waves. Yeah, he still lost quite a bit on the ramp. Doesn't look 100% comfortable coming off the ramp. You'd expect to see his tips be not quite as much in his face, and you'd expect his hips to be more up over his skis coming off the ramp. And that's when you know someone's really got their legs. They just continue outbound, the skis don't flicker, his body doesn't flicker, stays connected to the handle, flies down the lake.
All right, the jump distance, 213 feet. That is 64.9 meters, 64.9 meters.
Yeah, he's just tickling that distance of Will Robinson at 214. But you know he wants more. He's feeling it out. First jump, second jump were night and day from each other. I'd expect just maybe a little bit more commitment on jump number 3 to get a bit more distance.
All right, let's have a look and see. Jump number 3, what has he got? Oh, a pass on jump number 3, so he's going to have to make do with the jump distance that he produced just a few moments prior.
Yeah, today's about skiing tomorrow. Yeah, you can tell that. He was feeling his spot. He had a nice turn, he had a good cut. It was as good as his second jump.
VD.
Yeah, next on the water, current world record holder, Ryan Dodd.
Yes, sir.
He's the reason I quit jumping.
Trying to get my soap
Came
out.
third at under 21 worlds. I went 200 feet. He went 230. Pretty sure I could never win that battle.
So 64.9 on the second jump there for Joel Poland. It's 213 feet. So 65 meters, also 213 feet, but separated by 10 centimeters. It can be that close, folks. All right. Last two jumpers. We have Freddie Krueger in a few moments, but before him, Ryan Dodd, the current world jump record holder and world jump champion. Currently first in the Pro Tour in the men's jumping event. And we'll see what he can produce with 3 jumps that he has at his disposal.
Yeah, this guy is a student of the sport. You know, you've got Freddie Krueger. He's the GOAT. He's been the man, and it still is the man. And you know, the guy who's pushed him for many, many years is Ryan Dodd. And between the two of them, they are the guys that have the knowledge in the sport. They know how to go far. They know how to jump a lot of distance, and they know how to do it consistently. And when you get to watch them jump, you can just see a difference. It's definitely a class difference, and it's pretty phenomenal to watch. Especially, they do it in such different ways. You know, you got Ryan cuts through the wakes, you got Freddie who flies through the wakes. But independently, they both are. It could go either way on any weekend. So this is always exciting when you get the opportunity to watch Ryan and then Freddie go after him.
So here we go. Jump number 1 for Ryan Dodd. Up and over. We'll land and ride that one out. A decent looking opening jump. Good speed, good control, and that's something that you see on a fairly regular basis there from the world champion.
Yeah, this guy's been here all day. He's probably walked up and down the side about 50 times. He probably knew exactly where he was going to turn on the 6 since noon today.
Never mind noon today, more like 7 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, you're very right there. Yeah, he's had his plan set in his mind all day. You can tell he went out first jump. He knew what the wind was doing. And in good Ryan fashion, this was a first jump, this was a safety jump, this was a make it to the finals jump.
So 210 on the opener, 210 on the opener, but I don't think he's going to be satisfied with that, do you?
No, he's not happy with that. That's not where he's going to place his cards. He just wanted to get over the ramp like everybody else. He wants to feel that wind. It's not the wind everyone's going to sign up for if they could choose to jump on any given day. But you got to get out there. You got to get it done. And this guy's a professional. He's jumped all over the world. He's jumped in the best and the worst conditions in the world. And we are far from the worst today. So he'll be happy to out there putting some jumps on, putting something on for the crowd.
All right, here we go. 210 feet on jump number 1, or 64 meters exactly. Coming to us out of Alberta in Canada. Oh, and looks like, okay, normally that's a telltale sign that the switch didn't engage.
Yeah, technical issue in the boat. Pretty much one of the most experienced boat crews out there. We've got Chris Ella driving, we've got John Travers as the judge. So between those two, if they can't figure it out,
no one can.
Exactly. That's the boat crew I'd want if I was jumping again.
What was up?
Okay, looks like he's putting his helmet back on and getting ready to hit the hit it again. 2 jumps remaining.
Yeah, we got a bit of feedback there. So one of the cameras went down, so quickly pulled the throttle so he didn't have to waste the jump, trying to jump a little bit more distance. But then we just heard Ryan double check, shouting at the boat, "Hey, I made the finals right." So he's switched on. He knows what's going on. His mind's set on tomorrow. He's like, okay, I need to make the final, but he's made the final now. He gets to go out there. He gets to feel something. He gets to feel, how much can I push it on the 6? How much can I push it in the turn? How late can I go? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he does not go back over the ramp, but we know Ryan, we've seen him do it week in, week out. He would rather be later off than earlier in the field. Like, he wants to know what people have done. He wants to know what he's chasing.
All right, so there's your leaderboard. Will Roberts still out in the lead with 65 meters, or 213 feet, marginally ahead of Joel Poland with 64.9. And then you look down the list and you'll see Ryan Dodd there with 64 meters, or 210. Whole smattering of other distances around the 200-foot range. Felipe Miranda, 204. Igor Morozov with 204. Emil Ritter, 205 in amongst all of that. And we'll see what Ryan Dodd has for the remaining 2 jumps, starting with this one. Let's see what he's got. Deep into the hole here. Good tight line. Oh, and that was a late one. Let's check in with Freddie.
Well, no world record today, probably with a bit of a tailwind. It wasn't really to be, but you weren't so far off. I mean, great first 2 scores, and you made the final, so a good day.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. Like, it was in the back of my head all morning. Like, after I tricked, got the 11.7, which was up. So it was in the back of my head, but coming in, I mean, it was a tailwind. I was like, okay, let that one go. Today's not the day, play it smart. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy with it.
You've made the final for jump, and you'll be tricking tomorrow. So, I mean, it could still happen at the Malibu Open. Who knows? Anyway, let's talk about jump. You mentioned that tailwind. How tricky is it out there?
It's not bad. I mean, like, it's capable of more. That's as far as I was trying to go today, so it's a tailwind. Like in a tailwind, you can still go far. It's just a little sketchier in the air, so it's just trying not to go out the front today.
And for a guy that, sort of 3.5 years ago, I should say, you announced yourself on the world stage winning a jump medal in Malaysia, just that's how far you're trying to go. That's pretty mature.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be smart with it. Have a long career, not a short, fun one. I want a nice long career.
Good stuff. Let's watch Ryan. Back to you guys.
All right there, here he comes. Ryan Dodd, one last attempt. Oh, and passing up on that one as well. So
I think I predicted that, and we just heard Joel in his commentary. He was saying, he's just happy to make it out today. It's not what the conditions the jumpers are going to sign up for. So,
okay, so he's going to have to make do. Has to make do with 210 feet, and but he will be a feature in tomorrow's jump final. However, he won't have the luxury of starting last off the dock, at least by where his position is right now, compared to the likes of Will Roberts and Joel Poland and the like.
Yeah, Will Roberts is going to find himself in an interesting spot tomorrow. Going out after Ryan Dodd and some of the guys that he's probably watched and looked up to. getting to where he is today, being one of the last guys off in the final. But it's the name of the game. You got to make the final. You can tell there Ryan on his last 2 jumps where he passed, he brought it way down the leg. You knew if he took those ramps, he took those jumps, and he will take them tomorrow, he'll fly a long way. So everyone knows that. We're all watching it. We know what he's doing. Probably a smart play for today.
All right, here we go. Final men's jump competitor of the day. And we're not quite done with jumping yet because we do have the women's event to take place after the conclusion of this one. Give us a few minutes to transition from one to the other. But 3 more jumps in the men's competition, and they all belong to Freddie the Nightmare Krueger.
Do we even need to say anything about Freddie at this point?
I don't know. Should we though? Just to fill the air?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I've known Freddie a long time. I guess for me, he was one of the first people I skied with when I first moved to Florida. When I was living in Andy's trailer, Freddie and Karen were gracious enough to let me come over and slalom and confuse their brains. But I remember getting to watch Freddie from the ramp or from the boat, and I was just like, man, he just does it different. His level of commitment into the base is like something I'd never seen before, and I'd grown up around jumpers. I was a jumper myself, and I was like, wow, this is a whole different kettle of fish.
Indeed. And Freddie Krueger won his first ever professional men's jump title, the Shreveport Tour Stop of the U.S. Waterski Pro Tour back in 1995.
Yeah, and when he came along, all the other jumpers knew who he was going to be, and here he is today.
Here he comes, Freddie Krueger.
Well, that's a fly.
And he's through to the next round.
Yeah, this guy has experience. He knows exactly what he's doing out there. Yeah, Freddie was here at 7 this morning. If Ryan was here at 7, Freddie was here at 6. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Well, of course he was here at 6. He's got his trailer over there.
Oh, that explains it.
Okay. All right then. So, beautifully executed jump way above the trees. And we'll check in dockside with Freddie.
Ryan, you won last weekend. All you got to do today is make the final.
Yeah, that was definitely the goal. It's funny, I don't want to get swept away with the confidence of a big jump the week before and think it gets me through to the finals. So I want to make sure I felt everything out. There I felt the ramp, felt the boat, and the last one I really dialed in my setup. So I just go step by step, and looking forward to finals tomorrow.
You'll be out a little bit than what you might be used to, but that could actually be an advantage in some ways, right?
I mean, whatever I got, I'm going to try to create some sort of advantage in my head out of it. It's very tempting to crank a big jump. Feels nice being top seed, but I just felt like I had to stick to this plan today and see what happens.
Well, from what I understand, you were building it up through last week. Let's just go to Freddie actually just quickly. Thank you so much, Ryan.
All right then. So first jump for Freddie Krueger, 67.1, 220 feet. He's through to the next round, and he will be our last jumper off the dock.
Last bench jumper, and he releases the handle. The mission was to get through to the next round. He accomplished that on jump number 1. He doesn't need to keep on jumping just for the sake of it. So he'll spurn that second jump and that last one, and he will happily keep 220 feet in his back pocket, or 67.1 meters. Yeah, I'd imagine the only reason Freddie took this last jump is because he liked his spot, and he wanted to feel something else through the ramp. I was surprised he actually took it. He had a solid first jump, and yeah, this guy's got the experience.
So 62.6, 62.6. Not one of his better jumps, but to be honest, he probably could care less about the distance on that second jump. He's looking for that feeling, I guess. But there you go.
These guys are playing chess, not checkers.
Yeah. All right, let's check in with dockside with Freddie. And Freddie.
Everyone else has been saying how hard it is out there, and I don't doubt them. But you went out there and got a pretty big jump, considering.
Well, I don't know how much wind has been up and down. I was kind of scrambling around to get ready. It was pretty nice for me there. I mean, honestly, it kind of laid right down, so gave me a chance to just kind of concentrate on keys, and struggled a little bit with my timing. Honestly, it was a little early on the 220, but got my legs. That always helps. So I kind of wanted to push a little more in on the last one. That was a better cut. Just sit on it and be smart for tomorrow.
Be smart. And so you tend to like that last spot off the dock, or is that, you're gonna enjoy that?
Yeah, I mean, it's we got young, hungry guys, we got old veterans, we got listen. End of the day, I got to go out there and go as hard as I can. I've always been comfortable with that last spot, but it's more so, how do you feed off of it? And I know everybody's different, but I'm very comfortable coming off at the end, and but it's not really, hey, am I going to gauge to go 218 or 225? Nope, got to go as hard as I can.
Well, good stuff. You'll be in a familiar position tomorrow. Good luck then. Back to you guys.
Yeah. All right then. So some great jumping there from Freddie Krueger towards the end. We'll take a look at the final standings in this third round, and there we go. Freddie Krueger absolutely crushing it hard out there with 220 feet. Along Will Roberts in second place with 65 meters or 213. Just marginally ahead of Joel Poland with the same feet distance but 10 centimeters back. Ryan Dodd in fourth right now with 64 meters. Emil Ritter with 62.6. And there you see the remainder of the leaderboard as we go into our final event, Will, the women's jump.
Yeah, girls are flying these days. I just want to say I love listening to Freddie talk when he gets off the when he's done with his set. It gives you a little window into what he's thinking, and I think that's always so special. That's what I remember when I first got to ski with him, was his level of analysis, and that's a testament to where he is and the reason he is where he still is. It's just, something to aspire to, something to learn from. Pretty cool.
All right there. Here's our list of jumpers. We've got 6 of them all together. Anna Gay is out in the water right now getting ready for 3 jumps. And the list continues on from there here at the Malibu Open 2022.
Last event of the day.
Yes, indeed. We've got Malibu Boats and Rambo Marine providing us with primary support for this event. We thank those cats very much indeed. Vulcan Materials Company and Good Water Skis alongside Andrews Sports Medicine, Acme Props, Babes Boat Care, along with Outer Armor, Doozy Boat Lifts, Zero Off, Louie Louie Restaurant and Bar, the Red Bar, Grunt, Masterline and Tiare Miranda Photography. All vital partners in helping us to produce this event, which is the Malibu Open 2022. And there we go with the opening jump is Anna Gay. All right, so see Anna Gay on jump number 1. We'll get the distance. All right, and so a big thanks there to Will Asher for announcing alongside myself here for the jump event. Thank you very much indeed, and you get ready for slalom tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks guys. I enjoyed that. I had way more fun announcing jump than I would ever have fun announcing slalom.
Oh, very nice. All right, so we're trying to get the live score for Anna Gay on jump number 1. We'll try and get that distance through to you any moment now. So yes, just to confirm that each one of our 6 competitors advances through to the women's jump final. Here comes Anna Gay, jump number 2. Heidi looking jumps. Anna Gay not known for her jumping prowess, but she's out there giving it large anyway. So now we do have some distances. We got 37.1 on the opening jump of 122. That's her furthest at this point. And 34.8 or 114 feet on jump number 2. So 122 stands as the lead distance right now. We are on our opening competitor after all. And Anna Gay coming to out of Winter Garden in Central Florida. Used to live temporarily here in Tuscaloosa as a student at the University of Alabama. Graduated in May. And a podcast featuring Anna Gay will actually drop tomorrow morning. So be on the lookout for that. Check out the TWBC podcast on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, or wherever else you listen to your favorite podcasts. Here we go. This is Anna Gay, last jump. Oh, very close to the bottom right-hand corner and really throwing one down the pipe. Good jump in there from Anna Gay, risking it a little bit towards the end. But decent competitive action there from Anna Gay as she swimmed into shore. Good approach into a jump, trying to get a good extension off the top. And the jump distance is just a skosh further, I believe. It's a 128 if the initial results hold water. 38.9 or 128 feet. 38.9, 128 feet. So good jump in there from Anna Gay. We've got 5 competitors remaining. On the list is Regina Jaquist, and looks like she is going to take some jumps. All right, we'll return momentarily.
Anna, we've seen you slalom, we've seen you jump today. We haven't seen you trick. You're probably your main event, but you're a hometown hero here, going to Alabama. How was that for you jumping out there?
It was really fun. I mean, it felt really good. Everything feels like it's finally coming together for me for jump. It wasn't as far as I was hoping, but everything felt really good out there.
That's awesome. And so you're out here presumably 5 or 6 days a week when you're at university?
Yeah, when I was in school here, I was here pretty much every day. But yeah, no, I've been here the last week, and so that's really fun to train out here again.
Awesome. Blast from the first. Great stuff. Back to you guys.
All right, skier on the water right now and jumping in her first tournament for the first time in 15 months. This is Regina Jaquist. Regina Jaquist, who recovered miraculously since tearing her ACL in May of last season to compete in the slalom event in the World Waterski Championships in Lake County in Florida, has strayed away from the jump during that time in order for her knee to completely heal or very close to it, and has now decided with this event that she should make a comeback on the jumping ramp. 15 months out from an ACL tear. And partially the reason why she's able to get to this point is the good folks at Andrews Sports Medicine in Birmingham, Alabama. Certainly they are the world authority in sports medicine, especially when it comes to repairing and rehabbing knee ligaments, such as the ones that belong to Regina Jaquist. Coming in on jump number 1, passing up on jump number 1. Wasn't 100% on taking that jump, and will sink into the water and get ready for the boat to bring her up back on top. This competition, the Malibu Open, brought to you by the likes of Outer Armour, Doozy Boatless, Zero Off, Louie Restaurant and Bar, the Red Bar, Grunt, Masterline and Tiare Miranda Photography. We also got great support from Acme Propellers and Babes Boat Care Products, also with Vulcan Materials Company and Good Waterskis. This is the Malibu Open 2022, pulled by Malibu Boats, with their dealership located nearby at Rambo Marine. So as Regina Jaquist gets ready for her second jump, actually got to talking a little bit to my good friends, my newfound friends at Andrews Sports Medicine, and certainly pioneering advancements in knee surgery techniques and technology. And actually told me a story about an NFL player who'd actually gotten injured during a live football game, and the main doctor at the time, James Andrews, basically asked his wife for the phone because he knew that within about 2 minutes his agent would be calling, and sure enough, that happened. Here she comes. Jump number 2, and the first competitive jump and landing from Regina Jaquist for the first time in 15 months. Good looking jump there, should be enough for the lead. Getting rolled over a little bit over her left shoulder coming off the top, but her years of experience kicks in and prevents herself from rolling over too far. Distance there on jump number 2. So the jump distance coming through is 45.9 meters, 45.9 or 151 feet. And before Regina actually injured her ACL, which was in about May of last season while she was preparing for the Masters Waterski tournament, she was quite accustomed to jumping into the 170s and even into the 180-foot range, but certainly looking at this pragmatically, and obviously not going to be jumping those distances quite yet. She'll settle for the 151-foot jump though, and she'll have 3 more jumps tomorrow in the women's jump final. So welcome back, Regina, to competitive jumping action for the first time in nearly a year and a half. So there we go, Regina Jaquist, 151 or 45.9 meters. Okay, next jumper to come. Coming to us out of Italia, it is Alice Bagnoli. Waiting for the line to tighten from that response TXI, and on top of the water is our Italian competitor Alice Bagnoli. Now, if recent success helps you so far as confidence going forward, then Alice is definitely in with a treat, because in the previous round of slalom, the second round of slalom, she made it through 11.25 meters or 38 off for the first time this season. and got a little ways down to 10.75 meters, but hopefully the confidence that she would have gained from that performance might actually segue into her performance in the jump event. So, Alicia Bagnoli, out of the three events, she would make no claim to this one being the best of her three. After all, she has slalom through 38 off 11.25 meters in this competition and has tricked in two separate back-to-back occasions at the Masters Waterski tournament in the tricks event. Let's see what she can do on the jump event, passing up on that attempt. Just wanted to take a look at that jump and see where her timing was in respect to her initial cut towards the ramp. Alicia Bagnoli coming to us out of Milano in Italy. And trains over at the National Waterski training site in Rocchetto. Okay, so continuing on with Alicia Bagnoli. Certainly a lot is happening in Italia regarding tournament water skiing. We've just had the recent news that Italy once again will be hosting the European Water Ski Championships, but it's going to be held in San Gervasio, the home of a Jolly Water Ski, and also a site which uses Malibu boats exclusively. So, and actually the San Gervasio Pro-Am will take place towards the end of July, and following straight afterwards will be the European Championships a few days later. So back-to-back tournaments at that fine facility in the middle of Lombardy in Italy. But that couldn't be the furthest from the back of the mind of Alicia Bagnoli as she slaps the skis down and lands and rides that jump out. So distance recorded. We'll see what it yields in the next few seconds. And a decent looking jump there from Alicia Bagnoli. So 139 feet on jump number 2, 139 feet on jump number 2. For the benefit of our audience around the world, we're going to try and get the distance in metric. So the jump distance, 42.5 meters, 42.5 or 139 feet. I'm trying for the life of me to figure out what Alicia's personal best in jump is. I don't think she's hit the 50 meter range, probably in the mid 40s. So we reckon it's about 46 meters her personal best, but it's not going to matter anyway because she passed up on jump number 3. As the boat now makes its way to the dock and getting ready to pick up our next competitor. But in the meantime, let's check in with Freddie and friends.
Series of landmarks and milestones since you had your knee surgery, right? This event last year, you came back in slalom. You've taken off your knee brace for slalom earlier this year, and now you just jumped again. So congratulations. How does that feel?
Oh, man, it's a big monkey off the back. I had started jumping a little bit as far as riding them, and then, I was actually skiing with the Mirandas and Daniel. Just go all the time, and you never know when you're ready. And going, okay, and just milestones and check marks that are finally coming off, and it's just amazing. I mean, my heart rate when I came in, I was like, it's just gonna pound out of my chest. But yeah, I mean, 15 and a half months ago, I just never thought I would jump again. But I wanted to because it was just something I had to do, and I missed it. I missed that flight.
That's amazing. And we were talking yesterday when I saw you, we talked about jumping, you were saying it's something you've got to do to to get your recovery fully processed, right? So you feel that you've made a big step in that direction today?
Oh yeah, I mean, for a while, I think physically I was behind, mentally I was better. And then it shifted, I physically was better than I was mentally, and that's just part of an ACL, the mental challenge. They just don't tell you about that. And it's now that that's over, I think I've just went milestones above for my mental side.
Well, great stuff. Well, that'll put you in good stead for the final of the jump tomorrow and the final of the slalom. We'll be seeing you there.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Oh my God.
All right, watch out. Coming up soon, a mentally recuperated Regina Jacobs when it comes to competing in all three disciplines. So well done to her. And certainly well done to Alicia Bagnoli with 42.5 meters or 139 feet. Currently in second spot right now. Now, next competitor to take to the water. And is on the water right now from Chile. This is Augustina Vara. And also representing the University of Alabama Crimson Tide during the collegiate waterski season. Let's see what she can do with jump number 1, Augustina Vara. Rolling in a little over the tips of her skis, coming into the base of the jump, but managing to keep her composure long enough to land that opener. So and almost getting pitched forward way too much. She had the good presence of mind to realize where she was going and not to press any harder off the top of the jump, which could have ended up in a disaster there for her. Okay, so we have a tie for the lead with 45.9 or 151 feet. A tie exists between Regina Jacobs and Augustina Vara. But the advantage that Augustina has is that she has 2 jumps remaining. All right, what does she have for the remaining 2 jumps? Looking to try and perfect her timing out here and trying to put the right amount of pressure off the 600-foot cut buoy to send her out wide and keep the line tight as she barrels in towards the jump and passes on jump number 2. So we're down to the last 7 jumps. 1 remaining for Augustina Vara and 6 jumps that are to come, spread between 2 competitors, Sasha Danielskaya and Hanna Straltsova. So Augustina Vara, currently the U21 Women's World Jump Champion. Took that title last season in the U21 World Championships. And now looking for some decent distance here to try and put her into the lead outright with the remaining jump that she has at her disposal. Be sure to subscribe to TWBC YouTube channel. That way you can comment in on what you see out there, and by hitting the bell icon, you'll be informed as to when we go live next. Here we go. Augustina Vara, one last attempt. And I think that one might have just taken lead away from Regina Jaquus. The jump distance she was looking for was anything more than 45.9 or 151 feet. Good, solid technique right from the get-go. But a little bit on less ski heavy off the top of the jump. Ooh. Okay, so 161 feet, 161. 161 feet or 49.2 meters. Sensational effort there from Augustina Vara. And now that sets the table for our remaining two jumpers. We'll see Hanna Streltsova on the water in just minutes. But before her, it's Sasha Deniushkaya, the current women's world overall champion. So, making our way towards the far end of the lake, and just trying to get an assessment for how these conditions are going to play out. So, jump number one. The boat makes its way around the island and gets ready to send Sasha Deniushkaya, multiple-time European champion, current world women's overall champ. And certainly one of the finest women talents you'll ever get to see out there on the water. Here she comes. Handle up a little bit high off the turn. A little bit of slack. Oh, and almost rolling over the left ski as she hit the jump. But I tell you what, she arrested any further press over those skis in order to make sure that she got her bearings underneath her and got her skis underneath her, more importantly, in order to land that jump and do it safely. So Sasha Deniushkaya, jump number one. The distance should be revealed to us in mere moments. Just waiting on that distance. Okay, so distance coming through of 45.8. 45.8 meters or 150 feet. 150. That is 0.1 of a meter behind Regina Jaquus' best jump of 45.9, which is the same as 151. So decent opening jump there for Sasha Deniushkaya. And let's see if she can improve upon it. Only our second jumper, only a third jumper to take her first jump out of three. Oh yeah, that's a better looking launch off the top of the jump. More speed, closer to where she would ideally hit the ramp, towards the bottom right hand corner, with about 4 or 5 inches left of that. As we look down at the starting dock and see Hanna Streltsova getting ready for the 3 jumps that she has at her disposal. A little bit of slack line off the turn, looking at the instant replay for Sasha Deniushkaya. But a good launch, good press over the skis, a lot safer with that jump. And the distance is 51.2. 51.2 or 168 feet. 51.2168. And with that jump, it takes the lead ahead of Augustina Vara, who sits in second place right now with a 161. All right, let's get settled down with the remaining 4 jumps of today's action. The 1 jump remaining for Sasha Denyaskaya, and the 3 that are at the disposal of Hanna Streltsova, who is waiting patiently for that towboat to make its way to the dock. But in the meantime, here she comes. Jump number 3, out wide, deep into the hole here, making sure that that line stays tight as she goes into the turn. Timing critical here off the second wake, into the jump. Good speed, good drive, and good flight off the top of that 1.65 meter high ramp, or 5'6". She returns to the dock. She produces the kind of jumps that she needed. I suspect that jump is going to be into the 160-foot range again. Whether it touches 168 is another matter. But getting a really good press and extension off the top. The distance coming through any moment now for Sasha Denyaskaya. And the distance has come through, folks. It's up on your screen. It is 51.5, 51.5, or 169 feet. 169 for Sasha Denyaskaya. Now, next competitor, and the last 3 jumps of today's action before we go into the final rounds, starting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. It is the 3 jumps that belong to Hanna Streltsova. Hanna Streltsova, the runner-up in last year's women's jump competition in the World Championships, the current world champion in cable water skiing, in slalom and tricks, and in overall. So getting ready with 3 jumps to see if she can put herself up high enough to where she would absolutely know what it would take to take the title starting tomorrow in the women's jump final. All of our jumpers are through to the next round, all 6 of them, from Anna Gay to Regina Jaquist, Alicia Bagnoli, Augustina Vara, Sasha Denyaskaya, and Hanna Streltsova, who has 3 jumps at her disposal. All right, so Hanna Streltsova, jump number 1, working her way past the 700-foot cut buoy and now turning almost right on top of the 600. So leaving this initial approach pretty late as she edges away to keep the line tight. Drops the handle, dropping in hard on jump number 1. Beautifully executed jump. As we find out the distance, let's check in with Freddie and friends.
Sasha, 169. We were just talking off camera, and you said that it's actually, like, after all the guys were sort of complaining a little bit that it was a bit strange out here, maybe the weather's got a bit better?
Yeah, I feel like it definitely dies down, but it's common in the evening. So I think girls got better conditions than guys. So, yeah, a little bit upset it's a missed opportunity, but it is what it is. Made it to the finals. So.
Finals tomorrow, that's when you want to go jump your best, and you'll probably need a few more than 169. But presumably there you were sort of figuring out your spot, all that sort of thing?
Yeah, I was figuring out the spot, and kind of, because we were watching the tailwind, I think I was not prepared for it. So, yeah, we'll see tomorrow. Start from the 0, so hopefully make the adjustments and go bigger.
Great stuff. Well, thank you. Back to you guys.
All right then, and Sasha Denyaskaya's lead lasted for all of 3 minutes and 25 seconds because the new lead belongs to Hanna Streltsova of 171 feet or 52.2 meters on the opening attempt. So now, 2 more jumps to come for Hanna Streltsova. Handle up high off the turn. Let's see if she can drive through on this one, which she does, and she hurtles in towards the landing. Jumped 183 feet, yes, last week in the pro tournament on Lake Gru, just outside Polk City in Florida, and ended up jumping just skosh over 160 feet to finish eventually in third place, looking to try and reverse her fortunes a little bit in that respect. Hannah Stroltsova with a first jump of 171 feet, and I suspect that the second jump is going to be more or less the same distance, maybe a little bit further. Waiting on the distance to be published. Whoa, yes indeed, yes sir, 177, 177 feet or 54 meters exactly for Hannah Stroltsova, with one jump of the day remaining. For those of you that have watched us from dawn all the way through to very near dusk, we certainly thank you for your continued support and your viewership of the 2022 Malibu Open Championship. Thanks to all competitors, thanks to our officials and those working behind the scenes for executing a great competition, and especially our sponsors, whom I will read out aloud in just a few moments. But let's have a look at Hannah Stroltsova with her third and last jump. Little bit of slack off the turn. Let's see what she can do with this. Oh, brilliant speed. Good landing. And I think she'll take a lot of comfort from those three jumps. All of them, the best three jumps of the competition so far in the women's competition. So good, stout effort there from Hannah Stroltsova out of Zachary in Louisiana, where she trains over at Bennett's Waterski School, about 5 or 6 hours west of here. So we wait on the distance. The distance coming through, it is 54 meters, which according to my memory, is exactly 177 feet. So let's have a look at the leaderboard, shall we? 54 meters, two jumps of that exact same distance on the second and third. Hannah Stroltsova, Sasha Denyorskaya with 169 or 51.5. Augustina Varro with 49.2 for 161. Marginally behind Regina Jacquez with 45.9 for 151 feet. Licia Bagnoli with 42.5 or 139, and Anna Gay with 128 feet. So thank you for watching, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start our first event tomorrow at 8 a.m. We're so glad to have you watch this event, which is the Malibu Open for 2022. Great to have your support going forwards. And we'll try and get you the schedule of event for tomorrow morning. It's going to start at 8 a.m. with the Open Men's Tricks in round 2. And then the Open Men's Slalom round 2 with 8 advancing through to the next round of the competition. The results from the previous round of Slalom for the men are already published, so you know where to go to for that. Then we have the finals in Open Women's Slalom, Open Men's Slalom, then Open Women's Jump, and then Open Men's Jump to conclude a great event here at Lyman Land, USA, the home of the 2022 Malibu Open. My name's Tony Lightfoot. You've been a great audience. And on behalf of our great sponsors, which includes Malibu Boats, Rambo Marine, Vulcan Materials Company, Good Water Skis, Andrew Sports Medicine, Acme Pullets, Babes Boat Gear, Boat Care Products, along with Outer Armor, Doozy Boat Lifts, Zero Off, Louis Restaurant and Bar, along with the Red Bar, Grunt, and Masterline, along with Tiare Miranda's photography. That has been the end of day one of competition. And until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, right here out of Lyman Land in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, for the continuing action of the 2022 Malibu Open, it is ciao for now.